Chapter 733, Battle between the Saint Clan and Mutants. Hong. As the half-building slammed into the assault helicopter, it immediately got destroyed, exploding in a huge ball of fire that descended towards the ground. A mutant appeared below, his gaze fixed on the aircraft above, emitting a powerful and oppressive feeling. He was 3 m tall, a 0.5 m horn growing on his head. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in gold armor, his expression savage. He had a tail that was long and sharp, also covered with a layer of golden metal. His limbs were powerful and thick, with sharp claws for hands and sharp nails on his toes that gripped the earth tightly. Many other Type 3 mutants began to crawl out and surround the Type 4 mutant, roaring towards the skies with a bestial and killing instinct. The difference between mutants and humans were that they were extremely ugly, violent, and had a clear hierarchy, submitting only to the strongest. Without the control of a powerful mutant, they would go on an unstoppable rampage everywhere, only ceasing once they were wiped out by other existences. Yu Zhong eyed the numerous Type 3 mutants around the single Type 4 mutant, his heart filled shock. Powerful? Is that the Type 4 mutant? Truly on another level. It was the first time Yu Zhong saw somebody actually grabbing an entire building with such ease and launching it like a cannonball. The strongest person in his team was Yin Shuang, that lowly with a perverse strength, but comparing the two, there was simply too vast a difference. The moment that helicopter crashed, the rest quickly adjusted their target, as countless missiles and cannons shot towards the Type 4 mutant and the area it was at. Honk, honk, honk. The powerful explosions rocked the entire region, as many mutants were instantly pulverized or crushed by the sheer firepower. Before the dust even settled, various figures shot towards where the heavy carrier was. A number of large rocks and boulders flew towards the heavy carriers, most missing their targets. However, 2 managed to slam into the body of one carrier, causing it to tilt before it lost control and began to descend from the sky, exploding in a ball of flames. However, under the cover of the assault helicopters, many others managed to land properly. The region was crawling with mutants, so they quickly swarmed over like ants towards those carriers that landed. Many had just landed, when the mutants arrived and quickly began to employ all sorts of means to damage the carriers. The moment the heavy carriers opened their doors, many RH-2s charged out with loud whirs, their electronic eyes flashing as cannons appeared out of their frames, and with the help of the targeting system of the AI, they unleashed carnage all around them. In a blink of an eye, there was a burst of blood and flesh all around the heavy carriers, as over hundreds and thousands of the mutants were blasted into bits and pieces of flesh and blood. The mass slaughter ability of the RH-2s was even higher than that of Type 3 Divine Warriors. However, among the mutants, there were numerous Type 3 mutants as well, and they charged towards the RH-2 with savage expressions. However, as the Type 3 mutants fought against the RH-2s, it was incredibly tough. They did not know where the weak points were and could only rely on brute strength to try and damage the RH-2s. One particular Type 3 which had blades sticking out of its limbs managed to charge through the area of the fire, appearing in front of an RH-2. It was like a ghost that darted beneath its frame and used its sharp blades to tear through the armor, cutting through countless of alloy fibers. In half a minute, that particular Type 3 mutant had managed to wreck the right leg of the RH-2 completely, causing it to fall on its side. However, even as it landed, the cannons continued to fire out rapidly, killing many other mutants. The Type 3 mutant had no choice but to continue darting about, destroying every single one of the cannons. Following that, a huge swarm of mutants began to crawl all over the RH-2, covering it entirely. The next instant, with a loud roar, the RH-2 self-destructed, causing the area around it to be enveloped in the resulting explosion, directly reaping the lives of the mutants around it, including the Type 3 mutant. These RH-2s might not be particularly effective against the Saint Clan's Type 3 Divine Warriors, but against these brutish mutants, they were able to exhibit their powerful combat might, cleaving lives every second. However, within the ruins, the mutants were seemingly endless in numbers. No matter how many were killed, it seemed that more would crawl out from other corners to replenish the numbers lost in battle. Even so, with the constant fire from the RH-2s as well as more RH-2s descending from the carriers, the powerful weapons of war suppressed the mutants totally. Under that fearsome fire, many Type 3 mutants that could deal with the RH-2s were forced back or killed. A single RH-2 might not be able to contend against a Type 3 mutant, but 10 of them with a net of fire could cause the Type 3 mutants a problem. Furthermore, the Saint clan had deployed more than 300 RH-2S over here, and there were already 50 on the ground. Once all these weapons of war were fully deployed, then the mutants would lose their advantage of numbers, regardless of how many could crawl out, they would be wiped out under the terrifying growing net of fire. What a powerful might! Zhang observed the numerous RH-2S and he was shocked. If such a formation was to appear on Earth, nobody could defend against such an attack from the Saint clan. This was 300 RH-2S. No mechanized infantry battalion on Earth could possibly withstand the assault from 300 RH-2S unless they used nuclear weapons. Furthermore, this was just one small part of the Saint clan's strength. At this time, another building flew from afar once again, slamming into one of the heavy carriers, causing 3 of the RH-2S inside to be destroyed. Within the ruins, together with countless rumblings, many buildings began to be plucked from their foundations and launched towards the heavy carrier. As the buildings slammed into the heavy carrier, it was slammed repeatedly, turning into a pile of metal rubble that exploded. Within the luxurious carrier up above, Asya watched the events below with a cold look, eyeing the ferocious Type 4 mutant and ordered, "Wipe that beast out." Antonio carried the beautiful girl kneeling by his side and placed her to one side, laughing lightly, "Got it. Let's go, guys. Go." George, Manshid, Antonio and Asya directly charged out the luxurious carrier and leaped down. The 4 figures shot down from over hundreds of meters in the sky like meteors, landing on the ground with a huge shockwave, as the ground split apart in all directions underneath their feet. Antonio saw the buildings being launched rapidly by the ferocious Type 4 mutant chief and chuckled, "Whoever kills it first gets its horn, how's that?" Manshid stuck its tongue out and licked with a cruel smile, "Okay. That guy's horn is mine." George laughed and with a tap of his foot, he had already charged towards the location with the speed of sound. A number of Type 3 mutants began to snarl and roar as they leaped towards George. With a flash of a shadow, holes appeared in all of their heads, and the horns had all disappeared as their corpses slumped to the grounds. What terrifying fellows! Is this the strength of a Type 4 or Type 5 divine warrior? Zhang hid in the dark and watched the Type 3 mutants being slaughtered and their horns ripped out and could not help but shiver from the fear. Every single one of the Type 3 mutants was slightly stronger than Zhang, however, facing George they could not even withstand a single blow, and their horns had been ripped out and killed. If it were Zhang, he would at most last for 1 second or 2. With such a character like George, just him alone could easily vanquish the entire 3rd Eastern Division under Liu Yi Chen and now Zhang. Zhang finally understood the difference between the human race and Saint clan. Among the entire resistance, there was not a single Type 4 divine warrior. Such an organization was truly like ants to the Saint clan. As long as they got serious, they could easily wipe them out. Because of this cruel reality, many of the humans lowered their heads and chose to be the dogs, toys and food of the Saint clan, because there was simply no hope of resisting. Such strength should be from a Type 4 or Type 5 divine warrior. Fucking bastard, just a Type 4 or 5 divine warrior is already so strong. A Type 6 divine warrior could just wipe out all the humans. Zhang fixed his gaze on the Type 3 mutants being slaughtered by George and cursed in his heart. This was the first time he felt such despair. Antonio, Manshid and Asya charged towards the Type 4 mutant chief in flashes of light. Along the way, any Type 3 mutants that got in their way were easily killed without a fight. In just a few breaths of time, the 4 of them appeared in front of the Type 4 mutant chief, and both sides began engaging in a terrifying clash. Chapter 734, Mysterious Traction Force. The Type 4 mutant chief was incredibly strong, grabbing a building as though it was a pick and waving it at the 3 Type 4 divine warriors from the Saint clan. Asya observed coldly from the side, keeping an eye on the entire battlefield to prevent any unexpected accidents. Feeling the cold gaze, Zhang did not dare pull out his electromagnetic gun to try and snipe the enemy. The moment he revealed the slightest killing intent, he would not live past a minute. There's no chance. Zhang continued to observe the situation from deep in the jungle. H could see how the Saint clan was relying on the RH-2S to suppress the army of mutant. The 4 Type 4 divine warriors were also controlling the Type 4 mutant chief, and it seemed that the rest of the mutants were at a disadvantage even when they had the numbers. Right at this time, Zhang's god and devil imprint became hot, as a message came through the imprint. His right hand was suddenly immobilized as though something was grabbing onto it. Is there something here? Zhang's eyes brightened, and he moved towards the direction that his hand seemed to be tugged towards. As he followed the path, he discovered the direction he was heading to seemed to be the place where the mutants were living. He could see many mutants swarming out of the buildings heading towards the battlefield. Yu Zhong looked at the huge buildings and frowned. Is the thing summoning me located within here? The strange suction seemed to be pulling Yu Zhong towards one of the buildings, and countless mutants were constantly pouring out, preventing him from advancing smoothly. He was confident of killing over 100 mutants with a single blow of his, but if 3 Type 3 mutants were to launch an attack on him, he would not be able to dodge. Furthermore, the number of Type 3 mutants that came out from the building was not little. If he was not careful, he could easily be torn apart. At the same time, the moment he came to the building, he could sense an indescribable danger, as though there was a terrifying beast hidden within this building. Yu Zhong trusted his danger perception strongly. He quickly suppressed the urge to enter the building recklessly, and laid quietly on the ground, not moving at all. Soon, the Type 4 mutant chief retreated towards this building, covered in blood. Ah! Lowly beast, go die. George's eyes flashed with a glint as he charged right in front of the Type 4 mutant chief, and slashed out at his head. The Type 4 mutant chief twisted his body, dodging the blow. Although it looked as though he had dodged it, however, his right shoulder suddenly split open, with a large amount of flesh and blood splattering. Even Yu Zhong could not catch what had happened. The Type 4 mutant chief grabbed a huge metal bat with a glint in his eyes and smashed it towards George with a ferocious look. Antonio pointed at the steel bat, and it was forced to one side, brushing past George's body. Manshid had a sharp bone blade in his hand, taking the chance to strike at the Type 4 mutant chief with lightning speed. The strike managed to carve out a deep scar on the body of the chief, causing more blood to flow. In just a few breaths, the Type 4 mutant chief had more injuries on his body. It was just that they could heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 Saint Clan experts launched coordinated attacks on the Type 4 mutant chief, causing more injuries, yet there was not a single injury on them. Although the Type 4 mutant chief was strong, if things continued on he would definitely die. Right at this time, 100 Type 3 mutants appeared from the building suddenly, with sharp bone spikes, sharp ice picks, flaming arrows and all sorts of other attacks that launched at the battlefield. The blonde, big-boobed lowly Asya snorted coldly and reached out with her hand, as a powerful psychic barrier appeared in front of them. All the attacks that were cast and thrown by the 100 Type 3 mutants were blocked by a single move from Asya. Strong. Yu Zhong saw the strength of the psychic barrier cast by Asya and was filled with shock. That assault by those 100 Type 3 mutants could vanquish Yu Zhong's shield of light in a second. Just as Asya's attention was focused on those 100 Type 3 mutants, 2 shadows suddenly burst out from the ground, leaping towards the 4. One of them was an incredibly sexy and beautiful female mutant, with a long horn on her forehead, her head full of red hair. Her eyes were blood red, and her hands were sharp like blades, her own tail as large as a greatsword as well. She appeared right in front of George and slashed at his heart. The red-haired Type 4 mutant was incredibly fast, hitting 1.5 Mach the moment she appeared. Even George was unable to dodge and could only bring up his hands to block. The claws of the Type 4 mutant beauty slashed across George's arms, tearing them off, causing blood to splatter. The other Type 4 mutant was a 2m tall figure that did not seem that different from a normal person. However, on his back were many boils and growths that were disturbing and gross. His speed was fast as well, reaching 1.2 Mach. At the same time that the red-haired Type 4 mutant slashed George's arms, this other Type 4 mutant had appeared in front of George and sent a fist at his chest. A terrifying force blasted out, shattering George's rib cage as his entire chest caved in. His entire body was also sent flying into the distance. Damn beast. Just as the red-haired Type 4 mutant prepared to give chase, Asya roared out in fury and shame, reaching out with her right hand to conjure an oppressive pressure on the 3 Type 4 mutants, their bodies sinking. The second that the 3 Type 4 mutants were forced down slightly, George spat out a breath of air, sending himself flying further away. Asya's psychic ability was incredibly powerful, instantly suppressing the Type 3 mutants with just a single thought. However, it was not as effective against the Type 4 mutants. The bodies of the 3 Type 4 mutants just sank slightly, and they began to coordinate and join hands against Manshid, the weakest out of the 4. Other than them, the 100 Type 3 mutants had also launched their attacks. Asya waved her hands, causing her powerful psychic barrier to appear once again, blocking the attacks as she barked, "Retreat!" 3 Type 4 mutants against 3 Type 4 divine warriors were not very different in combat strength. In fact, the 3 Type 4 divine warriors possessed a little advantage because the Type 4 mutant chief was heavily injured. However, with the addition of a 100 Type 3 mutants, the situation was different. The Type 3 mutants possessed the ability to threaten the Type 4 divine warriors. Although a Type 4 divine warrior could crush a Type 3 mutant in a second, it was not that the Type 3 mutants were entirely useless against the Type 4 divine warriors. If they continued to fight on in their territory, Wuxia and the rest would only suffer a defeat and even die. The moment Wuxia gave the order, Antonio and Man's Hit quickly retreated from engaging the 3 Type 4 mutants, fleeing from the battlefield. The Type 4 mutant chief, the other 2 Type 4 mutants and the hundreds of Type 3 mutants immediately gave chase. Even more Type 3 mutants poured out from the base, surging forth like a wave, chasing after the 4 Type 4 divine warriors. The total number that surged out of the base was over 2,000. Against such a horde, even the Type 4 divine warriors would be torn apart. With just these 2,000 Type 3 mutants, if they were to appear on Earth, they could easily wipe the Central Plains army of Yuzhong. Yuzhong watched this horrific scene, his emotions and thoughts in turmoil as he kept himself laying low, not daring to release the slightest sign or aura of his. With the help of the second-order stealth, nothing about Yuzhong was leaked, and he managed to evade the senses of the Type 3 mutants. Once they were all out of the base, Yuzhong quickly darted forward using the dark corners, entering the base noiselessly. He did not dare to enter from the main entrance, instead routing around the building. He then stretched out his hand and fired a spider silk to the 5th level. As the silk retracted, Yuzhong was pulled up towards the 4th level, where the windows were all smashed. Sweeping the room with a gaze, discovering nothing, he entered the room carefully. The entire room was damaged and dilapidated, with a thick layer of dust. It was obvious that even the mutants seldom came here. After entering the room, Yuzhong's god and devil imprint flared in temperature, as the mysterious force tugged on him again, dragging him towards a direction. He allowed himself to be tugged, moving forwards. Under the guidance of the strange force, Yuzhong found himself going downwards towards the 2nd level of the building. He looked down and saw a deep, dark tunnel with no end in sight, with 8 ordinary mutants protecting the entrance. Chapter 735, Underground Hall. Yuzhong got down near the edge of the staircase, quietly observing the tunnel and waited for 5 seconds. Within these 5 seconds, no other mutants had leaped out from the hole. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a strange glint as he operated his shadow steps. At the same time, he sent a small stone flying towards the entrance of the building. The moment the clear sound rang out, the gazes of the 8 mutants swiveled towards the source of the sound. Taking advantage of that second of distraction, Yuzhong flashed and he leaped through the tunnel in a single breath. Within that tunnel that was covered entirely in moss, Yuzhong could smell a foul, rotting stench. After he leaped through, he quickly darted deeper with all his might, his speed like a specter. Passing through the long tunnel, Yuzhong came across a huge underground city. The underground city was more vast than any that Yuzhong had come across, with countless modern buildings that were about dozens of meters tall. Other than them, there were residential buildings, hotels, schools, hospitals and other buildings. However, they were all run down. There was not a single source of light within. If it weren't for Yuzhong's night vision ability, he might not be able to see anything. Yuzhong had just appeared in the underground city when he saw dozens of mutants gathered together, led by a Type 3 mutant with a horn as they came towards his direction. He quickly shot towards a building by the side. At this time, a Type 3 mutant came out from the building, appearing in front of Yuzhong without warning. Yuzhong was already poised for combat. The moment the Type 3 mutant appeared, the flame blade in his hands slashed towards the body of the Type 3 mutant, instantly slicing him in half, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Unfortunately, the Type 3 mutant was pretty resilient. Even after being sliced in half, it didn't die immediately, and used its upper half to let out a wretched shriek. Damn it! Yuzhong quickly slashed the head in two before grabbing the horn. With the death of the Type 3 mutant, the life energy was absorbed through the imprint, enhancing Yuzhong. Congratulations, you have gained +10 in endurance. A warmth surged through his body, as the notification resounded in his mind. Yuzhong took a deep breath, activating his shadow steps again, pushing his speed to the maximum, and quickly charged towards the direction with the imprint was guiding him. The scream of the Type 3 mutant had attracted attention, as countless mutants swarmed out like ants towards this direction. Zhang had just gotten to 300 meters when there was the sound of glass shattering, and dozens of mutants leaped out, pouncing at him. His eyes flashed and he pulled out his 2m-long black-toothed blade, swinging out once, immediately turning the dozens of mutants into sliced-up chunks of meat. As he stopped, his advance was slowed as more mutants appeared. At the same time, there were 4 Type 3 mutants making their way over. Once they reached, Zhang would surely die under their hands. At this critical juncture, a void appeared out of nowhere as a bright flash appeared, turning into a bone carapace around Zhang. Zhang fired out 2 bone spikes from his feet, propelling him towards a building over 40 m tall. When he leaped up, he quickly retracted the bone spikes. One particular Type 3 mutant saw this and quickly dashed towards Zhang's original location, reaching out with his hands to grab onto the retracting bone spikes. At the same time, Zhang flipped his hands, the electromagnetic gun appearing. He aimed down and fired, sending a bright beam through the head of the Type 3 mutant at his heels, blasting his head and brain apart. Life energy streamed through the imprint, entering Zhang's body again. However, this time, there was no notification of any enhancements. With the death of that Type 3 mutant, the dozens of Type 3 mutants around quickly converged on this location. 3 of the Type 3 mutants closest to Zhang quickly leaped onto the building, climbing upwards swiftly. This underground city was the base of these mutants. Although most of them had followed the Type 4 mutants out to hunt the Saint Clan experts, there were still a number of powerful Type 3 mutants that stayed behind. Zhang watched the Type 3 mutants converging around him, his face impassive as he turned around and leaped towards another building. Halfway in the air, his dark wind wings appeared, blowing a huge gust of wind that sent him soaring in the sky at the speed of sound. Below, the numerous mutants gazed up and unleashed sharp, shrill shrieks at him helplessly. A number of fireballs, bone spikes, ice picks and poison arrows all fired at him from below. However, most just brushed past his shadows. Against flying bodies that could travel at the speed of sound, such attacks were seldom accurate. Furthermore, most of them were from the ordinary mutants, which could not compare to Type 3 mutants. Just as he was soaring through the air, a number of sharp howls began to emit from below. Dozens of mutants with wings began to soar into the sky, chasing after Zhang. Among these mutants, such entities capable of flight were rare, but there were some. At the same time, only mutants of Type 2 and above could use their wings to fly. However, the fastest among them could barely reach the speed of sound, which meant they could not catch up with him, only eating the dirt. Is that it? Zhang continued to fly towards the direction where the mysterious force was pulling him to. After flying for over 100 kilometers, he finally saw a huge clearing that had a huge research lab built on it. His heart rejoicing, Zhang shot downwards, landing beside the entrance. The entrance had long been destroyed and he quickly charged in. Soon after, 6 of the winged Type 3 mutants came to the entrance. They patrolled around it, but their faces carried traces of fear, not daring to get near. Within the lab there were many machines and transparent glass tubes. Other than a few broken ones, the rest of the lab seemed undamaged. It was just due to the passage of time that a layer of dust and rust had accumulated on these machines. Zhang swept his gaze across the lab, suppressing the urge to search the lab as he continued to rush towards the direction which the imprint was tugging him towards. Inside the lab, if he were to search carefully, he was sure to come across something useful. However, he wanted to obtain whatever was calling out to him and quickly get the hell out of here. After passing through a few corridors, he finally came into a huge hall. The moment he entered the hall, his face fell and he quickly retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed at one particular corner. Inside that hall, there were all sorts of advanced machines and equipment, and at the center of those countless electronic instruments, there was a huge sphere of about 1 m. 20 meters to the right of that strange machine, stood a 2 m tall mutant with a huge, red horn on his forehead. He had a head of silver hair, his looks incredibly handsome, and he had a pair of blue eyes that seemed capable of stealing anyone's soul should they stare too long. His back had a pair of silver and gold wings and a long silver tail grew out of his back. He was standing inside a transparent glass tube, staring and smiling at Zhang. Fuck. This guy is strong. Shit, there's such a dangerous person here, why didn't he go up? Every single cell in Zhang's body was screaming at him to get out. Just by looking at the mutant, he could feel tremendous pressure, as though the other party could kill him with a glare. His back broke out in cold sweat that threatened to drench his entire shirt. Even if he were to face a Type 4 mutant, Yu Zhong was confident he could at least withstand a single blow. However, his danger perception was telling him that this other party was someone way above his level. Hello there, friend who possesses the God and Devil imprint. My name is Radis. I'm pleased to meet you here. Don't be afraid, I was like you over 100 years ago, a human that had the imprint. What's your name? The mutant laughed gently, reaching out with his right hand as the layer of silver skin receded, revealing a God and Devil imprint on his arm. However, it was extremely faded and bleak, as though it was just a mass of gray lines. Yu Zhong saw that Radis had no intention to kill him, and relaxed as he let out a breath of relief. Hey, I'm Yu Zhong. Chapter 736, Type 5 Divine Warrior Radis. Radis had a wistful look as he asked, Yu Zhong, is it? Has the gates of hell reopened? Yu Zhong replied, that's right. The gates of hell have reopened. When Radis heard it, he sighed lightly as a look of anguish flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Seems like this planet is going to welcome another period of silencing. Yu Zhong became curious as he asked, silencing? What does that mean? Radis had a desolate look as he replied, this period of silencing refers to a period similar to an ice age. There will not be any sunlight and the entire planet would be covered in ice. The temperature will plunge to less than 10 degrees, and most life forms would freeze to death. Such an atmosphere would last for 300 years, after which the planet would revert to its original state. When Yu Zhong heard this, he felt a chill. The state of this planet was already harsh beyond comparison, with radiation, insufficient sunlight, lack of food and water. If the temperature was to plunge and maintain that way for 300 years, 99% of all life forms on this planet was sure to perish. Yu Zhong continued, why will this happen? Radis chuckled bitterly, because we failed the game and have been coined as losers. Ever since the day we lost the game, our planet has been doomed to welcome this period of silencing. The only reason why it has not happened yet is that our planet is used as your training grounds. Radis sighed. The moment the period occurs, most of the life forms will freeze to death. Even if the Type 4 divine warriors that evolved from the zombies long ago aren't afraid of cold, because of everything else they will still perish. The threat of death will push them to look for a new place to reside in, which means that the planet you're from would become their target. Fending on their invasion would be your victory. If you lose, then your planet will become like ours. Either mutants or other forms of creatures. We humans in the end had become puppets for that god up there. Once we lose, we have no value. Yu Zhong thought for a while, can the humans on this planet move to ours to live? Radis replied, sure. Any life forms can live on your planet. Yu Zhong continued, was it you who summoned me, Mr. Radis? Radis laughed out loud and pointed to the sphere, no. It was the treasure of hope that I used to own which summoned you, that's it. The treasure of hope of the past, super artificial intelligence. Yu Zhong's gaze fell on the sphere. Your world has most likely just been seriously damaged and in terms of power, it cannot compare to ours. When Yu Zhong heard this, he nodded silently. The human factions on Earth could not even compare with the Saint Clan at all. Just the little bit of power they demonstrated earlier was enough to wipe out all the elite troops of any factions on Earth. In order to compensate for the difference of both worlds, there's such a tool as the Treasure of Hope. With the God and Devil imprint, you must be one of those that entered our world first. As long as you can survive a year here and return to your world alive, you will also gain a Treasure of Hope. This treasure basically means it's the last hope of humankind. Every treasure is different, however they all possess incredible powers. In the past my treasure was this Super AI. It could control and activate countless electronic machines and equipment, with its own powerful judgment and analysis capabilities. For example, the RH2S that the intelligent evolved zombie beings are using contains a small part or process from my Super AI. Radis explained. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed when he heard this, looking at the Super AI, with some desire in his eyes. The AI systems of the RH2S were incredibly advanced, as all controls and information were transmitted directly to the pilots. Furthermore, if it weren't for the firepower and frame being backward, the RH2S would not be so easily countered by the Type 3 Divine Warriors. Radis chuckled. Let's take this as an example. As long as you're able to control this Super AI and provide it with compatible equipment, once it launches the waves, all our H2S will be under your control. When Yu Zhong heard this, he was wildly excited. If he could gain control of this Super AI, then those RH2S will all become his, and at the most crucial period they could become a tool to deal a powerful blow to the Saint clan. He immediately asked with respect, "Mr. Radis, I need this Super AI. May I ask if you're able to give it to me?" The Super AI was too important to Yu Zhong. As long as he can control it, he had an additional 10 to 20% confidence in dealing with the Saint clan. Otherwise, based on their strength, any single Type 4 Divine Warrior could smack him to death. Radis looked back at Yu Zhong, his pupils narrowing. "Ken, in the first place, I had kept this to pass on to the next person with the imprint. However, I hope you can adhere to a condition of mine." Yu Zhong replied, "Please speak." Radis kept his gaze on Yu Zhong, pleading, "Other than those of us failed warriors, most of the mutants were humans that had been exposed to radiation for too long. Mutants that are Type 3 and below have no intelligence, and only know how to kill and destroy. However, once they have evolved to Type 4, they would regain their intelligence, and wouldn't necessarily be lesser than humans. When the gates of hell open for real, I will lead the mutants to support you. I hope that you can treat us equally, and not discriminate against us mutants of Type 4 and above." Mutants were a sort of strange creature. This was a fact that struck hard. Most of them had savage and hideous appearances. Even the lowly vagabonds would kill the mutants anytime they could, not sparing even half-mutants. As a failed warrior, Radis had been confined here for hundreds of years. After he resurrected, he had hoped to live as a human once again. After all, he was a human leader hundreds of years ago. Yu Zhong laughed. "Rest assured, as long as you support me, I'll definitely treat you and your people equally, not discriminating against the mutants of Type 4 and above. In fact, I am looking forward to having your people with me." Yu Zhong had the Sea clan, Torrent clan and the child of the mutant-infected womb. He did not really mind the differences in species. As long as they could help him, he was willing to treat them with sincerity. As long as the mutants were willing to fight for him, he would not ostracize them. Radis inspected Yu Zhong and realized Yu Zhong meant his words, and he revealed a smile. "Thank you." Yu Zhong asked out of curiosity, "Can't you come out now?" Based on Radis' strength, once he becomes Yu Zhong's partner, he would be a terrifying force on the field. Slaughtering Type 4 Divine Warriors would not be an issue. Radis shook his head. "Not possible. I've been sealed here as a punishment for being a failed warrior. Only when Type 5 Divine Warriors come here, then I will be able to fight. After the gates of hell have fully opened, I'll be released from my seal and regain my movement." Yu Zhong asked, "Then may I ask, what type of Divine Warrior are you?" "I am at the peak of Type 5. "Not yet at Type 6, huh?" Yu Zhong's heart sunk slightly and he continued, "Are there any Type 6 Divine Warriors in the Saint clan?" "There are." Radis's voice turned steely. "Initially, it was because there were 6 Type 6 Divine Warriors from the ancient clan that caused the defeat of our humankind. We had to utilize nuclear weapons just to kill 3 of their people, injuring 2 heavily and the last slightly injured. The ancient clan has a lifespan of over 1,000 years, including a powerful regenerative ability. Without any enemies, as long as they're not stupid to engage in an internal struggle, there should still be 3 Type 6 Divine Warriors." Yu Zhong's heart sunk slightly. "Then are you able to defend against a Type 6 Divine Warrior?" Radis laughed bitterly. "Even if I were to utilize all my strength, I can withstand one for at most 20 seconds. This is already the ideal situation. In fact, it's more likely that I'll perish with a single strike from the enemy." Yu Zhong frowned, his expression turning ugly. If Radis could be killed in a second, then he himself was merely an ant to them. He truly did not know what he could do to defend against such a terrifying enemy. Radis spoke, "Don't be too worried, Yu Zhong. While it's true that the Type 6 Divine Warriors are incredibly powerful, in the 2 years before the gates of hell open, they are rendered immobile. After 2 years, their seals will be undone, and only then would they be able to invade your planet. That is to say, from now you still have about 3 years. Within these 3 years, if you still haven't found a way to deal with them, then you'll likely fail the game." 3 years. Yu Zhong's expression finally eased. If it was 3 years, he had some hope. After all, the god and devil imprint on his hand had mysterious powers. Yu Zhong eyed the sphere, asking, "How do I retrieve this Super AI?" Radis reminded, "Use your imprint to press on the sphere and it will automatically be kept in your imprint. However, in order to really utilize it to its fullest potential, you have to equip it with compatible machines. At the very least, you need a supercomputer. The more advanced the technology, the stronger the computing strength, the higher the potential. Chapter 737, Treasure of Hope. Yu Zhong looked around the lab and came to an understanding of its usage. All these equipment was basically built for the sake of utilizing the Super AI. He came in front of the sphere and observed it carefully before placing the imprint on it. With a bright flash, the sphere was absorbed right into his imprint. Super Artificial Intelligence, unnamed. There was a notification in Yu Zhong's brain, and he could feel that as long as he willed it, the Super AI would be released. Yu Zhong then asked curiously, Mr. Radis, in the past did you guys only have this treasure of hope? Yu Zhong knew that other than himself, there were sure to be other heroes that were able to enter this world. If they could survive, they would gain a treasure of hope as well. Since that was the case, there should be other treasures of hope on this planet. There are. We had over 50 billion people on this planet in the past, and there were countless heroes. Initially, when I had entered the second stage, there were a total of 12 that returned. Together with the treasures of hope that we brought back from the second stage, we had a total of 15 treasures. It was because of these 15 that we could barely hold our own against the zombies. However, as the battles dragged out, 9 of them were destroyed and we're left with only 6. Other than the Super AI. With me, there's one that has already ended up in the hands of those evolved zombies. The locations of the other 4 are unknown. The one with the evolved zombies is called Wall of Sanctuary. It is able to project a powerful defensive wall that envelopes an area of 100,000 SQM. This sanctuary can actually defend against all sorts of attacks, even nuclear ones. The only downside is its energy consumption. Radis explained. It can even defend against nuclear attacks. That's too amazing. Yu Zhong felt shocked. Nuclear weapons were the terrifying weapons of war. If one were used, the area of impact would be wiped out entirely. If it weren't for the resulting radiation, Yu Zhong would have long since used it to blast the zombies in China till Kingdom Come. The Saint clan was already terrifying, together with a defense that could protect them against nuclear attacks. It was practically a cheat code that was almost impossible to beat. Radis chuckled when he saw Yu Zhong's expression. Yu Zhong, don't be too worried. The might of the Wall of Sanctuary is indeed powerful, however, the energy required is also astronomical. Cannot be used as and whenever they like. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been defeated then. At that time, it was because our energy had run low. That was how they managed to breach our Wall of Sanctuary. As long as you maintain a constant assault, you can break that wall. Yu Zhong pondered a while before asking, Mr. Radis, I can't help but feel that the RH2 seems to be lacking something. Its firepower cannot really deal damage to any Type 4 existences. While the firepower of the RH2 was devastating to ordinary humans, against divine warriors of Type 3 and above, it was barely enough. Even when someone as outstanding as Yu Zhong Pilot 1, he could not threaten a Type 4 divine warrior at all. There was something limiting. Radis chuckled. The RH2 was a robot designed to battle humans. Against humans, its firepower is already more than enough. In fact, the robots we used in the past had much more powerful firepower. 20 of them could threaten a Type 4 divine warrior. However, such machines were too dangerous to the Saint clan. Hence, they had either sealed or destroyed them. As for the RH2S that was fitted with numerous sensors, they are best suited for the mass slaughter of humans. However, within the Super AI, there's a blueprint for the robots we used in the past. As long as you can construct them again, then you won't have much to fear when meeting the Type 4 divine warriors on the battlefield. Yu Zhong continued to ask, Mr. Radis, is it possible to get the 3 Type 4 mutants to listen to my commands? If they were to join his team, then the mutants in this underground city would become his subordinates. His might would soar instantly, even stronger than the resistance force he had gained. Radis shook his head and rejected, No. The most I can do is to prevent them from attacking you. The mutants only recognize the strongest as their leader. Unless I'm able to get out of my seal, otherwise if you want them to listen to you, you'll have to defeat them in combat. Yu Zhong's gaze was like a knife as he pushed on, All right. In that case, Mr. Radis, I would like to know if there are any water sources that are at radiation level 3 or lesser within these ancient ruins. If there are, where are they located? Radis looked at Yu Zhong with appreciation. To the west of this ruins, about 15 kilometers away, there's a river. The radiation is at level 1 or so. Other than that, there are abundant water sources below the surface. and many of these underground sources are not contaminated with radiation. Are there any other questions? Yu Zhong asked. Mr. Radis, if I were to bring people to live here, can you control the mutants not to attack my people? Radis replied quickly, there must be a border. Your people must not cross the border without notifying. That way we can exist in harmony. Otherwise, if your humans were to get too close to those low-level mutants with no intelligence, it would be dangerous. After all, the Type 4 mutants could not maintain control over the rest of the low-level mutants all the time. Although Radis was a failed warrior in the past, he was also a peak-level expert that led the human resistance in the past. Towards Yu Zhong's questions, he had already guessed a few things and was prepared to answer them. Many thanks. I'll be heading off first, see you again. Having gained satisfactory answers, Yu Zhong smiled and bowed in respect, before bidding his farewell. You don't have to worry about those mutants when you head out, I'll get them to leave you in peace. Radis laughed lightly as a rune in his eyes flashed, and a powerful spirit wave spread out in all directions. The spirit wave passed through the lab, enveloping the entire underground city, channeling within the bodies of the mutants. Strong. Yu Zhong was swept by the wave as well, his body trembling slightly. Had Radis attacked him with a spirit force, he would have been destroyed in a single second. A Type 5 divine warrior was truly a heaven-defying existence. Yu Zhong breathed in deeply and quickly went outside. As he approached the entrance, his entire body went tense, preparing for combat. Even with Radis's promise, he didn't dare let his guard down. Currently there were countless mutants right outside the lab, the Type 3 mutants numbered at least 300. When Yu Zhong saw them, his scalp turned numb, and he couldn't help but retreat a few steps in preparation to flee. The scene was truly terrifying. However, the moment those mutants with freakish appearances saw him, they got down on the floor as though paying respects to him. Yu Zhong took a look and heaved a sigh of relief. He shot out 2 bone spikes from his legs, propelling him into the air, before quickly retracting them, and channeling his dark wind wings. With a flash and a gust of wind, he transformed into a shooting star and shot for the exit. The moment he flew out the building, he saw the 2 sides engaged in brutal combat. The thousands of mutants were attacking the Saint clan forces under the lead of the 3 Type 4 mutants. However, the number of RH2S that had landed was already over 150. These 150 RH2S had formed a perfect fire net that encompassed a huge area. As they fired wildly, even the Type 4 mutants had to be careful. As a large amount of Type 3 mutants got closer, they would be torn to shreds by the countless cannons and lasers. They could not even exhibit their speed because they were faced with firepower from all sides. It did not matter where they ran, they would be shot at. Some of the mutants had tougher hides, which even the cannons could not pierce. However, these types of mutants were much slower, and when the lasers hit, they would still be vaporized. The 3 Type 4 mutants that had managed to launch a successful sneak attack earlier and reclaim the advantage of battle could only watch helplessly from afar, dodging the shots from the RH2S. Only the huge chief was continuing to grab buildings and throwing them at the RH2S, turning many of them into scrap metal. Both sides were in a temporary stalemate. However, once the Type 4 Divine Warrior George recovers, the mutants would lose their edge. Time for me to act. I'm relying on you, Sphere. Yu Zhong watched the situation, and his right hand glowed as the sphere appeared in front of him. There were a few indents in the sphere. Yu Zhong took out a number of Type 3 mutant horns and inserted them. With a bright flash, the sphere glowed and beams of light shot out. As they converged, they revealed a little girl in a white dress in holographic form. The little girl smiled at Yu Zhong sweetly, speaking with a clear voice. Hello. I am Super A.I. It's our first time meeting my new master. Chapter 738, The Might of Bai Yi. Yu Zhong asked curiously, Hi, I'm Yu Zhong. Do you have a name? The holographic little girl continued to smile. My past memories, feelings, and emotions had all been wiped clean. In this sphere, only my programming remains. You are my new master, so please give me a name. Yu Zhong sighed before smiling. All right. From today on, you're called Bai Yi, White Shirt. The girl smiled. Thank you, master, for giving me a name. Yu Zhong pointed to the group of RH2S and asked, Bai Yi, I want to gain control over those machines there. Are you able to do that? Bai Yi giggled. Rest assured, master, unless it is a standalone mechanical control, any equipment that relies on computing cannot escape my control. Please wait a moment. A number of small radar-like dots appeared from the sphere, before shooting out in all directions in a wave. Asya, who was protected by the net of RH2S, looked at George resting at one side and asked, "George, how long more do you need to recover?" George, whose chest had suffered a huge wound, was already recovering. The wound was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, with strands of muscle and flesh intertwining. George replied with a pale face, "An hour more. I need an hour more to recover fully. But then my combat ability will still be at only 80%. The flesh-eaters had superhuman regenerative abilities. Injuries that could claim lives would only take a while to heal for these creatures. Of course, healing required a huge amount of stamina, thus, whenever they had recovered for the short term their combat strength would suffer. Asya turned to look at the sky when she heard that, stretching out her hand to change the trajectory of the incoming building, causing it to land on another side. If she wanted to forcefully block the building, even Asya would have to expend quite some energy. However, using her barriers to change the trajectories was not difficult. It was due to her efforts that the speed of the RH2S destruction was slowing. The huge RH2S were slowly advancing, spreading their fire net. Even if those mutants were to duck for cover, the lasers would turn their covers into nothing before obliterating them. Once the RH2S got into formation, their fire net was seemingly unstoppable, even the Type 4 mutants dare not face them directly. At a distance, the three Type 4 mutants watched the rain of bullets and their eyes flashed with fury and helplessness. Any one of them could easily destroy an RH2, however, the formation consisted of 200 RH2S, preventing them from rushing in recklessly. If they were not careful, they would be ripped to shreds as well. All of a sudden, all the RH2S shuddered once, and the next moment, the cannons were adjusted to aim at the four St. Clan Type 4 Divine Warriors, before spitting out a flurry of bullets. At the same time, the RH2 that George was in self-destructed. The terrifying explosion consumed George, blasting his body into pieces. Manshid had no time to defend and was instantly punctured full of hopes. However, at the most critical moment, a white light radiated from his body, forcefully stopping all the bullets from hitting him. At that moment that he managed to stop the countless cannons from killing him, an electromagnetic beam fired from a distance, piercing the shield, blasting his head apart. Congratulations on gaining plus 40 strength and plus 1 skill point. Manshid's enormous life energy went into Yu Zhong's body, giving him a sudden huge boost in enhancement. Type 4 Divine Warriors were way above Yu Zhong in strength, thus hunting them granted him huge benefits. On the other side, Antonio had also released his own white light to defend against the countless bullets. At the same time, his body flashed, disappearing towards the distance. Asya, the strongest Type 4 Divine Warrior among the four, quickly channeled her psychic barrier to defend against the fire net, before charging up into the sky. A glint appeared in the eyes of the red-haired Type 4 mutant, as she transformed into a beam of light as she charged after Antonio. Her speed was insane, and within 10 seconds she had caught up to Antonio, slashing out for his heart. Antonio could only grit his teeth and turned around to engage her in battle. Asya made use of her psychic abilities to float temporarily, when suddenly the heavy assault helicopters in the air adjusted their formation, and began firing at her. On the ground, Asya had a speed that surpassed the sound barrier, however she was only in the air by making use of her abilities, thus her speed in the air could not compare. Eyeing the multiple projectiles coming for her, she could only raise up her shields again to meet the assault. Just as she had braced herself for the projectiles in the air, the 200 RH2S below adjusted their fire net, before firing at her. Asya gritted her teeth, pushing her abilities to propel herself down, before she fled towards the distance. At this time, the Type 4 mutant chief grabbed his huge bat and charged towards Asya with a ferocious expression, swinging violently. Asya's face fell as she waved her jade-like hands, causing a huge barrier to appear in front of her. The swing of the Type 4 mutant chief slammed into the psychic barrier, the terrifying force instantly pulverizing the shield, and the recoil caused Asya to turn pale. As a peak-level Type 4, the chief had a slight advantage over Asya. As long as she was struck by his blow, all her defenses would fail. On the other side, the Type 4 mutant with the boils and growths appeared silently from one corner, throwing a fist at Asya's heart. Asya screamed out in a piercing voice, as a powerful sound wave erupted with her as the center, spreading outwards in all directions. Both the Type 4 mutant chief and the one with boils felt their bodies shudder, their speeds dropping suddenly. At this time, another burst of an electromagnetic beam shot from the distance, blasting her stomach, causing a huge, bloody hole, destroying her inner organs. Asia's face contorted in pain as she looked towards the direction of the shot. With her exceptional sensory powers, she immediately caught sight of Zhang. Fury flashed across her eyes, and ignoring her current injured state, she tapped her foot lightly, and her entire frame shot towards Zhang at the speed of sound. The Type 4 mutant chief and the one with boils turned to look at Zhang, a strange gaze in their eyes. Asia had just moved when the 200 RH2S adjusted their cannons swiftly, once again enveloping Asia in a fire net. No matter how she moved, she would be blasted on all sides by those bullets and cannons. Asia's pupils constricted as she gritted her teeth to channel another psychic barrier once again, deflecting a large number of bullets. However, each time the shield blocked a cannon, her body would shudder as blood flowed out from her mouth. She dragged her heavily injured body to appear in front of Zhang. Right at this moment, a powerful missile came down from the sky, blasting Asia, destroying her lower body, knocking her right in front of Zhang. Checkmate. Bai Yi's happy cheers resounded from the sphere. It was precisely her that controlled the weapons of war to deal such damage to Asia. Asia gasped as she looked at Zhang and said, "You actually have the treasure of hope. You must the current generation's seed of hope?" Seed of hope? So there's such a term. Forget it. Have you eaten humans before? Zhang chuckled lightly, aiming at her head with his electromagnetic gun. Asia glared at him, barking coldly, "Don't lump me with those lowly things. I'm an honorable member of the ancient clan. Eating humans is only something the lowly creatures do." Zhang asked Bai Yi, "Interesting. Bai Yi, any way of containing her? An alive Type 4 divine warrior might be of use to me." Bai Yi was the Super A. And since she had helped Zhang attack Asia, he hoped to capture her as a hostage. Bai Yi shook her head, "I can't do it. Her strength is too powerful. Unless you're able to gain the treasure of hope puppet box. Otherwise there's no way to control a Type 4 divine warrior." What a pity. Too bad you must die. Zhang looked at Asia with regret as he pressed the trigger coldly. With a bright flash, Asia's beautiful head burst apart, and a thick stream of life energy went into Zhang's body through the imprint. Congratulations on gaining plus 40 agility, plus 1 skill point. Chapter 739, Shaxi. After Zhang killed Asia, he chose to put the 2 skill points into his second-order Devil Flame, pushing to plus 3, enhancing its might. Since Asia had been killed, the 3 Type 4 mutants turned and joined hands against Antonio. Antonio was defending madly. In a few moments, he was battered within inches of his life, before he was finally pummeled to death by a single swing of the huge bat held by the Type 4 mutant chief. Those helicopters, carriers and RH2S all formed a fleet that came to Zhang. "Surrender immediately, or I'll be forced to execute all of you." One by one, all the machines started to relay messages within to warn the pilots. "Come out from your aircraft. Hands over your head." The assault helicopters began to descend one by one, their doors opening. The RH2S had their weapons trained on them in case any of the occupants tried anything funny. The soldiers began to get out from their aircraft, their hands above their heads. After that, the helicopters rose into the air again, hovering. The pilots came out and became Zhang's captives. All of a sudden, 3 men who had just gotten off their aircraft quickly leaped towards Zhang. It was just that, the moment they moved, there was a loud roar of bullets. The dense fire net provided by the RH2S immediately riddled them full of holes. Seeing this, the rest of the Type 3 flesh-eaters on the rest of the helicopters turned pale and quickly jumped off. Each and every Type 3 flesh-eater of the Saint clan had a powerful physique, landing without problems even from a height of dozens of meters. However, at that moment of impact, the recoil would prevent them from moving immediately after that. It was during that moment where the countless cannons turned them all into meat paste. If Zhang was controlling a single RH2, he could at most deal with 2 Type 3 flesh-eaters. However, with the RH2S under Bai Yi's control, they had no chance to flee and were instantly dealt with. Strong. Zhang watched the massacre of the Type 3 flesh-eaters and rejoiced silently. Bai Yi's control of the RH2S provided even a suppression that was tough for a Type 4 expert to deal with. With her aid, Zhang finally had some way of contending against the Saint clan. With the death of the Type 3 flesh-eaters, the rest of the humans did not dare retaliate. They came out obediently, hugging their heads, eyeing Yu Zhong with fear. Bai Yi controlled the RH-2S to bark at the captives. "Get over here, all of you. Enter these 2 transport carriers." The captives went into the carriers obediently. The carriers of this world were different from the ones on Earth. Due to the need for the RH-2S to suppress potential chaos and rebellion, each of these aircraft had 3 large propellers. When necessary, they could land vertically in a heartbeat. After the captives filled up the 2 aircrafts, they quickly flew back into the skies. Having dealt with this, Yu Zhong's heart relaxed as he turned to the other side. He saw Antonio's battered body under the joint efforts of the 3 Type 4 mutants. Since they already killed Antonio, the 3 Type 4 mutants continued to look at Yu Zhong coldly, with countless mutants behind them. Yu Zhong eyed them with wariness but maintained a smile. "How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong. How should I address you guys?" According to what Radis said, these Type 4 mutants already possessed human intelligence and were able to converse. The chief replied, "I'm Shaba, the leader of the number 5 lab." The red-haired beauty had her dangerous gaze fixed upon Yu Zhong, causing him to feel a chill. "Shaxi." The mutant with boils laughed savagely. "Kiki, I'm Shamey. Human kid, your flesh looks pretty delicious." "Kiki. Pleased to meet you guys." Yu Zhong's face did not change as he continued to laugh. "Mr. Shaba has Mr. Radis already told you guys?" Shaba replied coldly, "He has already informed me on your matters. However, if you want me to submit, unless you're stronger than me, it's never going to happen." Yu Zhong then asked, "I want to establish a human base over in the area of the river. What are your thoughts?" In this region, the mutants were the overlords. Yu Zhong wanted to establish himself here, and would need to work together with the mutants on this. Although it was true that Dina did awaken some powerful skills, her efforts were not less than triple of theirs. However, Kong Chui Yun was still her friend, thus she did not want to fight. "There's someone. Someone's coming. Enemy. Enemy." Dina was running halfway when she saw something and began to shout out loud. Hearing her shouts, everyone's expression fell as they quickly darted back to the base. Alarms rang out throughout the base and everyone quickly got into their defensive places. From afar, 5 armored vehicles came storming in a cloud of dust, stopping right outside the base. Chapter 740, Stunning Torrent of Steel. 20 men came out from the 5 jeeps, the leader a middle-aged man with a powerful build, his hair gray and his eyes blue. He stood straight and upright as though he was supporting the skies with his entire being. The man barked out with a loud and strict voice, "It's me, Jess." Liu Chen opened the door. "Jess. It's Chief Jess. Chief Jess is here." Seeing that man, many of the resistance were instantly thrown into panic. Light Beast Jess was the highest in command of the entire Eastern Division, and one of the members of the council. Before Liu Chen submitted to Yu Zhong, his direct superior had been Jess. Jess was widely revered in the Eastern Division, hence every time appeared, the members of the resistance would be riled up. Liu Chen looked at Jess with a glint in his eye. "Jess, I didn't expect him to come." Aloya had a strange look as well. "Do we kill him? If we deploy all of our strength, it should be possible to kill him." To Aloya, no one was more important than Liu Chen. As long as someone was capable of threatening him, she would kill the other party. "No. Jess is someone I truly admire and respect. He had given his all towards the resistance, and that's admirable. Furthermore, he's likely a Type 3 divine warrior. We might not be able to do anything even if we give it our all. Instead, it would just anger him. Let me go talk to him. If he's willing to join us, our might would increase again." Liu Chen turned Aloya down and went out in big strides. Aloya gritted her teeth and followed behind. As the gates of the base opened, Jess and his men entered easily. In the living hall, Jess saw that only Liu Chen and Aloya stood in the hall. With his status as a Type 3 divine warrior, no one was his match in this base. Hence, Liu Chen did not even bother to station any soldier. Jess took a look at Liu Chen and barked out with a stern expression, "Liu Chen, why did you betray the resistance? Have you forgotten what you swore when you joined?" Liu Chen also replied with a grave expression, "Chief Jess, I have not forgotten. The one and the only reason I have chosen to break away from the resistance is that I found the savior of the prophecy. The true leader our resistance should be following. That person is Yu Zhong, he has the god imprint on his right arm. Hearing his words, one young man in Jess's team with fair skin, handsome looks and luxurious clothes laughed out with disdain. Savior? Your lies are truly absurd. How can the savior exist? Even if there is one, it would definitely be my father Gong Chang Tian, and not some random person without any background. This young man with an insidious look laughed coldly as he glanced at Aloya with naked lust. Uncle Jess, since the matter is clear now, Liu Chen is a traitor and he has betrayed our resistance. Please act and execute this criminal on the spot. Aloya's face changed as she stepped in front of Liu Chen. Gong Fei. We already came forth to show our sincerity. What's the meaning of your words? Gong Fei laughed coldly. Aloya, I'm ordering you under the capacity of the leader of the 3rd branch of the Eastern Division to come over here. Don't mix with a traitor, otherwise you will be treated as such. You know the outcome of betraying the resistance. Don't make stupid mistakes. Aloya flipped him off and cursed, Go eat dog shit. Gong Fei turned to Jess and spoke with an insufferable haughty manner. Good. Uncle Jess, you've seen for yourself. These people cannot be reasoned with. Aren't you going to act? Gong Fei was Gong Chang Tian's only child, and his mother passed away when he was young. Gong Chang Tian loved him dearly and spoiled him from a young age. It had caused him to have a despotic nature, to the point that he didn't even hold Jess in high regards. Jess frowned deeper and spoke, Liu Chen, it's not too late to regret. As long as you take your men to return to the headquarters, I can help you plead with the higher-ups. Think about it. The law of the resistance was truly harsh. Towards a traitor or deserter there was only death. Jess was willing to plead on his behalf, showed how much Liu Chen meant to him. Liu Chen replied, Impossible. I'm already a subordinate of leader Yu Zhong. I will not betray him. Jess, Yu Zhong has the god imprint. Only he can save our future and our kind. Chief Jess, please join me in working for him. Jess had a complicated gaze as he sighed. Liu Chen, you're truly insane. You should just give up obediently. I don't want to be forced to kill you myself. Gong Fei laughed coldly as he ordered, Capture them. If Liu Chen resists, kill him on the spot. Aloya must be captured alive. The 4 men beside Gong Fei flashed out, intending to pounce towards Liu Chen. They were all Type 2 divine warriors. Capturing Liu Chen was extremely easy. Don't move. Liu Chen sighed softly, pressing a button, and immediately dozens of cannons popped out within the room, trained on Jess and his men. Seeing those guns, Gong Fei and the rest turned pale, not daring to make any moves. Jess's face fell as he spoke. Liu Chen, these toys are useless to me. Liu Chen replied indifferently, Jack, these toys might be useless to you with your Type 3 divine warrior strength. We are truly helpless. However, there are plenty of explosives buried here. If anything were to happen to me, they will go off. Even if you are a Type 3 divine warrior in such a small place, you will still be blasted to death. Jess's face turned incredibly ugly. Not to mention him, even a Type 4 divine warrior would definitely be blasted to pieces if they were trapped in this small space and it exploded. Jess coldly replied, Fine. I'll take my men and leave. The next time we meet, we'll be enemies. At this time, a soldier rushed in with excitement, shouting, Leader is back. The leader is back. He brought many planes with him. Liu Chen's eyes flashed with joy as he extended an invitation. Jess, the timing couldn't have been better. Since our leader is back, how about meeting him together with me? Our human race is truly too weak against the flesh-eaters. I don't want to be your enemy. This will just waste our human resources. Jess thought silently before replying, All right. There's no harm in seeing what this guy is made of anyway. Gong Fei spat out sarcastically, I just hope he's not some trash that hides behind a woman. Liu Chen glanced at Gong Fei indifferently without any intention to retort. Among the resistance, everyone knew that Gong Chang Tian had a stupid, useless, arrogant prick for a son. However, because Gong Chang Tian himself was too outstanding, his strength reaching a Type 4 divine warrior, together with his abilities, no one said anything. Aloya shot Gong Fei a cold look but didn't say anything. Everyone came outside only to be shocked beyond words by what they saw. In the skies there were over 100 planes, assault helicopters and large carriers. Just the planes alone had exceeded all that the entire resistance force had. When the large carrier descended, many RH-2S started to disembark, and the scene of hundreds of RH-2S stepping out was truly stunning. Did the leader obtain all these? truly amazing. Luo Chen could not help but be shocked by what he saw. He rubbed his eyes before looking towards the 200 over RH2S, and realized it was not an illusion. He could not help but become excited and muttered, "It truly is him. He's our savior. A miracle. This is great. How the hell is this possible? Are these real?" Even Aloya's mouth was agape with shock and disbelief. After all, the third branch of the Eastern Division only had 3 RH2S in the past. The entire Eastern Division only had 10 RH2S. If one added all the RH2S of the whole resistance, there were only 50 at most. However, right now Yu Zhong had brought back over 200, easily more than 5 times of what the resistance had. Impossible. How can they have this many RH2S? Impossible? Gong Fei's face was incredibly pale, and he muttered incoherently. If the 200 RH2S were to be in the soldiers under Luo Chen, then it could be said that Luo Chen's faction had already surpassed the entire resistance. This was something Gong Fei was unwilling to accept. Those soldiers beside Gong Fei were also pale, their expressions of disbelief. It was the first time they had seen 200 RH2S. Each move they made in tandem caused the entire ground to rumble, and the pressure was shocking. Jess looked at the scene in front of him and he was not any different as well, his expression turning as a few thoughts flashed in his mind. Yu Zhong leaped down from one of the RH2S, his face bearing a grin as he spoke. "Luo Chen, how is it? These are the new troops that I've obtained." Luo Chen bowed slightly. "It is an honor to serve you." Jess walked up to Yu Zhong and asked, "How do you do? I'm Jess." "Yu Zhong, can I see the god imprint on you?" Chapter 741, Important Meeting of the Council. Yu Zhong shot Jess a look before asking Luo Chen, "Who is this?" Luo Chen replied, "He is Jess, the chief of the Eastern Division, and my direct superior in the past." Jess looked at Yu Zhong with a burning look. "Yu Zhong, please let me see the god imprint. If it's real, I'm willing to serve you. Our entire Eastern Division would be yours to command." The prophecy had been circulating for hundreds of years. Many of the upper echelons of the resistance had never really placed any importance on it. There would be faithful and devout believers among the lower-rank subordinates. In the past, Jess did not believe as well. However, seeing the sheer amount of firepower that Yu Zhong casually brought back, he could not help but be filled with renewed hope. "All right." Yu Zhong thought for a while before removing his glove, revealing his god and devil imprint. Jess took a single look and his entire body trembled, his eyes flashing with wild joy. "It's true. It's true." Had Yu Zhong's display of strength been weak, even if he had the imprint, Jess would not believe him. However, Yu Zhong had single-handedly brought back over 200 RH2S, and with the imprint on him, Jess became more certain about it. He immediately got down on his knees, solemnly pledging, "Leader Yu Zhong, from now on, all of the Eastern Division is yours to command. I personally swear loyalty to you, and I will fight by your side until the end of my life." On this planet, the difference between the humans and Saints was too great. The Resistance simply had no way of facing the Saint clan in combat. Each time the Saint clan sent out their forces, many Resistance soldiers would perish. If it weren't for the Saint clan being too cruel to humans, the Resistance would have lost their numbers a long time ago. Since Jess had ascertained Yu Zhong's identity, he also decided to bet on Yu Zhong. There was no other way because according to the prophecy, once the gates of hell open, the entire planet would really be faced with Armageddon. If the human resistance failed, 70% of all humans would perish, and the future of humans would be even worse than currently. "We're willing to serve, leader." The Type 2 divine warriors beside Jess immediately got on their knees and swore loyalty as well, their eyes filled with respect and hope. Many of these low-level soldiers believed in the prophecy as it was a sign of hope. Seeing Jess confirmed Yu Zhong's status, they immediately became devoted believers. Gong Fei immediately shouted with an ugly expression, "Jess, are you betraying my father?" Yu Zhong looked at the arrogant and despotic Gong Fei and frowned. "Who is this?" Luo Chen replied, "He is Gong Changtian's son Gong Fei." He had already been conferred as the new head of third branch of the Eastern Division. He had come this time to claim authority. Yu Zhong waved his hands, "Lock him up." For soldiers swiftly went up and apprehended him. Gong Fei screamed loudly, "You guys dare treat me like this? Do you know who I am? I'm the only son of the person with the highest authority of the resistance." Gong Chang Tian. You guys dare to apprehend me? Do you not want your lives? Xiangma, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, looked at Gong Fei with disdain and asked loudly, "What a stupid fool. Yu Zhong, do you want me to take care of it?" Yu Zhong rejected, "It's okay. He still has some use." Xiangma was slightly impatient as he asked, "Since that's the case, let's not waste time here. I want to eat braised pig's trotters. Hurry and arrange for it." Shaxi also suddenly spoke up, "I want chocolate cake." Both of these Type 4 mutants had been living within the ruins ever since they gained intelligence. Since then they were interested towards the delicacies of the human race. However, it was impossible to obtain them within the ruins. Now that they were with human civilization, they quickly requested for it. Yu Zhong chuckled, "All right. Liu Chen, help me with this." Such matters were usually left to Liu Chen. Liu Chen looked at both Shaxi and Xiangma with a little surprise, before quickly leaving to arrange, "Yes." Liu Chen could tell that Shaxi and Xiangma were both extraordinary from Yu Zhong's attitude towards them and quickly brought the two dishes to them. "Delicious. Oh my goodness, this is every better than white prawns. Coming here was the right decision. This braised pig's trotters can live up to its name. Delicious." Xiangma continued to grab pieces and gobbled them up like a wolf. On the other side, Shaxi continued to scoop small spoonfuls of chocolate cake into her mouth like an elegant, upper-class lady, revealing expressions of bliss. It was her first time tasting dessert. Yu Zhong saw that they were both contented and quickly turned to look around. Currently, there were a dozen people seated around him, and they were the highest in command in the base. Yu Zhong began to update them on the water source and the matters of the past. When he was done, a wave of discussion began to break out. A water source with low radiation was practically a treasure source. Just selling the water would net them a fortune. Furthermore, they could grow agriculture and solve some food issues. On this planet, almost all cities were built around a water source, which showed the preciousness of water. Due to the extreme danger of the ancient ruins, few dared to even venture deep inside it. However, under Yu Zhong's strong influence, he managed to get them to go ahead with the move. There would only be a few subordinates left at this current base in order to maintain contact and act as a link between the intended base within the ancient ruins and the outside world. The base could even act as a storage facility and hangar for the RH-2S. As they began to busy themselves with the preparation, after a week, almost everyone had left the base, entering the ancient ruins, starting the construction of their new base. Jess came up to Yu Zhong. Leader Gong Chang Tian had just issued an order, summoning all the chiefs of the 4 divisions to head back to the headquarters in 2 weeks' time for an important meeting with the council. I hope that you can join me on this trip, to announce your status and gain control over the entire resistance. Yu Zhong groaned and asked, "Jess, in your opinion, how many would support me once I announce it publicly?" The taste of power was incredibly enticing, and most who had tasted were reluctant to give up their authority. Even someone like Jess, who worked single-mindedly for the resistance, was not willing to believe Yu Zhong at the start. Jess replied seriously, 30% with my support, there should be at least 30% of them who would support you. As for the rest, I reckon that we would have to put in some effort to win them over. The combat strength of the resistance is truly not strong enough, incomparable with the might you already have on hand. However, the resistance covers the entire globe, there are people everywhere. We are able to obtain all sorts of information, and intelligence is a form of strength. Leader, right now we possess military might but are lacking in the intelligence department. If we can gain control of the resistance, we will have the network at our fingertips. He then continued to explain the importance of the meeting. This time, all of the high-ranking command and officials will be there. As long as you reveal your status and allow the matter to spread, even if not all of them support, there will be people who will come and submit to you. After all, while few in command believe in the prophecy, many of the subordinates do. And they are the ones we truly need. With them we will have eyes and ears everywhere. Yu Zhong pondered before a resolute look flashed in his eyes. Okay. I'll go with you. The resistance army could survive in this cruel world, was because they had plenty of eyes and ears everywhere. Due to the Saint clan toying with the humans, treating them as food, humiliating them, there was naturally a lot of hate. While many humans could not join the resistance personally, they could provide all sorts of intelligence and information. Due to this, the resistance had managed to hang on for so long. Otherwise, just a few dozen Type 4 divine warriors of the Saint clan could flatten the entire resistance. Yu Zhong gained control of a large number of RH2 with the help of Bai Yi. His troops had increased in strength, and it was now possible to even contend with the Type 4 divine warriors. However, he was truly lacking in information. With Jess's support, the Eastern Division had joined him, helping to alleviate this aspect slightly. However, compared to the whole resistance, it was still far from equal. After making the decision, Yu Zhong decided to make his preparations. Bai Yi also created a clone of herself within the new base, which had her computing powers, automatically controlling the RH2s to fight and defend if they had to. At the same time, her clone could control some of the RH2s to patrol around the camp, hunt mutant beasts, turning those unfortunate beasts into food for the humans. Between the two Type 4 mutants, Xiangma loved his food, thus he stayed in camp. Shaxi chose to travel by Yu Zhong's side, due to her interest and curiosity towards the human world. Chapter 742, Qing'er City. Qing'er City was a middle-tier city, with an abundance of beautiful girls. Every year there would be many beauties traded here. At the same time, there were plenty of prostitution dens and many of the ladies would compete to get customers. It was truly an interesting sight. A small vehicle fleet with plenty of goods was making its way from the barren wilderness. After paying the entrance tax, they managed to enter the city. This was precisely Yu Zhong's group. This time, Yu Zhong had only brought Lisa, Shaxi, Jess and a dozen Type 2 divine warriors to join him for the meeting. They formed a small group and managed to infiltrate the city. The reason why the Saint clan had not wiped out all humans yet was that the humans could provide food and exceptional service. They even encouraged trade and merchant services. In order to survive in this cruel world, humans had formed merchant groups of different sizes, traveling from town to town, cities to cities, all in the bid to exchange and trade goods so that they might get the favor of the Saint clan. Master, come here for a good time, just a 100 eagle yuan, and you can do me however you like. Master, come over here. For just 300 eagle yuan, I can promise you an amazing time. Sir, we have a new batch just in. She's just 10 and is truly an unpopped cherry. The moment Yu Zhong's group entered the city, there were countless brazen women who swarmed over, trying their best to attract them and soliciting. Furthermore, this was in broad daylight. Yu Zhong and his men were all equipped with powerful firearms, and their training caused them to have a certain bearing. Such people were usually assumed to be rich, thus many of the women on the streets immediately swarmed over based on their experience. Jess frowned and shot one of the soldiers a look. The burly soldier, built like a bear, immediately barked out gruffly, "Make way!" With such a voice, the women immediately scattered like birds. After all, Qing'er City was lawless as well. These women had no background whatsoever. Should they be beaten up, no one would entertain their complaints. One of the soldiers chuckled towards Yu Zhong, "These are just riffraff, not many of them are decent. Leader, if you are really in need, there's a more decent district inside. There are plenty of women there." Qing'er City is famed for its beauties, especially the 4 well-known brothels: Heavenly Scent Pavilion, Red Jade Pavilion, Clear Wave Pavilion and Mild Night Pavilion. These 4 would promote their top beauties every 3 years, and each generation of beauties are truly exceptional. If I'm not wrong, tonight should be the release of the new generation of beauties. It would be an amazing sight to behold. Every time the festival happens, many people would swarm over to spectate. Oh, for real? Yu Zhong could not help but become interested. He looked around and noticed that there were many burly and ferocious-looking men walking about the streets. Each of them had intimidating auras and had guns on their backs. They were either mercenaries or experts. Such men were present in every city, but Qing'er City had more than usual numbers. At the same time, behind Yu Zhong's group, there were more merchant groups entering the city. Do pardon us, our inn is full. Yu Zhong and his people were trying to find an inn to stay. However, it seemed like even after they had almost swept through the entire city, all the inns seemed to be occupied. There was no place to stay. Yu Zhong pulled out a 100 eagle yuan and handed it to a waitress. "Miss, is there anywhere else that can accommodate people?" The waitress received the eagle yuan with a bright smile. "Sir, our place might be full, but the 4 pavilions would definitely have space. If you really do need a place to stay, you can consider those 4. However, the price may be steep. One night at the very least would require 5,000 eagle yuan." After that waitress left, Yu Zhong sighed. "Seems like there's no choice, let's spend the night at Heavenly Scent Pavilion then." The soldiers immediately erupted in cheers. Leader is wise. The beauties of Heavenly Sent Pavilion were renowned, however, since most of the resistance soldiers were poor folks, many lacked the qualifications to even see those beauties. Now that they were about to stay at such a place, they could not help but be excited. Lisa eyed them with disdain and snorted, "Humph! Men are not any good creatures." Jess's face suddenly fell as he roared, "Watch out! Dodge!" Everyone immediately ducked to the sides of the street. At this time, 20 men in black clothes atop mutant black horned horses charged through the city. Those people who were not able to evade in time were sent flying through the air when slammed by the horses. Those riders also pulled out their weapons and fired casually while laughing with disdain. The moment those black-clothed riders appeared, everyone's faces fell as they hurried out of the way, not daring to meet the eyes of the riders. Yu Zhong watched this scene with an ugly expression. Jess came up to Yu Zhong and said, "They're from the Saint clan. In their eyes, we humans are no different from pigs or dogs. They would kill as they like. In front of them we have no dignity whatsoever. Because of this, we have countless people who are willing to resist them. However, our strength is truly laughable when compared to them." Yu Zhong nodded slightly as he looked at the group of men, his eyes flashing with a frosty chill. As the group was about to ride further into the city, the leader who had 3 suns on his collar swept his gaze over Yu Zhong's group, and when he saw Shaxi, his eyes brightened as he ordered, "Go check out these people, I want to know where they are staying tonight." The rider who was given the order had 2 stars on his collar. He looked towards Yu Zhong's side and responded loudly, "Yes, Lord Carl." Carl smiled in satisfaction and continued to ride in. The city lord of Qing'er City, a Type 3 divine warrior named Greto, came up to welcome Carl. "Carl, my dear friend, what brings you here?" Carl chuckled, "Greto, tonight I'm intending to hunt here." The look on Greto's face turned slightly cold. "What? Hunting game? Carl, are you intending to hunt in the special mansion?" Carl continued without skipping a beat, "No. I want to hunt in the whole of Qing'er City." Greto immediately shot him down with an ugly look. "No. This will spoil the reputation of my Qing'er City. I can't allow you to do that." The hunting game they were referring to represented a city lockdown, where the Saint clan would then begin to hunt the humans brazenly and wildly, killing and consuming them. Many Saint clan members loved to take part in such cruel games. Some of them would organize such hunting parties in their own cities, preying on the humans, reveling in the despair and struggles of the humans. Greto had commissioned a special mansion specifically for such hunting parties. Although Greto was just like any other Saint clan and did not view humans with respect, he still wanted Qing'er City to prosper, not a lawless ghost town. He was willing to let Carl hunt hundreds or at most a few thousand. However, if Carl wanted to do so within the entire city, it would definitely bring the city down. Carl laughed with self-confidence. "Greto, my dear friend, you will definitely promise me. Because I have already completed my mission, as long as you allow me to have a hunting party in this city, I will definitely give you credit for the mission completion." Greto's eyes flashed with disbelief. "Completed your mission? You mean, you have already found the thing? Is it for real?" Carl chuckled, "Definitely. As long as we hand it over to the capital, we will all be promoted, who knows, we might even become Type 4 divine warriors with their support. What's a mere Qing'er City compared to that?" Greto sucked in a deep breath and his eyes flashed with a burning gaze. "Okay. I promise you, tonight when the flower competition of the 4 brothels is underway, we will begin the hunting party." Carl laughed out manically, his claws directly piercing into the heart of a beautiful female servant beside him, digging it out and chomping on it with a savage, blood expression. "Floral competition. Awesome. The very thought of tearing apart those beauties the moment they get displayed really sets my blood on fire. Ha ha ha." Greto also laughed out loud. "Ha ha. Hunting party in Qing'er City, eh? I'm looking forward to it." Heavenly Sent Pavilion was one of the top 4 brothels in Qing'er City. Its design and construction were extremely luxurious and alluring, surpassing even the best 5-star hotels on Earth. The entire area in front of the front doors was already made out of countless pieces of white jade, and the numerous glamorous buildings around it. Many beautiful girls with voluptuous figures stood in front of the entrance, and the moment they saw Yu Zhong's group approaching, they began to kneel and exclaim out, "Welcome home, master." Yu Zhong's heart was slightly stirred when he saw this. These beauties were comparable, if not better than the top beauties back on Earth, but under the teachings of Heavenly Sent Pavilion, they had no self-dignity and were willing to prostrate themselves. Chapter 743, Qing'er. The soldiers following behind Yu Zhong were elite soldiers, but they were also mesmerized by the sight before them, their eyes unable to tear away from the girls. A charming lady of about 30 with a hotel uniform and an amazing figure stepped out, smiling at Yu Zhong. "How do you do? I'm the manager Mandy Zhang, can I help you?" "Accommodation." Yu Zhong replied courteously as well, asking, "May I ask who is the top courtesan of your esteemed Heavenly Sent Pavilion?" The rest of the soldiers also quickly looked towards Mandy with curiosity. "Umph." Lisa could not help but snort when she heard the question, her heart feeling sour. She had always enjoyed the adoration of the resistance soldiers, but now, just the name of an unknown courtesan had totally outshone her. Shaxi was impassive as she stood beside Yu Zhong, looking around at everything with interest. She had chosen to follow Yu Zhong precisely to learn about the luxury of human civilization. It was a first for her to see such beautiful and elegant buildings. Mandy continued to wear her charming smile. "May I ask your name, young master?" Yu Zhong replied, "My surname is Yu." Mandy laughed coyly, "So it's young master Yu. Today our top courtesan Qing'er would be presenting a song inside Heavenly Sent Pavilion. However, as it's a special program, in order to watch it, everyone would have to pay 10,000 eagle yuan first." The moment her words fell, the soldiers all had huge changes in their expressions. Finding a woman to sleep with would cost at most 400 to 500 eagle yuan elsewhere, but just listening to this Qing'er play would require 10,000 eagle yuan. This was worse than robbery. Yu Zhong waved his hands without caring. "No problem. Jess, you handle the payment." Yu Zhong had obtained a huge amount of eagle yuan since gaining the Eastern Division, and on this trip for the meeting, he had brought along 100 million eagle yuan. Jess quietly retrieved a suitcase, and took out 14 stacks of eagle yuan to hand to Mandy Zhang. She looked at them, her eyes gleaming with delight, and immediately gestured for them to follow her. "Please come with me." Lisa looked at how Yu Zhong casually handed 140,000 over to Mandy Zhang, and her heart felt a stab of pain over his spending as she muttered, "What a spendthrift." In the past, Lisa was one of the top fighters of the resistance, yet her monthly pay was merely about 3,000 eagle yuan or so. Now Yu Zhong's casual expenditure was more than a few years' worth of her income, causing her to be incredibly envious. Under her lead, Yu Zhong and the rest went into a small stadium within the Heavenly Sent Pavilion that was set up for a small-scale concert. At this time the entire place was packed with men, most of them guarded by security. Many of them even had their arms around beautiful women. It was evident that these were rich men who could afford to spend. Yu Zhong estimated that there were over 300 men here. Just based on this number, the earnings of Heavenly Sent Pavilion for today had exceeded 3 million. The moment their group entered the stadium, a lot of gazes fell upon them. There were many who had security details, that contained at most 2 or 4 bodyguards. Yu Zhong had a dozen soldiers. Mandy Zhang continued to lead their group towards one of the front seats, saying, "Young Master Yu, please have a seat." Yu Zhong did not stand on ceremony as he sat down. With a wave of Mandy's hands, a dozen of women in cool clothing appeared, providing various services. "Young Master Zhao, previously the top courtesan Zhang Shueli, it was you who managed to win her over, how was it?" Not far from Yu Zhong, a dozen young men in casual wear were crowded around a young and fat man whose looks were ordinary. That person called young Master Zhao chuckled out with pride. Of course it was amazing. She truly lived up to her status as the top courtesan. Everything from top to bottom was quality. I had so much fun with her for an entire 3 days. Cost me a bomb though, almost 10 million eagle yuan. Even so, it was truly fucking worth it. 10 million. Holy shit. Young Master Zhao, you're so generous? I guess only young Master Zhao could truly afford to toy with such a beauty. Sounds of gasps and adoration traveled from around him, causing young Master Zhao to feel even more proud of himself. Young Master Zhao laughed smugly. This time, this young master, I must definitely get Qing'er. Hopefully she doesn't let me down. When I help her pop her cherry, I will package her up for you guys to have some fun. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Wishing young Master Zhao success later on. The waves of flattery and fawning began, causing young Master Zhao to feel elated. Lisa could not help but curse in a low voice, "Despicable." As a woman, Lisa saw how this young Master Zhao was viewing the women of Heavenly Sent Pavilion, and could not help but be furious. Lisa's words were soft, but that young Master Zhao's ears were extremely sensitive. He turned around and almost instantly caught sight of Shaxi, who was digging into her dessert. His eyes brightened up as he quickly came up to Yu Zhong. "Hey brother, how much for the 2 women? I will use 10 of my beauties and 4 million yuan in exchange for the 2 by your side, how about that?" Yu Zhong glanced at him coldly and his killing intent billowed out, "Scram." Enveloped by that killing intent, young Master Zhao's face instantly turned pale. As he retreated a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. His 4 guards of Type 2 Divine Warrior strength came rushing over, staring at Yu Zhong. Jess immediately stood up, staring coldly at the 4 guards. The 10 soldiers also stood up immediately, stepping forwards to flank Jess, each of them eyeing the 4 Type 2 Divine Warriors coldly. The group of young men who were with young Master Zhao also came over, their own bodyguards covering them, fixing their cold gazes upon Jess and his subordinates. The atmosphere had turned tense in a second, and it seemed that it would erupt any instant. Mandy Zhang immediately came over with her alluring scent, smiling sweetly. "Young Master Yu, young Master Zhao, everyone came here for entertainment, not a fight. Please give me some face and let's forget about this, shall we? This Heavenly Sent Pavilion is the business of the Saint Clan, it's not too good to cause trouble here." When young Master Zhao heard this, his face fell as he coldly stared at Yu Zhong. "Mandy sis, on account of you, I'll let this slide. Let's go." This young Master Zhao might be rich, but even so, he was still a lowly human in the eyes of the Saint Clan. If they caused too much trouble here, he would be captured and fed to the dogs. Because of the backing of the Saint Clan, Heavenly Sent Pavilion could become one of the 4 top brothels in Qing'er city, with no one daring to cause a commotion. The moment he left, the rest of his followers also quickly headed back to their seats. After everything calmed down, the lights suddenly dimmed as bright lights shone on the stage. Fog began to rise as a huge jade plate began to swivel up from the stage. 8 beautiful women wrapped in white silk were surrounding an incredibly stunning beauty whose figure could only be surpassed by her looks. Her features were the epitome of flawless beauty, yet they had a hint of innocence to them. The moment she appeared, almost every man in the audience held their breath, their eyes riveted by her beauty. The 8 other girls besides the main lady were all beautiful, however, when compared to the stunning young woman, they were reduced to being decorations. She just sat quietly on the white jade platform, exuding an extremely alluring yet pitiful demeanor. Even Lisa, who was good-looking in her own right, could not help but exclaim, "What a beautiful girl." Young Master Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air, becoming extremely excited. Good. 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 She's 10 times more enticing than Zhang Shueli. I must have her. Her virginity is definitely mine. Yu Zhong had seen his fair share of beauties, but even his eyes brightened as he praised, "Beautiful." This Qing'er was not only flawless in her beauty, but the very aura she was exuding caused one to want to protect her. On the stage, Qing'er's lips opened slightly, and an incredible voice sounded from her lips, floating throughout the stadium. Her voice had a mesmerizing quality to it. The moment it sounded, all noise seemed to stop, leaving only her lonely voice. Everyone was enraptured by her singing, listening to it quietly. Even the lustful young Master Zhao, whose eyes were filled with a perverse light, had an intoxicated expression as he listened to the singing wholeheartedly, forgetting himself for a moment. Yu Zhong was not learned towards music, but he also closed his eyes while immersed in the song, the pressure on his shoulders since coming here slowly easing and disappearing with the ethereal quality of her voice. When she closed her mouth, the wondrous music came to a stop. Qing'er. One more. Encore. Qing'er, I love you. One more song. Qing'er. The deafening applause and roars erupted almost instantly. Every single young master seemed to be overcome with a wild, passionate adoration and seemed to have forgotten their bearings. Young Master Zhao seemed to stare and mutter non-stop, "Mine. She's mine. I must definitely get her." Facing the cheers and noise for her, Qing'er smiled sweetly and bowed, before heading down the stage demurely, disappearing from everyone's view. Chapter 744, Liu Yi Chen. The moment Qing'er left the stage, everyone felt a deep sense of loss. Mandy Zhang appeared on the stage with a slight smile as she spoke. Qing'er had already sung a song for everybody. If it was to everyone's liking, we hope that everyone will help us out at the Courtesan competition later, and help Qing'er to clinch the top position. If she can claim that glory, the one who helped the most would become Qing'er's first man. Mandy sis, rest assured. This time I brought plenty of eagle yuan. I'll definitely push Qing'er to be number one. This time, the Courtesan champion position would definitely go to Qing'er. Ouyang Shun promised to buy 100 flowers for Qing'er. Below, many of the young masters began to express their promises and guarantees, causing Mandy Zhang's smile to be even more radiant. Inside one of the changing rooms, Qing'er was quietly removing her makeup. There was none of the joy that came with rousing an entire crowd and having won over the hearts of countless men. There was a 13 or 14-year-old girl beside her, who was dressed in a leather skirt that could not cover her underwear, her full peaks covered in a thin leather bra. This girl was beautiful as well, and her skin fair as snow, and she was asking Qing'er with a confused expression, "Miss, all those men out there have been mesmerized by you. With their help tonight, you will definitely be crowned the top courtesan. This is the dream of so many of us here at Qingzhang City. You're almost there, why are you so unhappy?" Qing'er sighed in response, "Courtesan champion. What good is that? Isn't that still a toy for men? There's no way to change our fate." Big sis Shueli had been the champion previously, but her outcome was still so pitiful. "If I could choose, I'd rather not be the champion." The previous champion Zhang Shueli had to serve too many customers, and due to that her body had been broken, and she disappeared mysteriously from Heavenly Scent Pavilion. All the women in Heavenly Scent Pavilion did not know where Zhang Shueli went. However, they were filled with suspicion and fear. However, they had no choice. From the day they entered the pavilion, if no one bought them, they were doomed to be in this line till death. If anyone dared to run, once caught, they would become food for the Saint clan. All the women had seen the consequence of becoming food for the Saint clan. Each time they were reminded of how their close sister had been eaten alive, they dared not even harbor the thought of running. The young girl in leather fell silent before continuing, "Miss, becoming a floral champion is really not too bad. Miss Hongwu and Miss XN Ran are all eyeing your position." Qing'er sighed once more when she heard it, her beautiful brows furrowing. The scene would have caused anyone's heart to be moved. Although Qing'er was reluctant to be the courtesan champion, she had no choice. Once she was crowned that, she could at least lead a decent lifestyle for a while. Her safety in life would at least be guaranteed before she lost her value. In this Heavenly Scent Pavilion from time to time, there would be women who would disappear for no reason. Many had guessed that some had caught the eyes of some Saint clan members and became food for them. "If only someone would save me from here. If that person could save me, then even if I have to become his woman, I'll be willing." Qing'er stared at her own reflection as she thought to herself. Qing'er just wanted to get out of this hell that seemed beautiful only on the surface. As night fell, the streets became busier with bustling activity. Many had walked out of the hotels or inns they were staying in, forming a huge sea of humans that made its way towards the main grounds where the competition was held. This area was called the Clear Moon Grounds, where the courtesan competition was held each time. It could accommodate about 100,000 people. Soon the grounds were filled with people. Yu Zhong and the rest of the guests who were deemed VIPs were also seated near to the platform. Only those with money could affect the outcome of the competition, thus they were seated in front. The rest were usually reduced to just spectating. After two MCs came upstage to give short announcements, the competition started. A number of beautiful young women came up to dance on stage, performing songs, exhibiting their charms and talents, accentuating their beauty. These women all knew that there was a chance to become recognized as top-quality women, and wanted to make use of the chance to promote themselves. The men began to call out audaciously, while some began to offer flowers. Each flower would cost 1,000 eagle yuan, and the one who gave the most would become the first man of that beautiful girl. As for the top 4 courtesans, they were not ordinary existences. Thus, of these beauties that came up first, many who knew they had no chance with the top courtesans chose to settle for these other beautiful women. Each time a girl finished her performance, the grounds would break out in applause, before loud voices of bidding would resound. Countless men would start purchasing flowers to gift to the women, and the atmosphere was truly exciting. For the sake of obtaining a beauty's virginity, some men were willing to offer a few hundred flowers. Within a box up in the sky above the grounds, Carl was holding a glass of blood from a virgin girl as he looked down and smirked coldly. What a bunch of stupid fools. In one corner of the box, there was a beautiful, blonde girl who was tied up, her face contorted in pain as she struggled. One Saint Clan member was in front of him holding a syringe, drawing out the blood from her without stopping. Greto was also holding a glass of the virgin's blood as he chuckled, "Yeah. Once they have bid successfully for the girl, let us swoop down and crush their hopes. The moment where they thought they had won only to be taken away, is truly amazing." Greto had acted in the best interests of Qing'er City for hundreds of years. The moment he thought of the possibility of his contributions being recognized and reaching the strength of a Type 4 divine warrior, his blood started to pump with excitement. He almost wanted to rip apart the beautiful girl in front of him, digging out her heart and watch her despair as he ate it in front of her. Are the 4 top courtesans finally out? Right at this time, there were resounding cheers from below, causing even Carl to gaze down. Liu Yi Chen. Liu Yi Chen. Amidst the loud cheers, a 1.7 tall lady with a head full of lush, blue hair like the sea, a pair of eyes that sparkled like gems, a slim waist and round posterior, together with a pair of full peaks that threatened to burst out of their clothes, appeared. She was wearing red leather clothes, wielding a whip in her hand. Her features were extraordinary, as sharp as a knife, while her expression was lofty and proud. She stepped out with an enticing gait, sashaying towards the central part of the stage before whipping harshly, her strength exploding out, causing the ground to crack slightly. This insanely attractive and hot woman was actually a Type 2 divine warrior. She shot the men an arrogant look as she barked out like a dominating queen, "Come! You pathetic commoners, come dance with this queen." After that, she began to get into a sexy gyrating dance. Her dance was full of allure and elegance, flirtatious yet arrogant, coquettish and provocative at the same time. Watching her dance, almost all the men lost it. Their hearts were ablaze with a powerful passion, as though they could rush up to the stage to force her under themselves, using the most brutal and violent method to dominate her into submission. Young Master Zhao stared until his eyes were about to drop out. What a sexy queen! Too beautiful. I want her so badly. This is great. This time the competition is truly amazing. The previous competition cannot even compare. The other followers of his also stared with their throats dry, their members turning hard. Carl eyed Liu Yi Chen's dance with his eyes ablaze as he licked his lips. Not bad. This woman is not bad. Greto, she's mine. This is a woman that really piques my interest. When I'm done fucking her, I'll eat her heart. That would be the epitome of pleasure. Greto chuckled with a hint of regret. Since you like her, she's yours. Greto was also somewhat appreciative of Liu Yi Chen. However, compared to power, a woman was not considered anything. When that dance was over, Liu Yi Chen was drenched in perspiration as she continued to look down at the audience, barking, "Come on! Pathetic commoners. Do you want my body? Do you want me to kneel down and call you master? Do you want to whip me with this? Only if you have the capability to crown me as the courtesan champion, I will be able to fulfill your most shameless and sickest desires. Come on. Buy them fucking flowers for me. I want to gift 30 flowers to Liu Yi Chen. 3,000. I want to gift 3,000. The moment the bid started, the numbers instantly jumped to 3,000, that was a whopping 3 million eagle yuan. 4,000 flowers, I'll bid 4,000. 4,200, I will present those 4,200 to Liu Yi Chen. 5,000. I bid 5,000. 8,000, let me gift 8,000 to Miss Liu Yi Chen. One voice suddenly rang out, instantly suppressing the voices of everyone else. All the men fell silent. Even the champion of the previous competition had only managed to reach 5,000 flowers. Someone actually gave 8,000 here, instantly silencing everyone. Young Master Zhao had spent 10 million just to bag the previous champion and toyed with her for 3 days, not just one. Spending 8 million just to spend a night with a woman was practically madness. All the gazes fell upon the direction of the voice, noticing that it was Yu Zhong. Liu Yi Chen highest bid 8,000. The voices of the MCs rang out. Tonight I'm yours. Liu Yi Chen threw her whip into Yu Zhong's hands, before departing the stage in a haughty manner. Many men stared at Yu Zhong with gazes full of jealousy. Chapter 745. Courtesan Competition. Yu Zhong remained unfazed as he took in the envious gazes. Young Master Zhao's countenance turned ugly as he shot Yu Zhong an ugly look. Damn it! Liu Yi Chen was an absolute beauty that did not lose out to Qing'er at all. To some men her allure was even stronger than Qing'er. Young Master Zhao was also set to obtain this woman. He had been the one to bid 5,000 flowers. Who knew Yu Zhong would throw a wrench into his plans, causing him to be furious. Although young Master Zhao was wealthy, he was reluctant to spend over 20 million on a woman. His family dabbled in business, but there was a limit to how much cash flow they had. Lisa gritted her teeth and asked Yu Zhong, "This time we only brought 10 million, you already spent 8 million on a single woman. Aren't you too much?" Yu Zhong did not mind as he replied, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Jess, who was sitting beside Yu Zhong, arched his brows before settling back down. He believed in the prophecy and was naturally a devout follower of Yu Zhong. In terms of wealth, a single RH2 was already worth more than 100 million, with over 200 RH2s, Yu Zhong could sell any and still afford to spend like a king. Suddenly the stage started to be covered with smog, and when the smoke dispersed, a lady with a head of blonde hair, her figure explosively sexy, appeared with a piano while dressed in a white nightgown. "Ibis. Ibis, I love you." The entire stage erupted in excited cheers once again. The blonde lady on stage had an incredibly gentle demeanor to her, and she was the epitome of tenderness. She broke out in a sweet smile before sitting herself in front of the piano, and her slim fingers began to dance all over the piano. The melodious sounds of the keys floated throughout the entire stadium. The moment Ibis played, even an uncouth person like Yu Zhong felt enthralled. However, the playing was just slightly lacking in terms of that mesmerizing quality about Qing'er's voice. While the tender and gentle quality of Ibis might make her a goddess among ordinary women, compared to even the proud Queen Liu Yi Chen, she was also somewhat lacking. After the song was over, the grounds began to roar out with calls of offers. "I want to gift 500 flowers to Miss Ibis. 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. Although the numbers of the flowers were over 1,000, more than what most of the rest of the courtesans could command, it was starting to stagnate at 1,800. 3,000. At this time the voice of young Master Zhao rang out. All the voices stopped as gazes fell upon him, giving him a sense of smugness. Ibis was also a beauty. As long as he could obtain her, he would have gained face. The envious gazes of the rest also gave him a sense of accomplishment. At this time, a handsome young man seated at the Clear Wave Pavilion side chuckled, "I will gift 4,000 flowers to Miss Ibis." Ibis was from the Clear Wave Pavilion, and there were plenty of men there that preferred her type. The moment this figure came out, no one wanted to call out any more. After all, it was 4 million for a woman, it simply was not worth that expenditure. The eyes of Ibis flashed with a down look before she revealed a smile towards that handsome man. The handsome man also nodded towards her with a proud look. Young Master Zhao's countenance alternated between green and white. Just like this, the 3,000 flowers he had given was wasted, and it was like a resounding slap in his face. 5,000 flowers. At this moment, when everyone thought that things were settled, Yu Zhong's indifferent voice rang out. The face of the handsome man from Clear Wave Pavilion immediately turned rigid, as his expression turned incredibly dark, eyeing Yu Zhong coldly. Ibis also looked at Yu Zhong curiously before she smiled sweetly. After all, this man might very well be her first man. Ibis, Qing'er, and Liu Yi Chen were all top beauties. Be it in terms of their looks, their talents or their figures, they were truly incredible. However, in this Qingzhang city they were just toys and would be toyed with till their bodies broke. Young Master Zhao's gaze was positively livid as he looked at Yu Zhong, as well as a hint of wariness. A person who was willing to spend so much like this was truly not ordinary. Lisa was slightly pale as she stammered, "Where are we going to get that cash?" Yu Zhong pulled out a gold card. Lisa's face immediately turned as she went closer to his ear. "That's the reserves of our third branch of the Eastern Division. Are you crazy?" Yu Zhong replied, "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Yu Zhong had been a poor bloke prior to the apocalypse. Since he came here and obtained a large sum of money, he did not mind using the cash to slap the faces of those he disliked. Ibis, highest bid at 5,000. The voice of the MC rang out. Ibis smiled warmly at Yu Zhong before retreating back from the stage. Smoke rose once more, and this time a young girl of about 1.36 came out. She had an impressive C-cup bust, her waist slim, and her clothing seemed barely able to cover the important areas. Her looks were rebellious, looking like a teenager that had bad influences. Annie? That's great. Annie, you're the best. Seeing the little girl, there were cheers erupting everywhere again. Annie was the top beauty of Mild Night Pavilion. She was born with a petite frame and in smoking hot bod. Coupled with her incredible skin and exquisite features, it gave her an innocent and frail, yet sexy and naive at the same time. She looked like the perfect mix of an angel and devil. Annie smiled wide as she waved her hands. Hello everybody. I'm Annie. Annie will cheer on everyone here, so I hope that all you big brothers and uncles out there will gift Annie with more flowers. Oh. Annie. I love you. The calls got louder and wilder, the atmosphere incredibly lively. Annie chuckled and pulled out a microphone as she began to sing. Her voice was like that of the yellow warbler, and while her melodious voice rang out, she began twisting and dancing, shaking that voluptuous body of hers, giving off a sensual yet electrifying performance. Her performance was extremely outstanding, where even the idols of Earth would find hard to match. The moment it ended, deafening applause broke out everywhere. 1,000 flowers. 1,500. 2,000. From the area of the Mild Night Pavilion, the crazy sounds of competition rang out. Young Master Zhao looked at Annie with lust, but he did not dare call out any price again. He had already given out a large number of flowers to no avail, and he did not want to waste any on her. 4,000. Just as many of the men were calling out their prices, Yu Zhong's voice rang out yet again, causing every other bid to cease, while their gazes fell upon Yu Zhong. If looks could kill, Yu Zhong would have been dead many times over. The moment Yu Zhong called out, the rest shut up. No one wanted to compete with him. Annie highest bid 4,000 flowers. The MC's voice rang out once more. Annie blew a kiss towards Yu Zhong and chuckled, "Big brother, thank you." After that, she quickly bounced off the stage. Not long after that, the familiar smoke shrouded the stage once more, and this time Qing'er appeared in front of everybody slowly, dressed in a white dress. Qing'er. The moment she appeared, those from the heavenly sent pavilion that had heard her sing immediately roared with adoration and excitement. That young Master Zhao was also agitated to the point his body trembled. Qing'er immediately opened her lips when she appeared, and that mesmerizing and enchanting voice resounded. Within 5 seconds the entire place was deathly silent, leaving only her magical voice. Under her charm, everyone felt their stress and anger subside, replaced by a sense of peace. This woman, I definitely must have her. Up in the box, Carl's eyes were fixed on Qing'er, his eyes filled with greed as he spoke harshly. Her voice was wondrous, even to a member of the Saint clan, on par with the excitement during the slaughter of a human. Greto looked at Qing'er with heartache as he gritted his teeth in response. Fine. When her voice subsided, the grounds were still peaceful for a lingering 3 seconds, before it erupted in an explosion of applause and cheers. Many men, regardless of where they were from, stared at Qing'er with greed and obsession. Qing'er's features were out of the world, and her demeanor was incredibly elegant. Her voice was amazing, and she was truly a rare gem even amongst the wide throngs of beauties in Qingzhang City. One man who was seated at Mild Night Pavilion's area had a passionate look in his eyes. I will gift 4,000 flowers to Miss Qing'er. The handsome young man who had fought with young Master Zhao for Ibis also called out, his eyes full of fanaticism and adoration. I'm gifting Miss Qing'er 7,000. Young Master's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed out somewhat, 10,000. I will gift 10,000. Chapter 746, Hunting Party. The moment young Master Zhao shouted that number, the whole arena quietened down. 10,000 flowers were worth 10 million eagle yuan. It wasn't something anyone could just pull out. Even if they did, few would do so just for a night for a woman. After all, the previous Courtesan champion had only gained at most 4,000 flowers in the previous competition. Right as young Master Zhao's bloodshot eyes were staring fixedly at Qing'er, Yu Zhong's bored voice sounded beside him, 20,000 flowers. As his voice resounded, everyone's gaze riveted towards him. By now, all the gazes were either filled with envy, jealousy, wariness and even anger. If he really won, then all the 4 top courtesans would belong to him alone for one night. Young Master Zhao fixed his gaze on Yu Zhong, his breathing becoming rapid. He seemed to have an internal battle before roaring out like an injured beast, 21,000 flowers. Spending 20 million on the virginity of a girl, this was a first for young Master Zhao. However, no matter what, he was determined to obtain Qing'er. Yu Zhong muttered indifferently, 30,000 flowers. When young Master Zhao heard Yu Zhong's voice, he felt his chest tighten and he almost threw up blood. He stood up and barked loudly, "Are you intending to fight me till the end?" Yu Zhong shot him a disdainful glance, his words dripping with sarcasm, "Pauper. If you can't afford it, just scram." Young Master Zhao was angered to the point that he spat out blood, his eyes bloodshot as he lashed out savagely, "It's still not certain who the pauper is. I'll give Miss Qing'er 50,000 flowers. If you have the capability, you can gift her 60,000. Hearing his words, everyone was truly silent, staring at young Master Zhao with shock and disbelief. 50,000 flowers, that was 50 million, even to a rich family that was no small sum. Many of the businessmen only had liquid cash, about 200 million at most. This young punk was actually willing to hand over 50 million for one night with a virgin. That was truly shocking. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, 100,000 flowers. I can gift Miss Qing'er with 100,000 flowers. Yu Zhong's words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into young Master Zhao's heart, causing him to go pale as he slumped into his seat and muttered, "Crazy. This guy is crazy. He actually got 100 million to buy a girl's virginity, he's mad. 100,000 flowers. He actually offered 100,000 flowers. What the fuck? Is he that rich?" The people in the entire stadium began to break out in their own discussions, many sighing with disbelief. Even Qing'er herself could not help but glance at this young playboy in her eyes. 100,000 flowers were equivalent to a 100 million, there had never been a courtesan champion that commanded such a figure in the history of Qing'er City before. Right at this moment, the excited voice of the MC resounded, "Qing'er highest bid 100,000 flowers. The champion of this competition is Miss Qing'er." Liu Yi Chen, Ibis, Annie all came up on stage, their gazes filled with envy as they looked at Qing'er. Wherever there were people, there would be conflict. This courtesan competition was no different, as it held a strong meaning to these girls. With the identity of a champion, they would be able to lead better lives and had a sense of freedom as well as privacy. All that they fought for was purely for the sake of this little bit of power. Behind the 4 of them, 4 other beautiful and mature ladies stepped out. They were the individual managers of the 4 brothels. Mandy Zhang was among them. Within the 4 mature ladies, Mandy Zhang's expression was the most radiant and smug. Since Qing'er had been crowned the champion, Heavenly Scent would be at the forefront of the 4 brothels for a period of time until the next competition. They would gain an advantage, and since she was the overseer, she was in for a period of good fortune as well. The MC then put on a crown full of jewels on Qing'er's head and smiled, "Congratulations on becoming the top courtesan." Qing'er's face was lack of any joy as she replied, "Thank you." The MC then extended his hand towards Yu Zhong and invited, "Then can we please have our lucky star, Mr. Yu, who has gained all 4 courtesans, to come up on stage." All 4 ladies looked at Yu Zhong with complicated gazes, various thoughts flashing through their minds. As Yu Zhong took his time to walk up on stage, countless jealous gazes fell upon him. In the entire history of Qing'er City, there had never been a single man who had won all 4 ladies before. Furthermore, the total worth of the beauties this time was incomparable to the past competitions. Other than envy, there were no other feelings that the men had. Young Master Zhao watched Yu Zhong walk up, his own face pale and his hand gripping the beauty in his arms that even her skin turned slightly bruised. The MC came over to Yu Zhong and smiled, "Mr. Yu, congratulations on becoming the first man to win all 4 courtesans. Do you have anything to say?" "Who the fuck does he think he is? I'm the one that will get these 4 women." Right at this time, from behind the stage, Karl and Greto came forward with big strides, flanked by dozens of Type 2 divine warriors. The MC frowned and asked, "Sir, this is not a place you can come, please leave. Go to hell." Carl laughed savagely and grabbed the MC's head with his claws, before pulling viciously, separating the unfortunate MC's head together with his spine from his body. The eyes of the MC were frozen in shock and fear, as warm blood splattered all over the stage. Seeing this gruesome scene, everyone was stunned senseless. Mandy Zhang and the other 3 mature ladies caught sight of Greto and their faces turned pale as they got on the ground and trembled. "Greetings, esteemed Master Greto. Your slave did not know Master was coming and seek your pardon." All 4 renowned brothels were businesses owned by Greto. Without his support, they could not have expanded to such an extent. The 4 ladies were the front for these businesses, and even the rich playboys dare not take them lightly. However, in front of Greto they were just lowly female slaves. When Qing'er and the rest heard the name of Greto, their faces fell and quickly dropped to the ground. They might be top courtesans, but their positions had been elevated by these existences, and in truth they were even lower than Mandy Zhang and the other 3. Carl laughed savagely at Yu Zhong, his gaze sweeping across Lisa and Shaxi. "Ha! See that? Lowly human, I'm the first man for them. You're just a clown. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, hand over those 2 women by your side and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will skin you and barbecue you alive." Yu Zhong looked at Carl and spoke coldly. "No, I won't hand them over. In any case, even if I were to hand them over, you will still want to kill me, beast." Carl had a murderous look in his eyes and he was a beast in human form. As long as they unleashed a rampage, they were unstoppable and could not be reasoned with. Carl laughed out in a cackle. "Ha ha. Kid, you're right. Even if you hand them over, I will still kill you, just because I don't like the sight of you. I want to squash that face like a bug. However, before I kill you, I will fuck your women in front of you and show you what despair and helplessness means. Now, let me announce, the hunting party commences. Let us engage in a bloodbath within the entire Qing'er city." The moment his words fell, the flesh-eaters mixed in within the human crowd showed expressions of glee, and they began to pounce on the humans beside them. One mercenary had just stood up when a claw exploded through him, piercing into his heart and digging it out. A flesh-eater stood behind him cackling with mad laughter, devouring the heart. Another businessman tried to flee towards the exit, but just as he reached it, he discovered that the gates were sealed shut. One flesh-eater appeared suddenly before him, grabbing him and biting down viciously on his throat. A large amount of blood splattered all over the flesh-eater, giving him a demonic appearance. "Save me! Save me!" Young Master Zhao screamed out with a pale expression. 8 flesh-eaters charged right at him. The bodyguards by young Master Zhao's side stood up, and in the ensuing battle, some of them were torn apart into many pieces, blood and organs flying everywhere. Very soon the bodyguards were all killed, leaving the ground full of blood and limbs. Young Master Zhao kneeled as he pleaded, "Please let me go. I'm the son of the businessman Zhao Tianba. I'm willing to pay 10 million eagle yuan. As long as you let me go, I can pay 10 million. No. 20 million. Go to hell. Trash." One of the flesh-eaters laughed savagely and unleashed a fist towards young Master Zhao, causing his head to burst open in a shower of red and white matter. The entire arena was filled with the screams and cries of humans, with blood and death everywhere, as though hell had descended on them. Chapter 747, Burning Carl to Death. Screams and wails filled the entire place, while the 8 ladies on stage trembled in fear. Mandy Zhang had received the love and care of Greto, and she braced herself to ask, "My liege, if things go on like this, the entire Qing'er city will be gone." Many of the men were businessmen and mercenaries from all corners of the world. They were the source of Qing'er city's wealth as well. If the news of this were to spread out, then the prestige of Qing'er city would go down the drain. Few would come, and there would not be any opportunities to flourish anymore. Greto had always maintained the peace of this city and did not allow hunting parties in broad daylight, purely to keep the reputation of Qing'er city intact. Carl looked at the sensual Mandy Zhang and laughed cruelly. "Greto, I want to eat this woman. Do you object?" When Mandy Zhang heard this, she became extremely pale, her eyes falling upon her master Greto, pleading for his help. Of all the people present, only Greto had the means to save her. Greto laughed out loud in disdain, crushing her hopes. "Whatever. She's just a lowly human after all. Mandy Zhang's face immediately turned pale as despair overcame her. No matter how much effort she had put in to maintain and run Heavenly Sent Pavilion, or how much she sought to please him, in his eyes, she was just a lowly human slave. His words crushed her hope, and her eyes were filled with despair and fear. Carl reached out to pinch her cheeks, his face wearing a twisted smile. "Ha! Hear that? Even your master Greto had abandoned you. Little bitch." Even humans had a dark side to them, a lust for violence. Since the flesh-eaters were evolved from zombies, the blood in them was filled with even more violence and savagery. Carl was one of the more sick and twisted individuals even among the Saint clan. He loved to see the despair on women's faces, giving him a kick when he devoured them. Mandy Zhang flinched slightly, her eyes filled with despair. She knew there was no point in resisting, since it would only cause her to be tortured more. Carl laughed savagely as he struck out with his right claw towards her heart. "That's it. Let me taste that despair in your heart." Right at this moment, a cold blade swung towards Carl at the speed of sound. Carl's face turned ugly as he leaped backward. His terrifying speed helped to evade that killing blow from Yu Zhong. However, his right claw fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Greto looked at Yu Zhong with his eyes narrowed. "Type 3 Divine Warrior?" Carl also shot Yu Zhong a wary look, his face beyond shock. "Who are you? Since you guys don't want them, then these women are all mine. You can all go to hell." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he burst forth with his shadow steps. With his palm outstretched, a powerful flame dragon shot towards Greto and his subordinates. After enhancing the second-order Devil Flame thrice, its might more than double its previous strength. In a breath, the flames immediately consumed Carl, Greto and the dozens of subordinates behind them. With a loud roar, a dozen flesh-eaters of Type 2 Divine Warrior strength were instantly incinerated. Carl and Greto had Type 3 Divine Warrior strength, thus they had leaped up at the sight of the flames, evading it. Carl had just dodged the flame when Yu Zhong appeared before him, his entire body shrouded in dark do qi, and a fist covered with scarlet-red flames punched towards him. Carl's eyes lit up as he laughed savagely, not dodging the blow, sending a claw towards Yu Zhong's heart. As a Type 3 flesh-eater, his muscles and flesh could even block bullets from heavy machine guns. As long as his head was safe, and his heart was not destroyed, he could recover from any form of injuries. He was already used to a form of fighting where both he and his opponents would trade blows without caring for themselves. A nether void in the air suddenly appeared, as two sharp bone spikes shot out from within, aiming for Carl's head. At that moment, Carl's head defied the laws of physics and twisted to one side, as the two sharp bone spikes brushed past his face, tearing apart his skin. With such a maneuver, his claws missed Yu Zhong's heart, slamming into his left shoulder instead. The sharp claws tore through the Type 4 mutant beast hide but was blocked by that level 5 defense vest. Yu Zhong's fist slammed into his body and instantly the devil flame erupted, consuming Carl in a burst of flames. "Ah!" Carl screamed out in anguish when he was enveloped by the flames, as a huge white light burst forth to protect him, forcefully extinguishing the flames that were burning him. After that white light radiated out, Carl's breathing turned weak, his speed decreasing by a lot. Yu Zhong flashed forward and his right fist channeled the devil flame once more towards Carl's face. "Greto! Save me!" Carl's eyes finally shone with fear as he screamed out loud in a piercing shriek. Greto, who had been forced away by the flame dragon, roared in anger as he charged over. "Stop!" On the stage, the ground shook and countless steel beams came alive and wrecked the stage, forming a huge steel spear that pierced towards Greto. "Lowly human! Break for me!" Greto's eyes flashed as his hand shone with a white light, twisting around the huge steel spear, causing it to disintegrate. When that spear disintegrated, Greto saw a scene that caused him to be mortified. Yu Zhong's fist had slammed into Carl's face, as the terrifying devil flames burst forth again, turning Carl into a human torch. Ah! The life force of the Saint clan was extremely strong. Even though Carl was being burned alive, he did not immediately die. Instead he tried to flee. However, he had barely gotten to a few meters when he was turned into ash by the devil flames on him. Damn it! Greto watched Yu Zhong burn Carl into cinders and his heart turned cold, immediately turning around to flee. From the ground, countless metal beams tore through like dragons and pierced towards Greto. Waving his hands, Greto channeled some white light to turn the steel beams into broken pieces that fell to the ground. All of a sudden, the pieces trembled as though they were alive and shot towards Greto. As he was unable to defend himself in time, the steel beams slammed into his body. His body was though, and the steel pieces could not penetrate. As the pieces stacked up, they caused sounds of clanking as the entire steel structure locked Greto in. The moment Greto was sealed, countless steel beams shot towards him from all directions, reinforcing the cage around him. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with appreciation. Strong, he's really a top expert in the resistance. Jess had been the chief of the Eastern Division, engaging the flesh-eaters in combat countless of times. His combat strength was truly one of the top few experts, reaching the peak of Type 3 Divine Warrior strength. Adding on to Greto's unpreparedness for a fight, he was quickly sealed down. Seeing Greto sealed, Yu Zhong quickly retrieved his electromagnetic gun and fired a few shots at him. As the beams of light shone, the entire steel structure was shot full of holes, the beams of light penetrating even the seal. Fresh blood began to flow from the holes. After firing 15 times, Yu Zhong felt a sizable life force entering his body, nourishing and enhancing his constitution. Sir Greto is dead. Sir Carl is also dead. Damn it, we need to kill these fellows to avenge them. The flesh-eaters who had been on a killing spree saw that Greto and Carl were killed. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent, as they abandoned their prey and charged towards Jess and Yu Zhong. Bunch of trash, you can all go to hell. Yu Zhong eyed the incoming flesh-eaters, and with a wave of his hand, a devil flame dragon roared out towards them. The devil flame dragon seemed like it had a life of its own, and wherever it touched, everything would be incinerated. The moment those flesh-eaters came in contact with it, they instantly turned to ash. Liu Yi Chen and the rest saw how easily Yu Zhong killed the dozens of flesh-eaters and their eyes were filled with awe. Especially Liu Yi Chen, her face flushed red as her breathing became rushed. She stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, while a strong, resolute gaze passed her eyes. On the other side, Jess continued to manipulate the countless steel beams into sharp blades or enormous hammers to blast the flesh-eaters, turning many of them into meat paste or were pierced to the ground. Retreat. After 200 flesh-eaters were killed, the rest of them started to feel fear and chose to flee. Chapter 748, Entering the City Lord's Mansion. The ceiling of the arena represented a cage of death for the majority of the humans. However, to the Type 2 Divine Warriors of the Saint Clan, it was not an issue to scale the walls and flee. Soon they managed to escape from the place. There had been over 100,000 people originally, but due to the massacre of the 1,000 flesh-eaters, 10,000 of them had been killed. Currently the entire field was filled with dismembered limbs, blood, and organs. It was practically a slaughterhouse. Many humans vomited as they looked around while some others went crazy. Yu Zhong walked over to Mandy Zhang and the rest, barking coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong from now on, all 8 of you belong to me. Any issues?" Mandy Zhang quickly crawled over to Yu Zhong and kissed his shoes. "It's an honor to serve as your slave, my lord." Yu Zhong had saved Mandy Zhang from the depths of despair, exhibiting his terrifying strength. She obviously had no objections towards the change of hands and power. In fact, the loyalty to Greto had long since been thrown out the window. "It's an honor to serve as your slave, my lord." The rest of the women, being Liu Yi Chen and her haughtiness, the gentle Ibis, the young and cute Annie, the fairy-like Qing'er, they all got up and went over to kiss Yu Zhong's shoes in subservience. Although many men were willing to spend tons of money on them, ultimately they were just toys groomed for men's pleasure. Because of that, Qing'er was not extremely excited that she won the courtesan competition. Yu Zhong ordered, "Very good. Mandy Zhang, go and get organized, gather all the women and resources of the 4 brothels. Prepare to leave here immediately. Jess, bring the brothers to protect them. 2 hours later we'll gather at Heavenly Scent Pavilion. Mandy, go grab more money even if you have to rob, understood?" Mandy Zhang's eyes regained her spirit as she replied respectfully, "Yes. Your slave hears and obeys." Although Mandy Zhang's strength wasn't anything, she was truly a good aide and overseer. Furthermore, she knew Qing'er city like the back of her hand. With her help, Yu Zhong would be able to obtain the resources of Qing'er city. While the Eagle Yuan might be the currency of the flesh-eaters, any city could use them. Yu Zhong was intending to do some trades. After seeing Qing'er, Zhang had the intention to cleanse the city. She had an ethereal quality to her. Together with her voice, the stress and exhaustion that piled up could quickly disperse. After hearing her voice, Zhang was determined to have her. After calling out a flurry of orders, Zhang turned around intending to head out. Right at this time Liu Yi Chen raised her head, looking at Zhang with a complicated gaze. "Master, if you intending to head to the headquarters of Qing'er City, please bring me along. I've stayed there for 3 years and am quite familiar with the place. I'll definitely be of help. I also have a strength of Type 2 Divine Warrior, I'll not be a burden to you." Hearing Liu Yi Chen volunteer to follow Zhang towards the most dangerous area, the 6 other ladies had complicated gazes. They did not know what Zhang was like, thus they did not dare speak too much. After all, there were many sick experts like Carl. There might even be worse cases, with some humans even viler than Carl. Zhang looked at the beautiful Liu Yi Chen and asked, "Did you naturally awaken your Type 2 Divine Warrior strength, or did you obtain through enhancement drugs?" On this world, it was possible to awaken abilities naturally, as well as through drug-induced means. If it were a naturally awakened power, these people were usually geniuses or talented. Such people would usually have superior abilities and huge, latent potential. Liu Yi Chen gazed back towards Zhang and replied without fear, "Those flesh-eaters don't view as humans, they would not pass us such drugs. I awaken my abilities." There was a slight pride in her tone. After all, she had been trained to be a queen type. Even while kneeling, there was a slight arrogance exuding out of her, making it irresistible for some men to want to conquer her. Zhang's mouth curled up slightly as he leaped away. "Come with me." She immediately became enjoyed as she followed right behind him. Qing'er, Ibis and Annie all looked at Liu Yi Chen with envy. In such a cruel world, only those who had value would live well. The moment Liu Yi Chen followed Zhang, her status had elevated from a toy to a warrior, and in this world, the position of a warrior was much higher than slaves. Zhang's agility was reaching 331 points, almost 33 times that of a normal person. Even without activating his shadow steps, he was near the speed of sound. With a single movement, no matter how much Liu Yi Chen tried, she could not keep up. "Forget it. Hold tight." Zhang saw how Liu Yi Chen was struggling inside. He appeared beside her in a flash and carried her, taking in the scent that she was emitting. Liu Yi Chen nestled her head in his embrace like a lost puppy, her jade-like hands grabbing him tightly, her gaze towards him bordering on intoxication. As he carried her and activated his shadow steps, his speed immediately broke the sound barrier, and within 2 minutes he had reached the manor. Right now, in front of the manor, there were a few flesh-eaters who were guarding. After the hunting party, many of the flesh-eaters had charged out of the manor, undergoing a massacre throughout the city, releasing their inner savage and cruel tendencies. The flesh-eaters were a cruel race, and there would be humans disappearing without reason every day, ending up as food for these flesh-eaters. It was just that these people had disappeared without a trace, and they were usually from the lowest rungs of society. However, the moment the hunting party was announced, it did not matter if it was the lowest beggar or the rich and mighty, in front of the flesh-eaters they were all prey. They would go all out to satiate their desires and bloodlust, engaging in depravity without consequences. Naturally no one would stay behind. The few flesh-eaters caught sight of Zhang and Liu Yi Chen, and with a hint of greed in their eyes, they quickly pounced over. Zhang whisked out his black-toothed blade in a flash, and the 6 flesh-eaters turned into a pile of corpses, dropping onto the ground. Zhang glanced at the manor, placing Liu Yi Chen down. "Let's go. From here on out you have to watch out for yourself." Zhang had something he needed to obtain in the manor, but the defenses were tight, and he had to give it his 120%. Liu Yi Chen pulled out a whip as her beautiful eyes glinted. "Yes. Where do you want to go, Lord?" "The living room of the manor." Liu Yi Chen leaped forward. "Come with me." Zhang followed swiftly behind as they rushed into the deeper parts of the manor. There were plenty of automatic defenses within the manor. However, the moment they appeared, they would swivel around, breaking free of the manor's controls, and fired at the Saint Clan. In a split second, dozens of flesh-eaters were turned into sieves by the automatic weapons, some of their heads even exploding in a gory fashion. Bunch of trash. The scene caused the flesh-eater in the control room to be furious, as he immediately dug out the hearts of the technicians beside him. There were flesh-eaters and humans that flowed out of the manor in order to defend, but none of them could even withstand a single strike from Zhang. Adding on to the defenses and systems of the manor coming under Yu Zhong's control, he managed to reach the living room easily. Hong. Just as he took a step in, there was a loud splintering of wood as a figure rushed towards Yu Zhong at the speed of sound. With no intention to dodge or evade, he summoned his dark Do Chi, his right fist burning with the thrice-enhanced second-order devil flame, and he met the attack head-on with a vicious punch of his own. The next instant, the devil flame roared and enveloped the figure entirely. Yu Zhong's body was also pierced by a sharp blade that pierced his lung, making it hard to breathe. The Type 3 Divine Warriors of the Saint clan were really strong. If Yu Zhong wanted to win in a fight against them, he could only rely on such a style of battle. Otherwise, if both were to clash, it would be a battle of attrition. He might win in the first 100 blows, but as it went on he might be able to defeat the opponent, not kill him. With a white light, the owner of the shadow forcefully extinguished the devil flames. At the next moment, with a flash of a blade, his head was cleaved cleanly in two. Chapter 749, Puppet Box. Having killed the Type 3 Divine Warrior, Yu Zhong swiftly entered the living room. He pulled out an LCD monitor which had Bai Yi's face on it, smiling as she pointed a calendar and said, "It's right behind this calendar. Behind it there's a hidden room. However, it's not electronic, so I can't help you there." It was precisely because of Bai Yi's help that the systems of the manor went awry. Otherwise, if Yu Zhong wanted to charge through the place himself, he would have had to spend more energy. Yu Zhong tore the calendar away, revealing a strange lock. The keyhole had a special pattern. Without the correct key, it was impossible to open it. He pulled out his flame blade and slashed down directly at the lock. The claw of the Type 4 flame bird was the sharpest he had ever seen, and there was nothing it could not slash through yet. Even the enhanced level 5 black tooth blade paled slightly in comparison. As the blade flashed, sparks flew, revealing a hidden room behind it, which was filled with countless treasures, crystal horns, and even some advanced weapons. Yu Zhong took in the sight, feeling shocked at the advanced weapons. These are 6-barrel laser cannon, powered suits, multi-purpose helmets with various scanning abilities, laser blades. Has the technology of this world advanced so much? The equipment inside this secret room was easily 20 years ahead of the rest of the manor. Even the powered suits, they were capable of withstanding cannon shots and could disperse the recoil and knockback of major heavy firearms. The bullets from heavy machine guns had powerful knockbacks and force. In Yu Zhong's hands he had a few Type 3 mutant beast hides that could block the bullets, but to normal soldiers the resulting force would still be enough to injure them heavily if not kill them. The powered suit inside this hidden room would be able to make up for that. As long as a person wore it, he or she would be like a tank that could charge through the battlefield unhindered until the suit was destroyed. Yu Zhong quickly swept up all the items into his storage ring and wore the multi-purpose helmet. The moment he put it on, the visor flickered to life, and a radar wave rippled outwards in all directions, taking in all information and sending it to Yu Zhong's mind directly. The information flow was incredibly detailed and complicated, causing even the movement of a small ant 400m to be transmitted to him. If anyone else wore the helmet, they would have to tweak the settings and limit the flow. However, with Yu Zhong and Bai Yi's help, it was an incredible aid. Bai Yi chuckled. The information flowed directly intercepted by her, leaving only important information for battle. All Yu Zhong had to do was to stand there, and he could already see the entire manor and the dozens of soldiers currently making their way towards him. He could see everything clearly. At the same time, Bai Yi was able to make a judgment based on the information of the movements, breathing and heart rate of the soldiers to determine their combat strength and provide a detailed assessment. She summarized the information and transmitted it to Yu Zhong. "Let me test the might of this incredible equipment." Yu Zhong laughed lightly and brought out the 6-barrel laser gun, firing out at a wall. A number of laser beams fired out the living room. The soldiers watched in horror as their comrades had their heads blasted off. Following the feedback from the helmet, Bai Yi then pulled up multiple crosshairs, leaving Yu Zhong to aim and fire. He didn't even need any marksmanship. As long as he relied on the crosshairs, he could easily kill the soldiers. It was even simpler than playing an FPS game. Within a minute, 40 guards of the manor with Type 2 Divine Warrior strength had their heads vaporized, while the rest had fled out of the manor grounds. Yu Zhong could sense the fleeing manor guards inside. A powerful I and advanced equipment are truly compatible. Having obtained both, even Liu Yi Chen would be able to deal with a Type 3 Divine Warrior easily. Bai Yi wore a confident smile. If you wish to manufacture such helmets and laser cannons with my help, as long as you have a platoon, I can assist them in killing a Type 3 Divine Warrior. Of course, that is under the condition that they're not taken out first. With an entire company we can definitely eradicate one easily. Yu Zhong replied with a laugh. Relax, I will definitely produce enough equipment for you to exhibit your prowess. Back on Earth, Yu Zhong already had decent factories and plants set up, together with the support of his research teams. He had even produced the laser gun already. As long as he sent these weapons back, he could quickly research them out. Of course, the imitations might not be comparable to the original, however, if he could obtain the actual blueprint, then it would be a different story. He continued asking, "Oh yeah, Bai Yi, are you able to hack into the mainframe of the Saint Clan city?" Bai Yi revealed a thoughtful expression before explaining swiftly, "Not at here. The region where the Saint Clan city is located is pretty far off, and it's hard for most electronics to infiltrate. It must be after entering the city that I will be able to take control of their systems. Based on past combat experiences, there are Type 5 Divine Warriors within the area they are keeping their mainframe. These Type 5 Divine Warriors are in charge of sealing the area. To hack the system without being found out, I would need a system that is linked to the mainframe. Using the soundwave method would just alert them." The Super AI was not omnipotent. While the technology of the world was much more advanced than Earth, after countless battles, much of it had been lost. Many bases and equipment had been destroyed, severely limiting what Bai Yi could do. If she was given the internet, her power would be incredibly frightening. Having her answer, Yu Zhong gave up on getting her to hack the mainframe. After all, any Type 5 Divine Warrior was a terrifying existence. With his current strength, going against them would be tantamount to suicide. His gaze then landed on a metal box about the size of a palm within the room, and his eyes immediately lit up with desire, swiftly opening it. When he opened the box, it revealed a round hole to place nucleus in. At the same time, there were strange runes and symbols all around the indent. Yu Zhong showed it to Bai Yi and asked, "Puppet box, this is the puppet box? Bai Yi, how should I use this puppet box?" The moment the puppet box was delivered to the manor, Bai Yi had discovered it, and she quickly informed Yu Zhong about it, strengthening his resolve to attack the manor. With Bai Yi present in those surveillance cameras, treating them as her eyes, together with her capabilities, she could tell the happenings of different things happening everywhere. She swiftly replied him, "Put in crystal horns, beast nuclei, or even crystal stones. Any of those items with energy within them can be transformed by the puppet box. Then together with the tier or level of inscriptions and runes you can command, it will automatically translate into the channeling. Only when a living thing is unconscious, heavily injured, or when it is willing, then you can utilize the puppet box and place it at the target's head, and you'll be able to control the other party just like a puppet. The box can currently release up to the Type 9 runes. The higher the tier, the more stones needed. In order to condense the Type 4 rune, you'll have to utilize Type 4 nuclei, crystal horns, crystal stones, or alternatively 50 Type 3 nuclei, crystal horns or crystal stones." Yu Zhong's heart shook slightly as he looked at the huge chest of Type 3 crystal horns in the room and grinned. "That many, eh? Fortunately there is enough here." In this world there were powerful mutant beasts similar to Earth, and they had nuclei while the mutants had crystal horns. These were all energy sources, thus the Saint Clan likely traded using such items. The room held most of Greto's possessions that he had accumulated over 100 years. Just the number of Type 3 horns was over 300, and there were even 2 Type 4 horns. Yu Zhong swiftly threw 50 Type 3 crystal horns into the box, which quickly turned into pure energy. After the 50 Type 3 crystal horns were fully transformed into energy, a rune that contained the words, "Puppet," flew out from the puppet box, landing on Yu Zhong's arm. Bai Yi spoke up, "Drip your blood on it and it would be tied to your soul. Next time, you can make use of this rune to control other living things." With a swish of the flame blade, a drop of blood fell onto the rune, and Yu Zhong instantly felt a connection with it. Using his thoughts, the rune began to float and flew around according to his wishes. Chapter 750, The Airship Arrives. Yu Zhong continued to dump more nuclei into the puppet box, constructing over 50 Type 3 puppet runes as well as 2 Type 4 puppet runes. As he was happily engrossed in creating the runes, Bai Yi's warning sounded, "Be careful, Master, there's a strong enemy seated in a force combat ship moving at fast speeds towards us. They will reach Qing'er City in 5 minutes. Within their forces there are 2 Type 4 Saint Clan members, 20 Type 3 and 100 Type 2. Please prepare to fight or to retreat." When Yu Zhong heard that, his face fell. 2 Type 4 Saint Clan members. After gaining 200 RH2S, his military might had already exceeded Red Rock City. If he wanted to, he could definitely conquer Red Rock City. However, the Saint Clan's strength was not to be underestimated. If he took over Red Rock City, the moment a Type 4 Saint Clan was sent to assassinate him, he would be done for. If it were just one, he had the confidence to at least work with Shaxi to deal with the enemy. However, with the appearance of 2, the strength was way above his current threshold. In a frontal clash, any Type 4 Saint Clan member could easily kill Yu Zhong. His countenance ugly, Yu Zhong quickly asked, "Are you able to control the defenses of Qing'er City?" Bai Yi replied, "Yes. Currently, all the defenses of Qing'er City are already within my control." "Awesome, show me what they're capable of." "Yes." Instantly, a flurry of information was transmitted to his brain, allowing him to understand and control the defenses of the city. In the distance there was a ship made out of steel, its length 150 m, height 15 m, and it looked incredibly sci-fi as it flew towards Qing'er City. Within the spacecraft, there was a handsome man sipping a glass of virgin blood. Beside him, there were 4 blonde women with barely any clothing on them. The 4 women were trembling slightly, obviously afraid. The handsome man looked towards a blue-haired woman with beautiful features and a hot figure sitting opposite him, grumbling, "Anya. How many times have I told you I'm going to work, not to play with women? Your presence is really annoying, you know? Duanmusheng. Enough with your bullshit. You belong to this lady will never allow you to be close to other women. If you dare to mix with other female members of our race, I'll kill you." Anya looked at the blonde women beside the handsome man, and her right hand shot out, swiftly making its way towards his heart. "Are you fucking insane?" Duanmusheng's face fell as he dodged, disappearing from his location. Anya's claws then swept to the side, and in a flash the 4 beautiful blondes were sliced into 6 different parts, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Duanmusheng looked at the ladies and his countenance turned ugly. "Anya. What the fuck? You killed my food. What do you expect me to eat these few days?" Anya replied with a cool tone, her nails retracting, tearing the hearts from the 4 women and devouring them. "Once we're at Qing'er City there will be plenty of food, why worry?" He snorted coldly in response before sitting down. "Humph? I heard that the seed of hope of the humans has appeared. Is this for real?" Anya chuckled. "It's true. The Saint Clan City had caught a few humans from the other world called Earth. It seems to be a backward world with few experts. Once the gates of hell are fully opened, there will be our hunting grounds. There's no radiation there, and with the clean water, Earth will become our paradise in the future." Duanmusheng also nodded. He was extremely confident in the Saint Clan. As the 2 of them engaged in idle banter, the huge spacecraft quickly arrived above Qing'er City. The moment it arrived, a number of anti-air missiles suddenly fired up. At the same time 48 37mm heavy machine guns started to spew their bullets at the air, forming a terrifying net of firepower. 8 RH-2S appeared and fired their laser cannons at the spacecraft as well. As the spacecraft was not prepared for such a sudden attack, with no time to mount a defense, the entire spacecraft was struck as multiple explosions sounded out. At the same time, a number of laser beams also penetrated the body of the ship, causing a number of the Saint Clan warriors to be killed instantly. Yu Zhong held the 6-barrel laser cannon and fired according to Bai Yi's instructions. As the laser beams shot out, many of the Type 3 Saint Clan members had their heads obliterated. If it were a frontal assault, it would be tough to deal with a Type 3 Saint Clan member. However, from afar he was engaging in sniping, and not a single Type 3 Saint Clan member could defend against him. Congratulations, you have gained plus 10 endurance. In half a minute, 14 Type 3 Saint Clan members were killed by him, and the life force entered his body, enhancing his constitution once again. After dealing with 14 Type 3 Saint Clan members, he swiftly took off the helmet, and handed it together with the laser cannon to Liu Yi Chen, who was wearing the battle suit, saying, "Put this on, fire at the red crosshairs." Liu Yi Chen did not question him as she quickly put them on, before firing at the distance. Yes. The moment she put the helmet on with Bai Yi's support, she became a mobile cannon, firing laser beams one after the other, killing the many Type 2 and Type 3 Saint Clan members. As for Yu Zhong, he looked up to the sky. When Bai Yi had controlled the defenses to attack, her first target was the engines. The huge spacecraft had tough defenses, but with the internal explosions as well as the external assault, it began to break apart. With a loud explosion, the entire spacecraft combusted and was enveloped in flames, turning into a huge fireball that descended towards the ground. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted as he could make out two distinct features falling from the skies. Not dead. Damn those freaks. Those who could have escaped from that were obviously only the Type 4 Divine Warriors. Below, the entire defenses of Qing'er City had been engaged, as they swiftly adjusted their targets, aiming for Duanmu Sheng and Anya. The countless bullets formed a huge net that blasted towards the two Type 4 Divine Warriors as they were still in midair and could not change directions. Furthermore, Bai Yi had calculated all possible avenues of escape and completely sealed them down. If he was the one in their shoes, Yu Zhong was sure he would die. At this time, a huge ball of white light shrouded the two of them, blocking the rain of bullets. They quickly descended in a breath, shooting for the ground like a meteor. The moment they landed, their senses screamed with danger and they hurriedly twisted their bodies. 15 laser beams fired out at their positions, with 2 of them piercing Duanmu Sheng, disabling his right hand. The other beam shot through Anya's abdomen, causing a large bloody hole, looking extremely serious. Yu Zhong had activated the defenses of Qing'er City and with Bai Yi's help, they managed to injure these two Type 4 Divine Warriors. If it had been any Type 3 Divine Warrior, they would have perished. Now! Yu Zhong roared out, activating his shadow steps, charging for the two of them. Shaxi's eyes flashed with bloodlust. With a tap of her foot, she instantly shot past Yu Zhong like a cannonball, making her way towards the two Saint Clan members. Near them, a number of buildings collapsed as the steel beams twisted out, turning into sharp spears that shot towards Duanmu Sheng and Anya. "Break for me." Anya's face was contorted with fury as her nails grew to an astonishing length, slicing apart those steel spears. When those broken steel pieces landed on the ground, they suddenly shot towards Anya again. She looked towards the direction of Jess and laughed cruelly, "Petty tricks. Watch how I tear you lowly ants apart." With that, Anya suddenly disappeared from her location, causing the shrapnels to miss their target. Jess's face fell as he tapped his foot and retreated explosively, a huge sense of death looming over her. Go to hell. At the next instant, Anya had appeared within 20 m of Jess, revealing a savage grin. Her right hand shot out with her nails coiling and twisting like poisonous snakes towards his heart. A shield appeared in front of Jess to block. In response, Anya's nails sliced through the shield like tofu, piercing towards Jess's chest without any slowing in momentum. Chapter 751, Puppet Rune. Seeing Jess about to be pierced by Anya's claws, a bright red shadow suddenly appeared, sending a fist towards Anya. The impact caused Anya to shoot back towards a building, slamming into the structure. It's her. She's actually a Type 4 Divine Warrior. The leader actually has such an expert with him. Amazing. Jess turned to look at the red figure with a pale face, discovering her to be Shaxi. His heart leaped with excitement and celebration. After sending Anya flying with a fist, Shaxi flickered and leaped towards her position. Stop. Duanmu Sheng roared out as he sent a number of sharp spikes up from the ground. Shaxi's fists were full of power, sending them crashing into the spikes like they were nothing. Her charge was valiant, and it seemed nothing could stop in her way. At this moment, the ground split open as dust flew everywhere, turning into a sandstorm that blew towards Shaxi, looking like a mini-apocalypse. With that terrifying sandstorm blanketing her, Shaxi could only choose to retreat. At this moment, 15 laser beams fired towards Duanmu Sheng, forcing him to twist and evade the incoming assault. Following his evasion, the raging sandstorm dispersed. Fucking human bitch, I'll kill you. With a roar, Anya charged out from the building, screaming at Shaxi while staring daggers at her. All of a sudden, Anya felt a sudden sense of danger. She leaped to the side without thinking, as a number of electromagnetic beams shot towards her, one striking her right shoulder and dismembering her entire right arm. With a grievous injury to her abdomen and her right arm torn, if it were any other human the person would be dead. However, Anya looked towards the direction of the shot with a savage expression and noticed Yu Zhong staring coldly at her. Yu Zhong activated his second-order stealth, enabling him to sneak an attack on Anya. However, at that instant of his attack, he could not fully repress his killing intent, thus alerting her. "Fucking human. You dare injure me." Anya was beyond infuriated now, screaming madly. With a flash, she quickly scaled the building next to her, pulling her closer to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong saw Anya's terrifying speed and his pupils constricted. Fast. Truly a Type 4 divine warrior. Even with such injuries she still has so much power. "Give me your heart." In barely 3 seconds, Anya's ghastly expression appeared before Yu Zhong, reaching out with those sharp claws of hers at his chest. Illusion. The moment Anya's claws pierced through Yu Zhong, he actually dissolved, turning into dust, leaving behind a bewildered Anya. Full. Go to hell. Yu Zhong had activated his second-order stealth and was hiding in ambush. He laughed coldly and pressed down on a button in his hand. Hong. The remote-controlled explosive beneath Yu Zhong's clone immediately exploded out, enveloping Anya, causing her to be blasted to one side, taking her remaining arm as well as a leg. The remote-controlled bomb was this world's most advanced remote-controlled bomb, meant to deal with RH-2s and tanks. Even as Type 4 Divine Warrior, Anya's flesh was not so tough. However, her life force was still incredibly strong. Even after the explosion claimed a hand and leg, she had not died. Instead, her body lay crumpled on the ground as blood flowed profusely from her wounds. Yu Zhong went towards her in big strides, discovering that many of her wounds were already healing. Flesh and blood vessels were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as muscle and cells grew out like plants on fast forward. If there were no other accidents, she would definitely regenerate in 30 minutes. Of course, such regeneration required a lot of stamina and strength. After 30 minutes she would be back to herself, but her fighting prowess would definitely be at 50% or less. Anya's eyes flashed with fear as she pleaded, "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Human, let me off. As long as you do, I can guide you to Saint City and wash your blood, allowing you to join us as a Saint Clan member. At that time, you will be above all other humans and you can gain any women that you want. You can kill any enemies that you want. You can even activate huge armies of the Saint Clan to crush your enemies. You can also gain eternal life." Anya had killed thousands of humans without much thought, but when it came to her imminent demise she was unwilling, even fearful. "Relax, I won't kill you. You still have much use to me." One of the Type 4 puppet rune flew out from his hands and stuck towards Anya's forehead. The moment it entered, Anya's features began to twist before she screamed, "Puppet rune! This is a puppet rune. You've gained the puppet box. Even if you have obtained it, it's useless. I'll never become your puppet." Anya continued to scream wildly while her features were twisted, as white light radiated from her, attempting to block the puppet rune from entering her. "It's useless." Yu Zhong's eyes turned cold as he stepped on Anya's chest, his strength exploding out. She spat out a mouthful of blood and the puppet rune immediately entered her, causing her to struggle with pain. The twisting and contorting went on for 5 seconds, before the unwillingness and rebellion in her eyes disappeared, leaving only respect and obedience. "Anya greets Master." He nodded in satisfaction before bringing her limbs over to her. The flesh grew out like tendrils, reconnecting with the broken limbs. Although the Saint Clan had an incredible recovery ability, allowing the limbs to regrow would take up too much strength and stamina. Since he was done, Yu Zhong turned to look into the distance. Currently, Duanmu Sheng and Shaxi were engaged in a mad combat against each other. Shaxi's speed was fast, while Duanmu Sheng could control the ground. Both parties were going all out, and neither was stronger nor weaker than the other. However, Duanmu Sheng had suffered some heavy injuries when he was falling, while Bai Yi was still assisting Liu Yi Chen and controlling the 8 RH-2s to fire at him constantly, forcing him into impossible positions and injuring him further. At the moment when Anya was plotted against by Yu Zhong, Duanmu Sheng had managed to spare a look, noticing her at his feet. Fuck. Was Anya done in by that male human? Seeing this, Duanmu Sheng became incredibly anxious. In front of him, there was a Type 4 divine warrior whose strength seemed to be at least 10 or 20% above his. At the same time, he was surrounded by many incredible marksmen. If he continued on like this, there was no chance of survival. As someone with experience from countless battles, he immediately made a decision, splitting the earth and summoning another sandstorm towards Shaxi. As she flashed about in order to dodge the sandstorm, it only served to follow her, leaving her no choice but to struggle within. Duanmu Sheng controlled the ground and could call sandstorms. His power was also recognized as one of the stronger ones among the Saint Clan Type 4 divine warriors. As long as he had the ground below him, few could best him in combat. Duanmu Sheng then made use of the chance to disappear in a gust of wind. At this time, Anya, who had been lying on the ground, shot out a claw towards Yu Zhong's chest. Yu Zhong turned to look at her in disbelief, before spitting out a mouthful of blood and dropped to the ground. Anya quickly looked up to scream at Duanmu Sheng, "Duanmu Sheng, quick, save me! Otherwise, when I make it back to the Saint Clan city, I'll be sure to give you hell." He turned to shoot a dirty look at her, hesitating for a moment before flying over towards her. Anya had a Type 5 existence backing her from her clan, while he was just an ordinary Type 4 divine warrior. If he offended her family, he would definitely not have it easy. He shot over and looked coldly at Yu Zhong's corpse on the ground, before turning to look at Anya, whose injuries were serious as she curled on the ground. His nose was acute, and he could smell that the blood was definitely Yu Zhong's, hence he relaxed. Anya continued to shout at him, "Carry me! Take me away from here. As long as you take me away, I promise not to bug you anymore, and I will get my family to help you." He took a deep breath before replying, "Fine. As long as you swear not to stick to me, I'll take you away." Being hounded by her all these years was a nightmare to him. He was not willing to let it continue. She shouted shrilly, "I swear it. Quick. Take me away. I don't want to stay here a moment longer." Chapter 752, Type 4 Puppet. Duanmu Sheng did not hesitate and bent over to pick up the recovering Anya. All of a sudden she screamed out, "Watch out!" His heart turning cold, Duanmu Sheng swiveled around to look. However, he discovered nothing. A strong sense of foreboding immediately loomed over. Anya smiled savagely, her sharp nails immediately extending and piercing Duanmu Sheng's body into two. His body, which could even defend against heavy-caliber bullets, was ripped apart, with blood and organs splattering everywhere. "Why?" Duanmu Sheng roared in anguish. His arms had been shredded apart. With such a sneak attack at a close distance, Duanmu Sheng had absolutely no way of defending himself. Yu Zhong, whose abdomen had been split apart, stood right up, his electromagnetic gun pointing at Duanmu Sheng's chest as he pressed the trigger. "Let me tell you, it's because she is my puppet, and you will be my next Type 4 puppet as well." The electromagnetic beam blasted Duanmu Sheng's chest, piercing it as he stared vengefully at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then pointed and one of the Type 4 puppet rune condensed towards Duanmu Sheng's forehead. "Puppet box. You actually obtained it. Fuck. Beast." As the rune entered Duanmu Sheng's forehead, he began to twist and turn in pain while screaming before abruptly stopping, his eyes filled with veneration towards Yu Zhong. "Master, I'm Duanmu Sheng." "Very good." Yu Zhong looked at him and heaved a sigh of relief, his heart overjoyed. Just like this, he gained 2 additional Type 4 divine warriors. Shaxi and Xiangma were from the Mutants. While they might be willing to follow him, they were independent contractors, and would not follow Yu Zhong's every command. As for now, with Duanmu Sheng and Anya under his control, he could command them to fight, and his combat tactics had more room for improvisation. With a gust of wind, Shaxi appeared beside Yu Zhong, looking at Duanmu Sheng and Anya with a strange look. She noticed their abnormal behavior and could not help but ask with a frown, "What's with them, Yu Zhong?" Yu Zhong chuckled, "I've used the puppet box to control them, they belong to me now." Shaxi immediately shot Yu Zhong a cold look filled with killing intent. "The puppet box? I don't wish to see you using it on us. If I find out that you did so, I'll kill you." The puppet box could condense the puppet runes as long as anyone was controlled by it. Unless Yu Zhong allowed it, they would forever remain as Yu Zhong's puppets. Such a mysterious treasure gave Shaxi some worries, and she did not wish to become his puppet. Yu Zhong replied with a slight smile, "As long as our partnership is strong, I would definitely not utilize these on you guys. Yu Zhong cooperated with the mutants. On one hand, it was to be on guard against them as well. Based on their savage natures, if they were not careful, his human faction would be torn apart by them. Shaxi glared coldly at Yu Zhong as a warning before turning around to leave. Yu Zhong then gave an order to Duanmu Sheng and Anya, "Go kill all the flesh-eaters and vampires in this city." The flesh-eaters and vampires within Qing'er city were definitely no use to him, hence he did not intend to leave them alive. "Yes, master." The both of them bowed with respect before disappearing into the dark. Soon after, the ghastly screams and wails of the numerous flesh-eaters and vampires rang throughout the city. While Duanmu Sheng and Anya had expended much energy to regenerate themselves, their power was still something way above the Type 2 divine warriors within the city. At the same time, their senses were particularly sensitive towards their own race, easily locating them before tearing them apart. As for the 8 RH2s under Bai Yi's control, they began to scan for and fired at any flesh-eaters or vampires they discovered, tearing them to shreds. Having handed the cleansing operation to Bai Yi, Yu Zhong went towards the heavenly sent pavilion. On the way there were countless limbs, fresh blood and organs spread all over the streets. Yu Zhong saw many dead humans with unwillingness in their eyes. The entire Qing'er city had turned into a hell of a slaughterhouse for the humans. This was the gruesome result of the hunting party of the Saint clan. Once it began, most of the humans would be slaughtered, in order to satiate their bloodlust and hunger. Yu Zhong took all these in, his heart bursting with fury and sorrow. The humans of this world were truly like cattle, with no control over their fate. Even young Master Zhao and the rest of the rich playboys were merely pigs for the Saint clan to kill. There was no sense of security. Of the resistance soldiers, most of them lacked basic knowledge with no education, and only knew to fight for their lives and survival. If Earth were to fall into the hands of the Saint clan, then humans would really have no future anymore, becoming the livestock for the flesh-eaters and vampires. "Greetings, Master." When Yu Zhong reached the heavenly sent pavilion, he saw an entire row of women of different ages bowing down, welcoming him with a grand fanfare. There were over 500 women, each of them beautiful in their own right. Mandy Zhang came up to Yu Zhong dressed in a white dress, smiling with a bewitching charm and introduced, "Master, these are all our quality staff from the 4 top brothels." Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "How much eagle yuan did you manage to amass?" Mandy Zhang replied without skipping a beat, "Due to time constraint, I've managed to gather only 2.5 billion. However, I've also gathered plenty of precious gems, gold, silk, crystal horns and nuclei, total worth 1.5 billion. There is also a Type 4 crystal horn among them." Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he patted her shoulder and praised, "Great! Good job." A single Type 4 crystal horn was incredibly precious. Yu Zhong only had 2 with him, now he had 3. Mandy Zhang smiled as her eyes twinkled, "Thank you for your praise, Master." The rest of the 3 managing ladies looked at Mandy Zhang with envy. She was able to gain his recognition and praise, her future was sure to be bright. Yu Zhong handed her a level 1 fireball skill. "This is your reward. As long as anyone works hard for me, I will grant them strength and power." When Mandy Zhang received the book, she opened it, and the knowledge surged into her. Blanking out momentarily, she then turned towards a fake mountain and started to mutter a curse. A magical array appeared as a fireball flew out, blasting the fake mountain into pieces. Seeing this, Mandy Zhang was elated and immediately kneeled down, kissing Yu Zhong's shoes to express her loyalty and excitement. "Thank you for granting me strength, Master. From now on, I'll definitely work hard to keep Master satisfied, until the day I die." When all the women saw this, their eyes were filled with a burning desire and envy. This world was truly more cruel than Earth. Only those with strength could survive. Without it, they would not even be able to drink water, and if they were not careful, they could become food for others. In such a world, strength was everything. Of the 4 top brothels, there was not a single lady who did not wish to gain strength. If they could, they would break away from the fate of being a toy for men. Ibis, Annie and Qing'er all witnessed how Mandy Zhang gained strength, and their hearts were rocked as well, their gazes on Yu Zhong turning hot. Yu Zhong then ordered, "Get up. Bring some people to go gather resources and vehicles. In 2 hours we have to leave Qing'er city." Mandy Zhang stood up as though she had undergone a rebirth, her gaze filled with confidence and vitality. "Yes, Master." Zhang swiftly gathered the ladies to spread out to various parts of Qing'er city to carry out Yu Zhong's instructions. Yu Zhong sat within heavenly scent pavilion, eating some dessert while enjoying Ibis's massage and Qing'er's wondrous voice. One tall and voluptuous lady with blonde hair came up to Yu Zhong and asked, "Master, there are some other people who hope to leave with us, are we accepting them?" Yu Zhong asked, "How many are there? Are the resources we found enough to support us bringing them to Red Rock City?" The blonde-haired lady replied with concern, "There are 4,000 of them as of now, our total resources can definitely support the move. However, with such a huge movement there might be problems along the way." Yu Zhong responded, "Then accept them, however make it clear to them before allowing them to join. We are against the flesh-eaters and vampires. If they follow us, it means they are joining us, and they must adhere to every single one of our commands. If they're not willing they can leave." Chapter 753, Floxenia. Originally, there were about 70,000 humans within Qing'er city. However, after the hunting party, there were only 40,000 left. Of these, only 3,000 were willing to join Yu Zhong. The remaining 30,000 were not willing to leave Qing'er city. After all, there were their possessions and livelihood. Furthermore, there was clean water here. The moment they left Qing'er city, all that belonged to them would be taken away. In this world, migrating was an arduous and risky thing. Without experts to guard them, they would easily be prey for mutants, savages, mutant beasts, irradiated devils and even living corpses. Yu Zhong got Anya to act as their guard while appointing 5 elite Type 2 divine warriors from the resistance to be commanded by Zhang. The entire procession then began to move towards Red Rock City while transporting a mass of resources. With the protection of a Type 4 divine warrior, it was sufficient to deter most enemies. Having made his preparations, Yu Zhong then continued towards the resistance headquarters. Qing'er city had a clean water source, and it was extremely favorable for humans to live. However, Yu Zhong had no choice but to give up on it, otherwise when the St. Clan city sent a regiment, they could easily raise the entire city. The resistance headquarters was located about 1,000 kilometers away to the east of St. Clan city, within a huge ruin of a place called Changlan. Changlan ruins were like the ancient ruins. It had been an abandoned city in the past, with plenty of mutant plants, living corpses, mutant beasts and irradiated devils. It was precisely such locations that humans had a means of freedom. Such conditions were so harsh that most of the St. Clan governing members disdained to even visit. It was like those rich millionaires that did not want to visit the slums. Throughout the Changlan ruins, there were many heavily radiated areas, and many soldiers were following Jess as they applied for their anti-radiation medicine, before employing their radiation detectors and advanced slowly. Yu Zhong and his men had managed to clear out a few waves of the living corpses, and some small mutant beasts. They infiltrated the heavily radiated areas and managed to come to a region which seemed to be full of skyscrapers that had been at the mercy of time and erosion. "Help! Ah! Save me!" At this moment, there were the sounds of human screams and wails of agony. "Prepare for battle, I'll go take a look." Yu Zhong left his instructions and immediately rushed towards the source of commotion in a blur. In a few breaths he arrived at an area, noting hundreds of humans fleeing madly. Behind the humans, there were a number of human-like creatures, their skin reddish-black, covered with sores and boils. Their eyes seemed to be compound, and they had sharp claws, powerful thighs, and the stench they emitted was extremely horrid and putrid. These were the irradiated devils. There were only about 20 of them, but their movements were agile and quick. The weakest was at least 4 times as strong and fast as a human. They were chasing the humans with fervor, killing them by biting through their throats. The screams rang out constantly as many of the humans were helpless against these powerful creatures. With no defense or way to fight back, they could only flee or be killed. In fact, there were over hundreds of humans here. If everyone worked together, they could possibly turn the tides and hunt the irradiated devils down. However, every single one of them was frightened out of their wits and only sought to flee, hence becoming prey. In the face of crisis, the ugly nature of humans began to show itself. In order to live, in order to run faster, many of those behind fought to go in front, pushing the ones in front of them or shoving them away. "Get lost." One middle-aged man ran like mad when suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he reached out to shove her without hesitation. The girl seemed to execute a dodging maneuver, but her actions were too slow, and she was pushed to the ground. Her bleak eyes seemed to dilate with despair. One of the irradiated devils who was munching on some brain matter immediately charged towards the girl, reaching out to grab her head. Once its claws connect, her brain would definitely be squashed. At that critical juncture, there was a flash of a blade, and the irradiated devil was sliced in two, as the dark pus from its body splattered everywhere. These irradiated devils are truly a nuisance. Following Yu Zhong's shout, devil flame burst out from him, turning all the black pus into smoke. Yu Zhong's figure appeared in front of the little girl as he frowned at the sight of the irradiated devils. It was the first time he came across them, however, he had already grasped their distinct features from just earlier. The difference between the irradiated devils and most other strange creatures was that their bodies had a corrosive attribute. Once their pus and blood were spilled, there would be a strong poisonous gas that is released. It could corrode and infect anything it touched. Even Type 4 divine warriors could be mutated. It was one of the terrifying poison of this world. Facing such creatures, the best method was to use the RH2S to eradicate them from afar. Yu Zhong eyed those irradiated devils coolly, and fired a number of devil flame fireballs at them, causing them to combust and be consumed in flames. In a matter of seconds, all 20 had been wiped out by Yu Zhong easily, as the life force from them was absorbed into his body. After all that, he turned to look at the girl. He had just turned when the girl replied, "I'm fine, I'm okay." What? Did she just read my mind? No way. Yu Zhong was taken aback as he assessed this girl in front of him. The girl had a head of short, blue hair, clear eyes, and although her body was dirty and smelly, he realized her features were distinct and pretty. The only thing was that she seemed to have no expression, and her eyes did not have any sign of life, as though she was a toy that had been broken. A look of pity flashed past his eyes. Such cases were truly all too common here. Once they landed up in the hands of perverts, even the prettiest girls would become like lifeless dolls. The girl looked at Yu Zhong coldly, her beautiful but soulless eyes. "I truly am able to read minds, but I'm not a toy that was broken. You shameless man." When Yu Zhong heard this, he was shocked. He had not said anything, and was thinking to himself as he looked at this mixed-blood lowly mind reader. "You truly can read minds? Let me ask you, are you able to hear what I'm thinking right now? What's your name?" The girl continued to stare at Yu Zhong coldly. "Of course. My name is Floxenia, a Chinese American, and I'm a freak that can read minds." Amazing. Yu Zhong's heart leaped with joy as he ignored her stench and carried her. "This is great. Who would have thought I could gain such a treasure here?" Floxenia looked at the celebrating Yu Zhong, her eyes flashing with self-loath. "Treasure? Am I a treasure? Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a monster that can unearth your darkest thoughts, a monster that even her own father, mother, grandfather, teachers and friends would not want to be with. A freak with no love." Due to her powers, Floxenia's family had broken apart, and everyone around her hated and distanced themselves away from her, afraid that their thoughts would be revealed. There would be darkness in everybody's thoughts, and everyone was afraid of them being revealed. Even the closest of couples would have their secrets and things that they didn't want others to know. Floxenia could lay all these secrets bare. Naturally, everyone would avoid her. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at her, his gaze burning. "Ha! Floxenia, that's because you don't know how to utilize your power. I'm not afraid of you, even if you can peer into my deepest thoughts. Because from now on, you are a treasure that belongs only to me. I will teach you how to utilize your power and keep you by my side. You must listen and obey me. In exchange, I will never abandon you. How's that?" Mind reading was a rare and precious skill, not to mention that it was a skill she naturally awakened even before the apocalypse. Such people were truly talented beyond talented, different from those who fought constantly to improve and enhance themselves like Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had experienced countless battles and had many close shaves with deaths that he could count, relying on the system to enhance him every step of the way. He had become an evolver also due to using treasures, unlike those heaven-defying ones. He was just an extremely hard-working person. However, he would not underestimate a natural talent. Instead, he wanted them all within his control. Only then he could become strong, extremely strong. Chapter 754, The Resistance Headquarters. Floxenia felt touched. No one had ever said anything like that to her before. Because of her power, everyone else had ostracized and bullied her. In truth, if it wasn't for Yu Zhong becoming a leader of a faction as well as his strength, had it been him before the apocalypse, he would definitely not take the initiative to get close to someone like her. After all, he also had his deepest thoughts that he would rather remain private. However, with his position and strength now, it was entirely different. His perspective and attitude to things were different now, thus he valued Floxenia a lot. She stared at Yu Zhong and asked, "What if I don't agree?" He looked at her and did not bother hiding anything. "I will try my best to convince you, however, if you keep rejecting me, there will come a day I'll have to kill you or turn you into a puppet. Your power is too dangerous and precious. If I can't get it, then no one else can. With your ability, there's no need for me to lie to you. In fact, I'm not a saint anyway. Alright, my name is Yu Zhong." With her ability, it did not matter if he tried to lie, she would be able to tell. Hence he did not want to as well. Floxenia immediately hugged back tightly like a cat. "Okay. Then I am willing to become yours and employ my ability as your desire. In exchange you cannot abandon me. Hug me tight and let me feel your warmth." Yu Zhong had a look of delight as he hugged this little girl tightly. "All right. Once we reach our destination, I'll let you take a good bath." With her ability, Yu Zhong would be able to clear up any traitors or potential rebels. A fortress could be broken from the inside. With over 100,000 subordinates, there would definitely be a few that were not aligned with him. In fact, many were still hiding their claws, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. With Floxenia's help, Yu Zhong would be able to weed out the traitors and spies at the same time, better understand what his subordinates thought. Mind reading was an ability most people of authority hoped to have. With it, they could tell who was loyal and who had hidden motives. Yu Zhong currently hoped to gain more trustworthy and loyal subordinates instead of people who were strong. That was because those with the ability would tend to be ambitious. If Yu Zhong granted them any power, by the time he headed back to base, the master would have changed. Jess and his men came over, and when he saw Floxenia in Yu Zhong's arms, his eyes flashed with a strange glint. "Leader, this is?" Floxenia suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yu Zhong, this man hopes that you don't get too smitten with women. Even if you do want to vent your desires, he hopes you vent them on normal women, not young girls. He has mistaken you to be a lolicon. However, he is extremely loyal to you, and is concerned about you, and hopes that you can truly become the savior of this world." When Jess heard this, he felt like the sky had darkened, and his expression turned pale. He recoiled in horror. After all, who would feel good about having their inner thoughts revealed? Floxenia then turned her gaze towards Liu Yi Chen. "This woman called Liu Yi Chen likes you, brother Yu Zhong. She hopes that when you do it, with her, you can spank her with her whip and step on her face and trot on her dignity. Although she presents a queen image, she actually likes to submit. She hopes for you to conquer her and humiliate her. She is also very loyal to you." Liu Yi Chen's face turned pale, but at the same time, there was a flush to her face. She felt everyone looking at her. Although she was dressed at that moment, it felt that she was laid bare naked for everyone to see. At the same time, in her sense of shame, there was a sense of joy. Many strange gazes fell upon Liu Yi Chen. The soldiers never expected this high and mighty queen-like character to have such a strange mindset. Floxenia's gaze then turned to Annie, saying, "This woman called Annie hopes to use her body to charm you into giving her strength. She is full of respect for you, but would not hesitate to use her body in exchange for your protection. She hopes to become the wife of the leader, earning respect and fear, and revels in authority and fame. However, her body is truly soft and she is able to do all kinds of positions. This is where her confidence lies in." Annie's innocent features contorted in fear as she shrieked, "Enough! Enough! You monster! Monster!" Floxenia then turned to Qing'er. "This woman respects you a lot, brother Yu Zhong, and she doesn't harbor any hopes of gaining authority. She just has pure respect for you as a subordinate. At the same time, if you want her body, she would not reject, purely because that's the law of this world. It has nothing to do with love or lust. She is a woman with not much hope and goes with the flow." Qing'er looked at Floxenia indifferently, not saying anything. Of the 4 top courtesans, 3 of them followed Yu Zhong, with Liu Yi Chen and Qing'er decided by Yu Zhong, while Annie followed of her own accord. Now that Jess and the 3 women had been laid bare by Floxenia, the rest could not help but take a step back. eyeing the girl in Yu Zhong's embrace with fear. In their eyes, she was more terrifying than a demon, as none of their thoughts were safe from her. Yu Zhong eyed Annie and spoke coldly, "Things are like that now. Floxenia can read minds and she belongs to me and she is a treasure. Annie, apologize right now." Yu Zhong's voice turned chilly, and Annie immediately felt a sense of fear, apologizing with a slight unwillingness. "Sorry, Floxenia, I shouldn't have said that." After that, 2 streams of tears flowed down her eyes as she felt wronged. Yu Zhong ruffled Floxenia's hair and chuckled, "Floxenia, you shouldn't have done that as well. Don't just speak out everybody's thoughts, this would make it awkward. From now on, whatever you hear, try not to speak it out, unless it has to do with betraying or treachery." Mind reading was truly an overpowered ability. Because Floxenia was still young, she did not know how to limit her words. As long as someone was around to guide her, she could exhibit this power to its fullest potential. Floxenia nodded lightly, "Okay." Annie looked at Floxenia with envy and jealousy, hoping for the same kind of treatment. That way she could stand to enjoy the high life. Jess then pointed to the rest of the survivors who were still shell-shocked. "Leader, what do we do with them?" The survivors numbered about 400 when they were transported to this world, but after being hunted by the irradiated devils, they were left with only 100 or so. Most of the rest had either chosen to flee towards the radiated areas, turning to irradiated devils themselves, or were killed. Yu Zhong then turned to Floxenia. She quickly replied, "They're all from Earth." Yu Zhong replied, "Go let them know our conditions. If they're willing, they can come with us, otherwise they'll have to find their own way." "Yes." Jess turned around and walked over to the survivors. These people had no choice when they were teleported from Earth. Without Yu Zhong's help, they would either die at the hands of the mutant life forms, or die to the radiation, become irradiated devils themselves, or even mutants. These irradiated devils were life forms that were exposed to radiation and did not die, having a different mutation occurring in them. Their bodies would then be highly dangerous sources of radiation themselves. Many humans in such locations would tend to become irradiated devils. Mutants are a result of consuming too much radiated water or food in moderate or low areas of radiation. After taking in those people, under Jess's lead, the entire group began to head further into the ruins. After walking for about 2 kilometers, Yu Zhong and the rest came to a street full of old, dilapidated buildings. A group of soldiers walked out from a dark alley with assault rifles, their weapon trained on Yu Zhong's group while their gazes wary. "Who are you people?" Jess took a step forward and announced, "I'm the chief of the Eastern Division, Jess." The leader came up and looked at Jess with suspicion, as well as the other survivors behind. "So it's Chief Jess, I'm Zhang Xing, who are the rest behind you?" Jess ordered. "These people agreed to join the resistance. Go settle them in. Bring me to the headquarters." "Yes, sir." "Come with me," Zhang Xing replied and prepared to lead Jess further in. "Isn't this Jess? I heard you brought Gong Fei to the Eastern Division to take over the 3rd branch, how come only you are back?" A voice full of sarcasm rang out as 3 men and 1 woman walked over. Chapter 755, Traitor. The leader was a burly man with a head of red, fiery hair. Every motion of his seemed to exude a bearing of a ruler. Beside him, there was another burly man with ordinary looks and blue hair. On the other side of the blue-haired guy, was a man with spiky hair and shifty looks. There was one more lady in black leather, her smoking hot body accentuated through her clothes, and she looked extremely beautiful due to her mixed blood heritage. Lisa came up to Yu Zhong and whispered, "The one with red hair is Blazing Flames Qing'er. He is the chief of the Western Division. The blue-haired guy beside him is his best friend Human Tank Ken. The woman is Snowstorm Queen Sima Bing, and she is the chief of the Southern Division. The man with spiky hair and braids is Torrent Mu. He is an ardent chaser of Sima Bing, and also one of the core personnel of the Southern Division." Jess ignored Yan's question and asked indifferently, "Where's Gong Chang Tian?" Yan grinned while sweeping a glance over Yu Zhong and the rest. "He's in the meeting room. Jess, why don't you introduce us to these few gentlemen?" Sima Bing and Torrent Mu also looked towards Yu Zhong. They had already discovered his extraordinary aura. Furthermore, Jess had been walking behind him when they came in, with a look of respect, causing them to be suspicious. Jess spoke slowly, This is the prophesied savior from our predecessors over hundreds of years ago. He is Yu Zhong, the man who has the god's imprint. I've brought the entire Eastern Division to submit to him. This time I'm here to announce this fact to you guys." When they heard this, Yan's face changed as his voice turned hoarse. "What? Does he possess the god's imprint? How is that possible? It should only be a legend." Ken, Mu, and Sima Bing were all taken aback as well, their expressions of disbelief. The prophecy had passed down over hundreds of years, many had already long since not taken it seriously. Only the lower rungs of the organization still believed strongly in it. At the same time, it was a tool for the resistance to recruit new blood. With hope, humans would struggle. If despair was the only result, no matter how much they fought, then no one would join them at all. Hearing Jess proclaim this and recognize Yu Zhong's status, Yen and the rest felt threatened, because they knew that Jess was definitely not someone who would just believe blindly. Yu Zhong stepped forward and pulled up his right sleeve, revealing the god and devil imprint. "This is the god's imprint." Zhang Xing, who was leading them to the meeting room and was part of the lower rungs of the organization, had a huge change of expression, his gaze towards Yu Zhong now filled with veneration and respect. When Yen saw it, his face turned pale and he immediately stretched out his right hand to attack viciously. "God's imprint. You must be an imposter. Let me tear off this mask of yours." If Yen could take down Yu Zhong, then he could prove that this guy was some fluke, and could deal a huge blow to Yu Zhong's faith. To Yen, he was unable to accept someone who had not contributed anything and could just stand on top of them just because of some unfounded prophecy. Yu Zhong drawled indifferently, "No need to kill him, just teach him a lesson." When Yen heard those words, his fury erupted, and a huge ball of flames that could melt even steel enveloped his fist. He intended to teach Yu Zhong a lesson. Sima Bing saw the flames and her face fell, bringing up her own icy cold frost to grab towards Yan's hands. "Yen, you can't do this." Sima Bing did not mind having Yen test Yu Zhong's strength, however, she was not willing to have Yu Zhong killed. After all, she was also in a dilemma towards the prophecy. She hoped that it was real, but at the same time she was not willing to submit to a stranger who came out of nowhere. At this time, Duanmu Sheng, who had been standing beside Yu Zhong quietly like a shadow, suddenly struck out. He only executed 2 moves, stepping forwards once, and his hand struck out at Yan's body. In an instant, a terrifying force exploded out, and Yen was sent flying back, slamming into a wall violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his injuries apparently heavy. A Type 4 Divine Warrior was way above what a Type 3 Divine Warrior could handle. Based on Duanmu Sheng's strength in a face-to-face contest, he had the confidence to kill Yen in a single move. "Yen?" Ken saw Yen being struck heavily and he could not help but roar out in anger, and his muscles tensed up. In such a state he could withstand even the force of heavy-caliber bullets, and his speed could surpass the sound barrier. With a flash of a shadow, Duanmu Sheng instantly appeared in front of Ken and sent a slap across his chest. Ken, this huge man over 2 m tall with muscles rippling, was immediately sent flying towards a wall, as he spat out a mouthful of blood and slid down while looking at Duanmu Sheng with shock and fear. Type 4 Divine Warrior. Simba Bing and Torrent stared at Duanmu Sheng in shock, after witnessing him defeating 2 of the top warriors of the resistance so easily. Their bodies tensed in shock as well in preparation for combat. Type 4 Divine Warriors were truly powerful existences, just one could easily decimate the entire resistance. Even if they were to utilize all sorts of traps, they could at most cause the entire base to destruct and perish together with this Type 4 Divine Warrior. Jess replied, "That's right. Duanmu Sheng is a Type 4 Divine Warrior and used to be an expert of the Saint clan, but he had already been controlled by leader Yu Zhong through the legendary Treasure of Hope, Puppet Box. He is a puppet that listens and obeys to every command of leader Yu Zhong." Duanmu Sheng was an expert of the Saint clan. With the resistance gathering their talents, it would not be an issue ascertaining his identity. Yu Zhong could only make use of this method to win over support from the resistance. No one would follow a weak person even if he or she was the prophesied leader. Initially, Liu Yi Chen had witnessed Yu Zhong's strength for himself. In addition to the god's imprint, that was why he decided to recognize him. If Yu Zhong was a trash, then even if he had the imprint, no one would have handed him their authority. Everyone's gazes fell upon Yu Zhong. He chuckled lightly and barked, "Duanmu Sheng, kneel." Duanmu Sheng immediately got down on his knees with a blank look, just like a puppet. After being controlled by the puppet Rune, while those still retained their strength and memories, they had no way of disobeying their master. At the same time, there was no possibility of having any dissatisfaction or disloyalty. Seeing the Type 4 Divine Warrior kneeling in front of everybody, they were all shocked. A Type 4 Divine Warrior was an expert that received respect wherever they went. In the entire resistance, there was not a single Type 4 Divine Warrior. Such an expert actually kneeled down with a single command from Yu Zhong. This showed his dominance completely, and no one dared to suspect his might. Sima Bing looked at Yu Zhong with a strange glint and asked slowly, "The Treasure of Hope. Puppet box should be a weapon that our initial leaders had used against the flesh eaters. Who would have thought that it had ended up in your hands? With its might, it should be easy to control a Type 4 Divine Warrior." Torrent's countenance flickered constantly before he finally smiled at Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, can you let us take a look at this fabled treasure of hope?" Floxenia, who was in Yu Zhong's arms, immediately whispered, "Brother Yu Zhong. He wants to take a look and find the opportunity to snatch it away. In fact, he's a spy sent from the Saint clan. He had already exposed the location of this headquarters to the flesh eaters." Yu Zhong was astounded and quickly barked at Torrent. "Torrent, when is the Saint clan attacking this headquarters?" Torrent felt rocked by the sudden interrogation and could not stop his thoughts from flowing, but he maintained a bewildered look. "Yu Zhong, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." Floxenia continued to whisper, "The attack is due to happen in 2 hours, simultaneously against all divisions of the resistance. Due to the seed of hope among the humans, that is to say, the prophesied savior, the Saint clan does not want to leave the resistance alone any longer as festering cancer. At the same time, one of the seeds of hopes from Africa on Earth has already landed in their hands." If Torrent were not thinking of these, Floxenia could not possibly peer into everything, but once his thoughts were nudged, they would all be laid bare for her to read. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold, cruel light as he ordered, "Fuck! 2 hours? Duanmu Sheng capture Torrent and tear his limbs off." "Yes, master." Duanmu Sheng's eyes glimmered viciously, and without any warning 2 sharp spikes burst out under Torrent directly through his legs. Torrent grabbed onto those spikes with fear and screamed out, "Eat! Chief! Save me! Yu Zhong is mad. No. He must be a spy from the Saint clan. He wants to kill us all." "Stop!" Sima Bing immediately barked out and raised her hands as a white frosty energy shot towards Duanmu Sheng. Chapter 756, Cluster. Duanmu Sheng remained impassive as he waved his hands, sending a wall of earth to block the oncoming frost. When the frost came in contact with the earthen wall, it turned into a huge ice block. Duanmu Sheng flashed and appeared before Torrent, his hands clawing out and tore off his arms easily. With a swipe of his legs, Torrent's legs were also shattered by that obscene force. "Ah!" With his limbs dismembered, Torrent screamed out in an inhumane manner. The hearts of Yen Ken and Sima Bing all turned cold upon witnessing this gory scene. Especially Yen, whose thoughts went to the slap just now from Duanmu Sheng. Had he not been merciful, he would have died already. Sima Bing's expression turned incredibly icy as she stared at Yu Zhong, her power flowing from her body. "Yu Zhong, what the fuck are you doing? Are you really a spy from the Saint clan?" Yu Zhong replied solemnly, "Keep your cool, Sima Bing. Torrent is a traitor from the Saint clan. He had already given all the information to them. In 2 hours they're sending their armies to eradicate us. We are already in grave danger and we have to leave now." Sima Bing was not convinced, instead retorting coldly, "Where's the proof that Torrent is a spy?" Yu Zhong glanced at Torrent and asked indifferently, "Where's the proof?" Torrent's eyes were red as he wailed, "I'm not any fucking spy. You set me up. You're the spy. Bing, I followed you for so long. How can you not know me? If I were truly a spy, you would have landed in their arms a long time ago. Yu Zhong is the true traitor. His motive here must be to cause an internal strife. Who knows, Jess might already have come under his control." Under his incredible acting, all the resistance soldiers immediately felt wary, casting grave looks towards Yu Zhong. After all, humans would tend to trust those they knew better while maintaining wariness towards others. The resistance was the same, they would choose to believe someone they fought alongside rather than Yu Zhong. It was especially so for Sima Bing, who had fought alongside Torrent Mu through countless battles. Although she did not view him as a lover, she did recognize him as an important partner. Floxenia whispered, "In the inner pocket on the left side of his clothes, there's a U-plate. On it, there are the records of all the chiefs of the various divisions." Yu Zhong laughed lightly, "Sima Bing, if you don't believe me, you can go search his inner pocket on the left side yourself. Check it and see what it says." This time Torrent Mu's face finally broke as he began to shout anxiously, "Bing, don't believe him. I have nothing on me. Even if there is, it must be planted by him. Don't believe him. If there really isn't anything, I will not let you off, even if you are the prophesied savior. I will not let you get away with hurting my partner like that." Sima Bing shot Yu Zhong an icy glare as she reached into Torrent Mu's pockets. Her expression fell as she pulled out a U-plate. Torrent Mu turned ashen as he stared at the U-plate and continued to mutter, "He set me up. He set me up. Bing, believe me. You must believe me." Sima Bing's gaze flashed as she summoned a soldier to bring a handheld computer. She loaded up the U-plate and immediately, the information inside was displayed. Inside the U-plate, all the information including personality, strength, position, family members as well as other vital details about the top brass of the resistance was given. Besides the information, there were even Torrent Mu's personal comments on each of the leaders. Other than that, there was a huge picture of Sima Bing herself. Sima Bing's countenance seemed to flare as she swiveled around and roared, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Torrent Mu had a miserable look as he groaned, "Grant me a quick death." Sima Bing was pale as she gasped for breath while speaking coldly, "Why? When I've always trusted you?" Torrent Mu's face contorted into a savage and mad look, "You trust me but you can't give me what I want. I can't get clean water, I can't play with beautiful women, I can't lead a stable life. I don't want to hide and scurry around like a rat. Unable to eat full meals, no warm clothes, no ladies. What's more, what I want most is you. You view me as a partner, but cruelly reject my advances. This is the main reason why I chose to betray the organization. I want you no matter what, I must have you. Even if it means selling my soul to those flesh-eaters." The resistance had always been in a situation where resources were lacking. Each time the Saint clan launched an attack, they would be forced to retreat over and over again. After all, they weren't a match for the Saint clan. Even Torrent Mu and the rest who were leaders, they had times where even they could not eat their fill and had to consume irradiated water. Many of the middle management had consumed large quantities of irradiated water, turning them into mutants or even irradiated devils. Because of this, many middle management had already started to turn to the other side, becoming spies and traitors in exchange for a better life. Without a resolute goal nor a symbol of hope, it was easy for people to betray. She looked at Torrent Mu with an icy look and congealed a sharp ice pick in her hand, slamming it into his brain, directly killing him. "You make me sick." After that, she turned to look at Yu Zhong. "Thanks, Yu Zhong. I would like to know though, how did you find out?" Yu Zhong chuckled indifferently, "Since I'm the savior, naturally, I have some mysterious abilities. Now that the traitor is taken care of, let's go have a good chat with President Gong." Yu Zhong had a Type 4 divine warrior as well as some strange method to weed out Torrent Mu. This caused all of the soldiers from the resistance to look at him with renewed respect and idolization. Even Yin and Ken, who were dissatisfied with Yu Zhong, had no choice but to accept the reality. Within the meeting hall, Gong Changtian and his buddy Lance were seated at the main seats. The moment Yu Zhong entered the hall, Gong Changtian stood up, saying, "How do you do? Yu Zhong, I'm Gong Changtian. I've been briefed on your matters. From today on, our resistance will be your loyal subordinate." Yu Zhong was stunned for a while as he carefully assessed Gong Changtian. Gong Changtian was the highest authority of the resistance. Although the other three divisions were all independent, he was truly the one in control. A person that could get to this point would not be simple, and would definitely be characters of grit and abilities. Yu Zhong was surprised that this person would give up his power. Gong Changtian chuckled bitterly, "Leader, before you came, I was also skeptical of the prophecy. However, since the treasure of hope is in your hands, then we humans can only gather under your banner and lead, in order to deal with the Saint clan. For the sake of our humankind, I'm willing to become a subordinate to you. My son has a poor personality, and that was my fault as a father. I hope that leader can return him to me. I promise to guide him properly and get him back on the right track. Yu Zhong saw that Gong Changtian was so forthright, and could only smile lightly. All right. Gong Changtian had given up his power, instantly placing Yu Zhong as the highest authority. In fact, if Yu Zhong truly wanted to gain control over everyone, he would still need some time. Yu Zhong asked, Gong Changtian, it is a critical situation now, our base has been exposed and we need to move now. In 2 hours the Saint Clan's army would arrive. Do you have any suggestions? Gong Changtian was, after all, more familiar with the base. It was strategy and tactic to seek his opinion. Gong Changtian presented his views. We should immediately evacuate all members, allowing them to leave their separate ways. There are over 10,000 people. If we want to organize a retreat, it would be impossible. As for the base, let's set the automatic self-defense to self-destruct when they are here. Sima Bing was reluctant. Leaving on our own, that will cause many to perish. The ruins were a dangerous area, and many of the people were families of the resistance. If they were to travel on their own, there would definitely be many casualties. Gong Changtian sighed deeply. Sima Bing, this is the best we can do. Our strength is too weak. Sima Bing was speechless, but she knew the truth. They were too weak compared to the Saint Clan. Yu Zhong made his choice. Since this is the case, immediately evacuate them. Send the soldiers to protect the family members. Leave the self-destruction of the base to me as well as the control of the mainframe. Yes. Gong Changtian responded and swiftly went to carry out Yu Zhong's orders. Not long after, from the resistance base, humans began to pour out like ants, frantically making their way towards different directions. Every one of them carried some resources with them, escorted by soldiers with experience as they fled for their lives. After more than an hour, 300 heavy aircraft carriers appeared in the skies, together with 100 assault helicopters and 400 heavy bombers. 800 aircraft filled the skies, blocking out the sunlight like a huge flock of mutant birds, looking extremely frightening. Chapter 757, The Saint Clan Army. 800 aircraft. Even a country from prior to the apocalypse would not be able to pull out such a fleet. Within the 800 aircraft, there was a huge steel ship that looked like a fortress suspended in air, of about 300 m length. It had countless cannons pointing out of its sides, and the sight of it would leave enemies despairing. Inside the steel ship, it was renovated with plenty of resplendent pearls and precious jewels, with lush carpets laid on the ground, and the entire interior looked extremely luxurious. The table, sofa, and even bar were all made out of gold, shining brightly. A number of beautiful women were kneeling in 2 rows, enhancing the look of the interior. On the couch that was cast in gold, there were 7 men and 3 women. They were either sampling fresh blood or flirting around with handsome men and beautiful women with casual looks. One particular young male in jeans and his golden hair in a ponytail, held a glass of virgin blood, sipping quietly. Seems like information on our attack was leaked. Look at all the fleeing bugs. Inside this huge airship, there was a large display showing the feet of the humans fleeing within the ruins below. The people of the resistance had plenty of experience escaping, however, with the airships above scanning below, many were still discovered. One muscular black man who was chewing on some bubblegum asked, "Who wants to go down and play? This is a rare hunting party. Hunting these people of the wild would definitely be more interesting than those in the cities." A handsome young man with spectacles and black hair spoke with a cold expression, his expression impassive. "Friday. We are not here to play. This time, it is to wipe out the lowly resistance. Sir Sitolius is watching us." Friday shrugged. "Xiangma Yiming, don't be such a prude. I was just joking. I'll definitely carry out the mission well." Sitolius was a respected and strong Type 5 divine warrior of the Saint Clan. Of the 10 million experts in the Saint Clan, only 30 of them had a strength of a Type 5 divine warrior. Such an expert had a lofty position. Xiangma Yiming's face sunk. "Everyone pay attention. Sir Sitolius is just here to hold the fort. We have so many Type 4 divine warriors here, if we still have to request for his assistance, it will be our eternal shame." A beautiful lady with blonde hair and blue eyes, a sexy and voluptuous body, dressed in black leather shorts, black bra, her makeup thick and heavy, laughed out in an alluring manner. Relax, Xiangma Yiming. We have 10 Type 4 Divine Warriors here. The strongest warrior of the resistance is only a Type 3 Divine Warrior. I can easily wipe them out. Xiangma Yiming swept a gaze across the dozens of strong and handsome men kneeling by the beautiful woman as he coldly barked. Baiana, play as you will, don't get in the way of Sir Sitolius, otherwise I won't let you off. How will you do that, HM? Conquer me in bed? Then you're just like this fellow, satisfying me with that thing? Baiana laughed out in an unbridled manner, before reaching out to grab the lower part of one of the men beside her, and crushed down forcefully. He was instantly castrated as fresh blood flowed from her hand, giving her a cruel and savage aura. The strong man let out a whimper of pain as he grabbed his private area, thrashing on the ground as blood flowed. The rest of the men shuddered, their faces pale as ash, but they did not dare move. This woman in front of them might be a beauty, but they knew she was a monster in human skin, and they did not dare antagonize her. What's the matter with you? Why are you screaming? So annoying. Baiana frowned at the sight of the man, and with her claws she instantly tore the head of the man from his body. Piercing into the skull, Baiana dug out a hole and reached out with her tongue to suck the inner contents. The rest of the men had looks of anguish, knowing that their plight was the same. The more she favored a man, the earlier he was eaten. The rest who were not as liked would lead hellish lives and killed in the end. A boy of about 12 showed a cute smile. Baiana's eating manner is still so crude. Oh yeah, Jonas, I heard that one of the seeds of hope among the humans have appeared, and was captured by you. Is his head still with you? It's right here. The planet we're about to invade is called Earth. It's filled with zombies, mutant beasts and mutant plants. Their combat strength is weak there, the strongest of the humans reaching only about a Type 3 Divine Warrior. Most of their infrastructures have been destroyed as well. The only organization that could pose a threat to us is called the Kingdom of God. They had already recovered most functions of society, and conquered a few cities with 12 Type 3 Divine Warriors called Apostles. Their technology isn't too high, but they have nuclear weapons, capable of turning the entire planet into a wasteland. Once we go over, we must get those nuclear weapons first, then the planet would belong to us. A blond man with an evil and maniacal expression pulled out a glass box beside him, tearing the cloth away, revealing a head of a black man, whose expression was forever frozen in fear. The young boy had a strange look as he asked, Type 3 Divine Warriors are the peak over there? That planet is truly weak. Oh yeah, Jonas, where is the God and Devil imprint on that human? Can I see? Upon hearing that term, the 9 other Type 4 Divine Warriors almost ceased their breathing and cast their gazes on Jonas. The God and Devil imprint held many secrets and untold power. Legends had it that the ancient clan Type 6 Divine Warriors had reached their levels because they obtained the imprints, breaking through the Type 5 barrier. The 10 Type 4 Divine Warriors present were all above 100 years but had no means of breaking through to the Type 5 stage. In truth, the Type 5 Divine Warriors were old antiques left from the First War, and in the new generations of the Saint clan, there had only been one genius who struggled hard within a heavily irradiated zone to suddenly become a Type 5 Divine Warrior. Most of them peaked at Type 4 and stuck there. It was because of this that everyone looked forward to seeing the legendary God and Devil imprint. Jonas had a look of pity flash past his eyes as he spoke mildly, I've already given it to His Holy Majesty Karlman. Upon hearing that name, everyone became quiet. The Holy Majesty Karlman was the ancestor of the Saint clan, with a Type 6 Divine Warrior strength. A long time ago, it was he and a few other Type 6 Divine Warriors who banded together to crush the human resistance, allowing the Saint clan to become the rulers of this world. In this world, other than a few terrifying Type 6 mutant beasts, no one was his match. And while those Type 6 mutant beasts had insane strength, they were mostly in some obscure places, with no interest in the power struggles of the world. Hence, they were no threat to Karlman. Could be said that Karlman was at the pinnacle of this world. If any of the Type 4 Divine Warriors, even though of betraying his will, there would only be death. Xiangma Yiming ordered coldly, the orders from Saint City are to kill every single human from the resistance, not allowing a single one to escape. Baiana, go lead a 100 RH2S to surround those in the east. Yiming, you take a 100 to surround those in the west. Zhang, go to the north. Samo, you take the south. Huadu, go lead 100 RH2S and 200 Type 3 Divine Warriors to attack the base. Yes. Understood. The 5 Type 4 Divine Warriors who were picked up immediately dropped whatever they were doing and entered a combat-ready state. 5 smaller aircraft swiftly departed from the floating fortress towards all 4 directions. The large fleet also began to descend under the cover of the assault helicopters. As they landed, many RH-2S disembarked. 5 armies made up of robots quickly got in formation, galloping towards 5 different locations. The speed of the RH-2S was fast, quickly chasing up to those fleeing resistance soldiers. The cannons uncurled out of their hatches and began to unleash hell upon those unfortunate humans. Among the soldiers, many tried to make use of the terrain to engage the RH-2S. However, their weapons were too inadequate, their bullets unable to pierce the armor of those RH-2S. Furthermore, due to the advanced sensors, once they were within the scanning range, they had no way of evading the rain of bullets. The moment the battle started, the resistance began to lose many soldiers as they crumbled apart, turning into corpses. Chapter 758, Type 5 Saint Clan member, Sitolius. Yu Zhong watched the flesh-eaters launching an assault on the base and frowned. Crafty bastards, they actually used such a small force to attack the headquarters. Huadu had been extremely careful to deploy only 40 RH-2S and 100 Type 3 experts to attack, not dumping all of his troops. At the same time, Huadu himself stood far away with no intention of getting closer. Gong Chang Tian laughed bitterly. That's natural. We had self-destructed a base before, killing a Type 4 flesh-eater in the process. That was the only time we managed to eliminate one. With this lesson they are definitely more careful. Furthermore, our strength is weak. If you weren't here, these units that he sent is more than enough to wipe us out. 40 RH-2S and 100 Type 3 flesh-eaters, such a force was truly more than sufficient to wipe out the resistance. After all, though the resistance had 10,000 people, there were only 3,000 soldiers, of which, not even 10 were at a Type 3 Divine Warrior level. Any Type 3 Divine Warrior had the ability to fight 100 enemies, and the resistance had no way of defending against a 100 Type 3 flesh-eaters. In the past, the resistance had not been eliminated entirely because the Saint Clan did not hold them in regard. Furthermore, they had always been running around, their bases kept secret. With Torrent's betrayal, it had changed everything, thus the flesh-eaters to wipe them out once and for all. Just this small troop of the Saint Clan surpassed what the resistance could handle. Without Yu Zhong there would only be death for them. Of course, this was because the Saint Clan was in power and had no enemies. Without enemies they could casually deploy their armies and not have to worry about defense. Yu Zhong watched the displays and declared solemnly, "No other choice, I've to act now." Bai Yi. "Yes, Master." Bai Yi smiled sweetly before her consciousness went into the electronic systems and unleashed a powerful signal outwards. The RH-2S that were attacking the resistance suddenly jerked. Before all their weapons came out their hatches and under Bai Yi's adjustments, they began to fire madly at the Type 3 flesh-eaters. The Type 3 flesh-eaters were not prepared against the RH-2S and were instantly ripped to shreds. Bai Yi was a super AI, and she could instantly calculate the movements and positions of the Type 3 flesh-eaters. With her overpowered calculations, there was no way for them to dodge. Damn it! What's going on? Seeing the RH-2S suddenly going berserk, Huadu's countenance turned ugly, turning into a flash of light as he continued to dodge the firepower. "Damn bastard humans, you dare to rebel against our mighty Saint Clan? Go to hell." Huadu appeared in front of an RH-2, roaring in rage and waving his right hand, as a huge blade of air slashed across the cockpit, slicing the pilot within in two together with the RH-2. After destroying one RH-2, Huadu continued to flicker across the battlefield like a ghost, his right hand slashing out with air blades, destroying RH-2S and their pilots. Strong. A Type 4 Divine Warrior is truly not to be underestimated. In the base, Gong Chang Tian watched how Huadu was slaughtering the RH-2S with ease, and his heart was filled with shock. Gong Chang Tian felt that he could take on an RH-2 as well, but his method would be to deal with the pilot. Furthermore, he would have to expend some energy, unlike Huadu, taking down RH-2S every second. With the electromagnetic wave sent out by Bai Yi, all the RH-2S were gradually affected, falling under Bai Yi's control. They quickly adjusted their targets and began to attack their commanders. Caught defenseless, Baiana and the other Type 4 flesh-eaters were struck violently. However, due to their status as Type 4 divine warriors, they just had to expend some more energy to evade death. After that, they launched their own counterattacks, destroying the RH-2S. Bai Yi's wave also reached to the skies, causing the numerous aircraft to come under her control. The fleet began to fly towards the resistance base, adjusting their cannons to aim at the huge floating fortress. In a split second, Bai Yi had completely turned the tides, displaying the terrifying might of the Treasure of Hopes. The wave continued to stretch out towards the huge fortress. If it could end up in Yu Zhong's hands, then the entire battle could be flipped. The moment Bai Yi got close to the huge fortress, the mainframe within sounded off an alarm. Near the computer, a muscular and handsome blonde man dressed in a suit was sitting in his seat, his entire being exuding a terrifying aura. He opened his eyes suddenly. This was the Type 5 divine warrior holding the fort from the Saint clan, Sitolius. Super. Seems like this treasure of hope has ended up in the hands of the humans. We really can't underestimate these ants. Sitolius looked at the computer as the alarms continued to ring out, as he reached out with his right hand, instantly dispersing the electromagnetic wave. Sitolius ordered out solemnly, "Convey my orders, full defense protocol is in play now. Isolate all wavelengths." He had just finished speaking and instantly, the exterior of the flying fortress began to extend out with radar systems, blanketing the entire ship, cutting off all interference. When full defense protocol was up, no electromagnetic wave could hope to penetrate the mainframe of the flying fortress, and Bai Yi could no longer attempt to control the huge ship. Of course, there was a downside to it, that meant that the entire ship was now deaf and blind, with no means of obtaining information from the battlefield, nor could it send messages. It was relying only on the Saint clan members piloting the ship. Like this, the full might of the floating fortress was cut down by at least 70%. However, this was the best way to deal with Bai Yi. Any mainframes or central computers that were technologically advanced would not be spared from Bai Yi. Initially, the flesh-eaters and the vampires had truly suffered during the war against the humans and had to come up with several measures. When the full defense protocol was up, Bai Yi knew she could not continue and immediately went to control the rest of the fleet to start firing at the huge floating fortress. The outer hull of the ship was made with the latest technology using alloys, and its toughness and durability were even stronger than tanks. As the bullets and cannons and all sorts of projectiles were slamming against the hull, they caused sparks and fireworks but did not manage to actually damage the ship. Only a few guided missiles managed to blast a small part of the armor away, but due to its thickness, there was no way the missiles could penetrate within a short time. The 500 RH-2S on the ground were also firing their laser beams up at the huge fortress. When the laser beams struck the ship, they managed to burn through the alloy armor, tearing numerous small holes in the hull. Sitolius ordered out coldly, "Destroy all enemies." At that moment, countless firearms opened out of the huge fortress, firing countless projectiles towards the surrounding fleet as well as the RH-2S on the ground. Although they lacked the scanning and automatic aim of the central computer, the elite pilots of the Saint clan made up for it through their terrifying control. A number of the assault helicopters were instantly blasted and exploded in balls of fire. The large cannons rained down from the skies, buffeting the RH-2S, blasting them into pieces as well. Yu Zhong looked at the huge fortress with desire in his eyes. Powerful. If only I can get such a powerful flying fortress. With just that single ship, the Saint clan was able to fend off the assault from 100 assault helicopters and a few hundred RH-2S. This was under the condition of having their mainframe shut off, and their combat ability decreased to a mere 30%. If it were at its peak, this ship could easily raise the entire resistance base to the ground. A number of heavy aircraft descended swiftly, unloading a huge number of RH-2S that quickly raised their laser guns and fired into the skies. With the added firepower, the huge floating fortress began to take more damage. Chapter 759, Reversal of the Situation. Although the floating fortress was strong, under the combined attacks from the RH-2S under Bai Yi's control, it was beginning to get damaged, and it would be a matter of time before it got destroyed. Sitolius immediately made a decision. the Super AI, is really a powerful treasure of hope. Xiangma Yiming, come and command the ship. The rest of you, come with me to go and destroy their hope. Yes, sir. The other Type 4 divine warriors immediately saluted with respect. The doors of the huge fortress opened, and 5 people leaped down towards the ground. The moment they exited, countless firepower was already trained on them under Bai Yi's command, blasting madly. With a wave of Sitolius's hand, a shield appeared in his hand, its appearance mysterious and carved with strange runes, the center stuck with a piece of Type 4 mutant beast nuclei. The shield suddenly enlarged and the runes flashed out, causing a white light to envelop all of them. The cannons and bullets struck the bright white light, only to bounce off, leaving a small mark. The white light slammed into the ground like a shooting star, and 4 Type 4 divine warriors immediately charged towards the west. The speed of the 4 Type 4 divine warriors exceeded the sound barrier, quickly charging through the ranks of the RH2S and destroying them. With a tap of his foot, Sitolius disappeared from his location, appearing right in front of another RH2, and he waved an 8 m long bone whip towards it. The huge bone whip directly sliced through the RH2, countless metal parts flying. Honk, honk, honk. The loud roars and explosions sounded constantly, as many RH2S were torn apart in two. Even under the control of Bai Yi, the robots had no means of locking down on Sitolius's position. It was not that Bai Yi's calculations were not strong enough, but the speed of the RH2S could not compare with Sitolius at all. After all, the machines had limitations as well. On the battlefield, many RH2S were exploding from the assault of the powerful Saint Clan members with no way to retaliate. Inside the underground base, the resistance soldiers watched this with pale faces. They had known of the terror and might of the Type 4 and Type 5 divine warriors. However, at that time when Zhang wrestled control over the RH2S, they were filled with a glimmer of hope. Now, with Sitolius acting, their hopes were instantly dashed. They finally knew why humans ultimately fell even with the support of those treasures of hope. Sitolius's speed at wrecking the RH2S was even faster than the Type 4's, and he had never even exhibited any special skills, just using the bone whip to tear the robots apart. It was a testimony to his strength and speed. Gong Changtian was pale as he asked, "What now?" The combat might of Sitolius had exceeded Gong Changtian's imagination. Just him alone, with time he could single-handedly crush all of the resistance. There was no way they could retaliate at all. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange glint as he barked, "Since he came down, let us go up." Bai Yi, stop the laser attacks on the fortress. Focus fire on all the Type 4 Saint Clan members on the ground, and maintain some pressure on the fortress. Bai Yi smiled and replied, "Yes, Master." The RH2S that were ignoring everything else and firing their lasers at the floating fortress immediately adjusted their firepower towards the Type 4 flesh eaters. Due to the sudden attack, 2 of them were instantly ravaged by laser beams. "Move out." Yu Zhong and the rest quickly got on an assault helicopter. The ground opened up, and the assault helicopter quickly rose up into the sky, making its way towards the flying fortress. During the hacking attempt, Bai Yi had gleaned some intel, informing Yu Zhong that the Saint Clan had only deployed a single Type 5 divine warrior on this mission. In truth, to quell these resistance soldiers, all it needed were 3 Type 4 divine soldiers. However, they actually sent a Type 5 divine warrior, 10 Type 4 divine warriors, plus an entire fleet. This showed the importance they attached to the resistance. If it weren't for Yu Zhong's appearance, the resistance headquarters might have truly been wiped out. The moment Sitolius came down from the aircraft, it presented an opportunity for Yu Zhong to snatch it. "You want to steal it, huh? What wishful thinking." Sitolius caught sight of the assault helicopter rising towards the floating fortress, and he sneered coldly. He grabbed a boulder and flung it with force, sending it hurtling towards the assault helicopter like a cannonball. With his insane strength, under that forceful throw, the huge boulder was even more powerful than an actual cannon. If struck, the assault helicopter was sure to be destroyed. At this critical juncture, Sima Bing stood up, gritting her teeth to channel her frost ability, forming a huge ice wall in midair. The huge boulder slammed through the gigantic ice wall, leaving a hole in its wake, while it continued to hurtle towards the helicopter with slightly reduced speed. "Get lost!" Lance roared and fired out a beam of white light towards the rock, forcefully knocking it away from its trajectory, barely brushing past the assault helicopter. It took 2 Type 3 Divine Warriors just to move a single throw from Sitolius, and both of them were already pale in their faces, having exerted all their might. After Sitolius threw that rock, countless cannons and laser guns blasted towards him, forcing his attention away from the assault helicopter. As a Type 5 Divine Warrior, his flesh body was truly perverse. Even cannons would not be able to penetrate his body. However, the impact from all the various firepower would still cause him some distress. Furthermore, he could not withstand the laser beams. Under Bai Yi's controls, the RH-2S had cast a fire net over Sitolius, fully occupying his attention, otherwise he would likewise suffer. Damn, the communications with the aircraft is down. Sitolius looked up with frustration but soon threw it to the back of his mind. There's still Xiangma Yiming within those ants, not even a single Type 4 Divine Warrior, they can't possibly do shit. Within the intel of the Saint City, the strongest expert of the human resistance was only at Type 3 Divine Warrior level, and there were already 200 such experts from the Saint clan together with Xiangma Yiming on board the fortress. Even if the humans made it up there, it would be suicide. Sitolius brought his attention back to the battle and started to wreck RH-2S, leaving none that he came across intact. One of the observers on the ship discovered the assault helicopter and reported, "Sir, there's a helicopter flying towards us, please advise." These ants actually dare think of stealing the ship? Too bad, I won't even grant you that hope. Xiangma Yiming laughed coldly and ordered, "Fire with all we have, do not let them close." Yes. With that order, the floating fortress unleashed a barrage of firepower towards the assault helicopter. Although they have lost the control of the mainframe computer and suffered a loss of accuracy within a close range, the barrage of bullets and cannons still formed a dangerous fire net. As long as the assault helicopter was struck, Yu Zhong and the rest would be blasted to kingdom come. Facing those projectiles, Yu Zhong immediately summoned a light shield, forming a protection around the helicopter. The shield managed to block 2 shots before it completely disintegrated, leaving Yu Zhong no choice but to activate another light shield. Yu Zhong had 20 of these low-level items from the God and Devil system. He gave 10 to his own generals, while he had 10 on himself. When the 9th shield was destroyed, the helicopter managed to come in contact with the fortress. At that moment, Jess immediately leaped out and channeled his ability to tear the alloy door open, revealing a hole for them to enter. The group disembarked and quickly leaped through. "How is it, Bai Yi? Any chance of controlling the ship?" When they were in, Yu Zhong pulled out the display and asked solemnly. Bai Yi shook her head, "Not yet. The main computer on this ship had already been sealed. Furthermore, there's some jamming signal near the mainframe. I can only infiltrate if we come in direct contact with the equipment." Chapter 760, Entering the Ship. Bai Yi spoke quickly, "However, I know the layout clearly and know where the central location is. Head right." Without any hesitation, Yu Zhong followed Bai Yi's instructions and ran to the left. "Hold it right there, damn humans." Yu Zhong and his group had just run forwards about 200 m, when 6 Type 3 flesh-eaters appeared, pouncing towards them with bloodthirsty expressions. The bodies of the Type 3 flesh-eaters were their strongest weapons, hence they did not bring along any modern firearms. Facing the sudden appearance of 6 Type 3 flesh-eaters, Gong Changtian and the rest felt anxious, knowing that these freaks were strong, and should they be held here, more would swarm over soon. "Shaxi, injure them. Don't kill them. I'm not your subordinate. Don't order me around." Shaxi declared coldly, before shooting forward like a shooting star right into the midst of the 6 flesh-eaters, slicing them into halves. Type 4 Divine Warrior. She's a Type 4 Divine Warrior. Yu Zhong actually has 2 Type 4 Divine Warriors as guards, too fearsome. Gong Changtian and the rest looked at Shaxi with shock and awe. In such a dangerous place, the stronger their forces, the higher the chances of success. Yu Zhong pointed and sent 6 Type 3 puppet runes that entered the foreheads of the Type 3 Divine Warriors. "Let's go." Yu Zhong did not stop to wait for the Type 3 flesh-eaters to proclaim their loyalty, quickly leading the rest further in. They could not afford to screw up now or waste time, as Yu Zhong was afraid that the Saint clan might destroy their mainframe, or cause the ship to self-destruct. If anything were to happen, they would all lose their lives. After all, if they did not manage to gain this floating fortress, which could be considered a technological marvel even in the Saint clan, they would not have a sliver of hope against the Type 5 Divine Warrior. Zhang knew that while he had 2 treasures of hope in terms of face-to-face combat, he was still a long way off. Kacha. A number of automatic doors closed the tunnel, sealing their path. Jess immediately activated his ability and pulled the doors apart easily, allowing them to move forward. Type 3 flesh eaters continued to pour out from various corners of the ship, attacking Zhang and his group. Shaxi continued to charge towards the Type 3 flesh eaters without waiting for Zhang's orders, injuring them heavily. For each and every one that fell, Zhang would quickly summon a Type 3 puppet rune and imprinted them on the flesh eaters, bringing them under his control. With Shaxi taking the lead, all the Type 3 flesh eaters were swiftly subjugated by Zhang, allowing him to come to the control room for the mainframe easily. Zhang took a look and his eyes lit up. This must be the brain of the entire ship, right? As long as they gained control of this ship, Zhang would have the capacity to deal with the Saint clan, otherwise they could only flee or die. Xiangma Yiming came out from another room, walking slowly while smiling evilly. Impressive. Truly impressive, a measly human like you actually made it here. What a feat. I'm Xiangma Yiming, Type 4 Saint clan member. I admire you a lot, come be my dog. As long as you obey me you'll gain riches and can become the leader of any city, and you'll be the ruler of over 100,000 people. How does that sound? Zhang stared at him with a strange look. It's only you here. Xiangma Yiming laughed out lightly. I am more than enough. Overlord Gongchang Tian, I know that you're at most at the Type 3 Divine Warrior level. Just the few of you aren't my match, no matter how many other Type 3 Divine Warriors you might best. Surrender to me and it's not too late. As long as you hand over the treasures of hope in your possession, I can guarantee all of you will lead decent lives, and no longer have to live like rats, worried about your fate. Type 4 Divine Warriors and Type 3 Divine Warriors were truly too far apart in strength. Due to this, Xiangma Yiming dared to face them alone. On one hand, his speed was a factor, on the other, he had confidence in suppressing them. Xiangma Yiming's gaze swept across them when suddenly, it landed on Duanmu Sheng, and his voice faltered, "Wait." You're Duanmu Sheng. Fuck, you guys have the puppet box. Zhang ordered, kill him. Shaxi Duanmu Sheng. Both of them immediately shot forward. The 3 Type 4 Divine Warriors engaged in battle, causing loud blasts and their shadows blurred everywhere. Xiangma Yiming was a peak existence of the Type 4 Divine Warrior stage. Against Shaxi and Duanmu Sheng, he was still able to fend them off, although it seemed unlikely he could extract himself safely. Gongchang Tian roared and instantly, a powerful red-colored Do Chi exuded from his body, enhancing his strength to reach the Type 4 Divine Warrior level. With a step forth he quickly joined the fray. The moment Gongchang Tian joined the battle, Xiangma Yiming's outlook became even worse, suffering blows from time to time. Ken and Yen also quickly activated their strength and joined the fray. However, just as they charged in, they were quickly sent flying out by 2 slaps from Xiangma Yiming, causing the wall to be dented as they both spat out blood, almost dying on the spot. This showed the difference in the combat ability. Right now, only Gongchang Tian had the necessary strength to forcefully engage Xiangma Yiming. Most other Type 3 Divine Warriors would die or become burdens. Zhang shot them a glance and made for the control room. Even if he joined in the fray, he could not bring the battle to an end quickly. Xiangma Yiming saw that and his face turned ashen as he roared out in anger, flashing forward to pounce on him. Damn human, stop right there. Shaxi, Duanmu Sheng and Gongchang Tian all lashed out at him. He ignored their attacks and charged right at Zhang, not daring to let him into the control room. Shaxi's claw as well as the fists of Duanmu Sheng and Gongchang Tian blasted Xiangma Yiming's body. His body twisted strangely for a moment, dispersing about 70% of the power, while he spat out a mouth of blood. The remaining 30% of force propelled him forwards closer towards Zhang. With a strong sense of death looming, Zhang swiftly activated his shadow steps and dark Do Chi, his body flashing as he dodged to one side. At the same time he sent out a fistful of devil flame towards Xiangma Yiming. Open. In response, Xiangma Yiming roared and a white light radiated out of his body. It was the radiance of life that he trained. Many of the Saint clan members who were Type 3 and above would usually cultivate the radiance of life, condensing their life force into an energy that protects them. Of course, there was a limit to the usage. If their life force was overdrawn, then their stamina, spirit, and strength would drop drastically for a short period of time. With this radiance of life, it showed Xiangma Yiming's determination to eradicate Yu Zhong. With the protection of the radiance of life, he managed to get past the devil flame, reaching out with a vicious claw towards Yu Zhong's head. At that instant, Yu Zhong's body disintegrated, turning into dust and disappearing from this world. Clone? Illusion? Right at that moment, a void appeared in mid-air, with 10 sharp bone spikes firing out towards Xiangma Yiming. Due to the sudden attack, if it had been any other Type 3 Divine Warrior, they would definitely have been slain instantly. Petty tricks. Break for me. Xiangma Yiming laughed coldly, and brought a fistful of power smashing towards the 10 bone spikes, instantly destroying them. Fucking strong. Yu Zhong's heart trembled with shock. He had exerted all his strength, made use of all his skills, and could only watch helplessly as Xiangma Yiming tore through them like paper. He truly experienced the difference between a peak Type 4 Divine Warrior and himself. Yu Zhong did not lose hope, instead he continued to activate his Devil Flame, firing them towards Xiangma Yiming. At the same time, Shaxi, Duanmu Xing and Gongchang Tian had chased up, using all their might to attack Xiangma Yiming. Of the three, Duanmu Xing was the strongest, but he could only exhibit his full prowess on the ground. In terms of body flesh, he could not compare with Shaxi. Hence, even though the three of them joined hands, they could barely suppress Xiangma Yiming, not killing him. Yu Zhong took the chance and broke through the room, immediately pulling out a data cable and connected it to the computer. Bai Yi's eyes started to glaze over in the handheld monitor, as data and numbers flashed through her eyes, and the entire ship started to blare out with alarm. Chapter 761, Suppressing Xiangma Yiming. Stop. Xiangma Yiming roared in anger, forcefully trying to break out of the entrapment of the three others in order to kill Yu Zhong. However, Shaxi and the rest were all powerful experts in their own right, and he was already heavily injured. He had no way of getting past them and could only watch as Bai Yi tore through the system. This air fortress was one of the most precious weapons of the Saint clan. In the entire arsenal, they only had about 50 of such aircraft. Every single one of them was the flagship of the Type 5 Saint clan members, representing their might and authority. Once Yu Zhong obtained one, Sitolius would definitely not let Xiangma Yiming off. The alarms on the ship rang for an entire minute before it suddenly stopped. After that, the radar systems all withdrew into the ship, as a single powerful radar emerged, sending a scan outward. Bai Yi's face on the display also regained her usual expression, revealing a smile to Yu Zhong. It's done, Master. I've completely integrated and gained control of the mainframe. Yu Zhong asked, is there anything that can do something to the Type 5 Divine Warrior below? There were many powerful cannons that were able to threaten Type 4 Divine Warriors. However, against the Type 5 Divine Warriors, due to their heightened sense of danger, their speed, such projectiles would not be able to hurt them. Bai Yi replied swiftly, making use of all the weapons on this ship, I'm able to force the Type 5 Divine Warrior to retreat, but the probability of killing him is only 7%. The only way to injure him heavily or even kill him would require the ultimate weapon on this ship, the R-32 nuclear bomb. Yu Zhong's eyes widened in shock. Nuclear bomb? They actually have a nuclear bomb on this shop? Yu Zhong was extremely clear about the destruction a nuclear bomb could cause. Once utilized, the entire blast zone would be a dead region. The speed of a Type 5 Divine Warrior might be terrifying, but it would not be enough to escape a region of at least a 100 li. When Yu Zhong had utilized the nuclear bomb back then, it had managed to wipe out 2 intelligent evolved zombies. However, as a result, he did not dare casually use that weapon again because while he killed his enemies, it came at a great cost. The pollution of the environment. It severely impacted the land that humans could live. Yu Zhong asked, how many are there? 5. Bai Yi suddenly spoke up, oh yes, Master, there's a huge horde of mutant beasts making their way over here. At that, the main display of the mainframe showed a region a slight distance away, heavily irradiated. A number of strange mutant snakes were slithering out, their heads black as tar, their bodies full of scars. Through her calculations, Bai Yi estimated, these strange beasts would reach our location within 3 minutes. Oh yes, there's a large unit of soldiers currently making their way over here. I've used the doors to hold them off, but they'll likely reach within a minute. As she spoke, the image on the screen changed swiftly, showing the various doors shutting, sealing the numerous Type 3 flesh-eaters within the corridors. However, under their violent assault, the doors were destroyed and they continued charging. The design of the ship was to fend off external attacks after all, which could destroy even Type 4 Divine Warriors, but within, the defenses could not withstand even the attacks of Type 3 Divine Warriors. 1 minute. We must vanquish him by then. Zhang turned to look at Xiangma Yiming with a chilly light, his body surging with dark do qi. He pushed his speed to the maximum and dashed towards him. Xiangma Yiming was a powerful expert, while he was facing off Shaxi and the other two, he was only at a slight disadvantage. If it weren't for his efforts to deal with Zhang, he would not have been injured so heavily. Xiangma Yiming stared venomously at Zhang and barked, "Humph! Despicable human, you dare steal the great Sitolius' ship, your offense would not be spared even if you die 100 times. Our people from the Saint clan will arrive shortly, by then, there's only death that awaits you. What a pity, the one who is going to die is you." Zhang laughed coldly, arriving in front of Xiangma Yiming, and activated his gravity manipulation, causing a force to weigh down on Xiangma Yiming. While it was not threatening to him, that sudden change in gravity threw him off balance, causing his body to shudder. At that instant, Shaxi clawed towards Xiangma Yiming's heart. He quickly sent a fist towards her claws, and his pure strength sent Shaxi flying back 5 meters. At the same time, Duanmu Sheng's fist came towards his face together with Gong Chang Tian's fist, both of them hurtling at the speed of sound. Xiangma Yiming roared in a low voice, bringing his arms back at an insane speed, meeting their fists, and the collision forced them back dozens of meters as well. Having forcefully repelled 3 Type 4 Divine Warriors, Xiangma Yiming's was not well off either, as blood trailed down the corner of his mouth. The earlier attempt on Zhang had severely impacted his fighting ability. Duanmu Sheng and Shaxi rebounded and flew straight at him, continuing to unleash a torrent of blows. Gong Chang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs obviously injured. He gasped for breath while staying where he was. After all, his strength was only at the Type 3 Divine Warrior level. He had relied on his do qi to bring himself to the realm of Type 4, but it was not his true strength. His constitution could not match. Duanmu Sheng and Shaxi were sent flying once more, when suddenly Zhang appeared behind Xiangma Yiming noiselessly, his hands wrapped with devil flames as he punched out. Such a blow would be fatal to even Type 4 Divine Warriors once connected. "Fool! I was waiting for you." Xiangma Yiming suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with hatred and sarcasm, his claws slashing towards Zhang's body at the speed of sound. Xiangma Yiming was a peak Type 4 expert, and he had no special abilities, just relying on his pure speed and strength. Among his peers he was a terrifying existence. Otherwise, it was impossible to fend off the joint attacks from Duanmu Sheng, Shaxi, and Gong Chang Tian. A single claw of his surpassed what Zhang could handle. Right at that moment, Zhang's chest burst out with a white light, as a light shield materialized, blocking in front of him. Xiangma Yiming's claw tore through the light shield like it was nothing, continuing towards Zhang's chest without any decrease in speed. Without any hesitation, his claws continued to pierce through the Type 4 mutant beast hide, level 5 defense vest, even directly through his body of steel. Xiangma Yiming laughed savagely, "Lowly human, time for your death." Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood before revealing a forced smile, "No. The one to die is you." At the same moment, a Type 4 puppet rune came out from Zhang's head, imprinting itself onto Xiangma Yiming's forehead. The rune shone brightly, penetrating his forehead. Xiangma Yiming roared out loud in rage, his body channeling his radiance of life, pushing the rune away. "Puppet rune! Too bad, I might not be at my best condition, but such a rune would not be able to control me. Break!" The rune shuddered before it disintegrated. If it could not invade the consciousness and soul of the other party, it would crumble apart. Forced to utilize his radiance of life, Xiangma Yiming was weakened yet again. At this time, Zhang's fists wrapped in devil flame pierced through Xiangma Yiming's body, instantly erupting and burning him. The second order Devil Flame had been enhanced thrice, its might truly fearsome, even a Type 4 Divine Warrior might be incinerated quickly. Xiangma Yiming was shocked, his radiance of life burst forth, suppressing then extinguishing the devil flames from his body. Yu Zhong was sent flying back, his chest pouring with blood, and he slammed into a wall, coughing out another mouthful. Xiangma Yiming made use of his radiance of life to knock Yu Zhong back, falling even weaker as he spat out a mouthful of blood and his countenance turned pale. His constitution was weakening rapidly. Shaxi's claw arrived silently, piercing his body, digging his heart out. Duanmu Sheng arrived like a specter, sending a violent punch that caused Xiangma Yiming to slam into a wall. Gong Chang Tian charged forward, his fists raining down, causing the Type 4 Divine Warrior's body to contort. Stop. Gong Chang Tian, don't kill him. With Yu Zhong's order, Gong Chang Tian stopped somewhat reluctantly. With a point, another Type 4 puppet rune landed on Xiangma Yiming's forehead, penetrating through to his brain. A white light then radiated out from his body, swiftly regenerating from the countless injuries, and soon he stood up and kneeled before Yu Zhong. Master, I'm your servant Xiangma Yiming. It was the first time Gong Chang Tian witnessed the might of the puppet runes, and his eyes flashed with shock. What a treasure! Chapter 762, Horde of Strange Snakes. With a loud shatter, the last alloy door broke apart, and a dozen Type 3 flesh-eaters charged in. Yu Zhong pointed at them. Break them. Yes, master. With a glint, Xiangma Yiming charged forwards, his speed pushed to the limit, and he pounced right into the group. Sir Xiangma? What are you doing? No. Sir Xiangma. The Type 3 flesh-eaters that had just charged in were instantly torn in two, screaming in agony and pain. Even though Xiangma Yiming had been gravely injured barely moments ago, and forced to utilize his radiance of life, dealing with ordinary Type 3 Divine Warriors was not an issue. Yu Zhong pointed at them and many Type 3 puppet runes shot out, imprinting their foreheads, turning them into puppets. He then summoned a number of Type 3 puppet runes, placing them in Xiangma Yiming's hands. Go sniff them all out and make them my puppets. The puppet runes could be handed to the puppets to utilize. Yes, master. He replied respectfully, and immediately dashed out, crushing any flesh-eater and vampire he came across. When he left, Yu Zhong took a deep breath and pulled out a pill made from life-saving grass and sat down in his pool of blood. Sima Bing came up to him, her eyes full of worry. Yu Zhong, your injuries. Gong Chang Tian also came up to him with a complicated gaze, his eyes flashing with a glint. He was an ambitious man and was forced to swear loyalty due to the circumstances. Seeing Yu Zhong so heavily injured now, his blood began to boil with ambition again. A killing intent arose in his heart as he stepped towards Yu Zhong. If I can control the two treasures of hope in his hands, I can replace him. At this moment Yu Zhong lifted his head and shot him a cold look. Duanmu Sheng also stepped to his side quietly. Gong Chang Tian felt his heart turn cold, as though doused by a bucket of cold water. His strength might be on par with a Type 4 Divine Warrior, but against Duanmu Sheng he had no hope of victory. Without skipping a beat he asked Yu Zhong, "Are you all right?" "I won't die." Yu Zhong responded indifferently, whisking out a can of Type 4 mutant beast meat and gobbled it up. Only energy could help him recover right now. As he ate the meat, it turned into energy that nourished his body, kicking his regeneration into action. Under everyone's astonished gaze, his large wound quickly stopped bleeding. He pulled out a number of clothes to put on, covering his wound, and walked up to the mainframe like nothing happened. Currently, the screen showed what was going on below in the battles at the various directions. Currently, the 9 Type 4 Divine Warriors and single Type 5 Divine Warrior was exhibiting their power, destroying the numerous RH2S. Even Bai Yi's control could not help them. The number of RH2S had to be above 200 to form a decent net under Bai Yi's control to suppress Type 4 Divine Warriors. The RH2S in all the 4 directions did not number more than 100 each, thus even with Bai Yi's control, it was hard to injure or kill the Type 4 Divine Warriors. As for the Type 5 Divine Warrior, it was impossible to even touch him. About 20 li west of the Resistance headquarters, a large fleet of carrier were preparing to land. Once those heavy carriers got the RH-2S within them off, the large fleet of them could force the Type 4 Divine Warriors away. Bai Yi smiled sweetly. Master, the ship is already fully under my control. I can utilize the defense system together with the RH-2S below to kill a Type 4 Divine Warrior with 60% success. Do you want me to attack now? Wait a minute. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened as he saw an astonishing scene from the display. Below, the horde of mutant snakes appeared on the battlefield. The monstrous snakes leaped towards the numerous RH-2S with their jaws wide open, snapping down and causing the metal frames of the RH-2S to be crushed, with countless pieces flying apart. Some of them slithered and coiled around other RH-2S, twisting forcefully, crushing the entire robot together with their pilots into a lump. As the firepower of the RH-2S were focused on the Type 4 flesh-eaters, the attacks of the mutant snakes were too sudden, and the RH-2S could not react. Yu Zhong gazed at them and frowned. Retreat. Do not engage with those freaks any further. Yes. Bai Yi controlled the RH-2S to quickly make for the distance. Baiana and Wang Bulu, two of the Type 4 Saint Clan members, exchanged glances and chased after the fleeing RH-2S. Their speed was too terrifying, quickly chasing up after the RH-2S and eliminating them one by one. Yu Zhong frowned and changed his order. Stop the retreat. Let's just let them all fight it out there. Baiana and Wang Bulu were not zombies without intelligence. Getting them to stay and fight the mutant beast was very unlikely. Yes. With his order, the RH-2S came to a stop, and continued to fire at the two Type 4 Divine Warriors. Even if they could not hurt them, their combined firepower could force them to move constantly, wearing down at the stamina. While the flesh-eaters and vampires were evolved from the zombies, and had superhuman stamina, they weren't limitless. As long as they were forced to engage in a high-intensity battle, they would feel tired, and their might would plunge. Yu Zhong then ordered coldly, set them to self-destruct. I want those mutant snakes and those two Type 4 flesh-eaters to suffer. The speed of those mutant snakes were frightening as well, quickly chasing up to swallow the RH-2S one by one. Hong. 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 At the moment when one of the mutant snakes was about to swallow one of the RH-2S, loud explosions began to ring everywhere, as the self-destruct mechanism in each and every one of these RH-2S went off, blasting the mutant snakes apart, their blood and flesh splattering everywhere. With their injuries, the entire horde became even more enraged, their speed increasing suddenly. Out of the blue, one of the strange snakes appeared in front of Baiana, its jaws opened wide as it wanted to snap down viciously at her. Lowly creature, fuck off. Baiana eyed the huge strange snake and laughed coldly, her right hand slashing in midair, and a transparent psychic blade slashed through it, piercing its Type 3 scales. Its entire body was sliced up in multiple pieces as blood, juice and parts scattered everywhere. The nuclei in its body also ended up in Baiana's hands. There were many mutant beasts hiding throughout this planet, where some had mutated due to the changes in the world, while others had evolved due to overexposure to radiation. As a Type 4 Divine Warrior, Baiana had exterminated countless Type 3 mutant beasts before, her experience considered abundant when it came to dealing with them. On the other side, Wang Bulu leaped onto a mutant snake's head like a cannon, sending a violent fist pummeling into its head, causing a large hole. He then dropped through it. The mutant snake then struggled, thrashing violently, but before long Wang Bulu leaped right out, covered in brain juices, while the mutant snake slumped down lifelessly. Baiana and Wang Bulu relied on their own capabilities to slaughter the mutant snakes, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, killing and slaughter was in their brutal nature. As the two of them immersed in excitement while killing, all of a sudden, a black human-like figure appeared in front of Wang Bulu without warning. Being a Type 4 Divine Warrior, he caught sight of the figure in front of him, a human-shaped creature covered entirely in thick snake scales. The strange thing was that it had a snake head and snake tail. The snakehead leader opened its jaws in a flash, elongating to a size larger than its own body, and bit down viciously on Wang Bulu. The countless rows of sharp teeth punctured his body and ripped it into pieces. Chapter 763, The Snake Race. Baiana watched as Wang Bulu was torn in pieces by that snakehead creature, and her heart was instantly enveloped with a terrifying chill. She let out a shrill scream and hurriedly retreated towards Sitolius. Wang Bulu was a powerful Type 4 divine warrior. In terms of combat, he was even stronger than Baiana by at least 30%. Such a powerful fighter was actually eaten in one bite. It caused Baiana to be extremely fearful. The snake leader gobbled up Wang Bulu in a few bites, and with a flash, it quickly chased after Baiana. Baiana was currently fleeing with a pale face, pushing her limits. She would use her psychic powers to propel herself forward from time to time. Each time the snakehead creature was about to get close, she would channel her ability and force the snake leader away. The speed of this snakehead creature was extremely fast. However, it was always hampered by Baiana's constant usage of her psychic ability. Unfortunately, a scene soon occurred, causing Baiana to despair. In the midst of the gigantic mutant snakes, a number of similar snakehead creatures appeared, rushing towards her. Zhang saw all these from the mainframe display, his heart filled with a chill. So many of those, what in the world are they? The bodies of those snakehead creatures were even stronger than Type 4 flesh-eaters. They also had human-like features. Truly it was strange and frightening. Most humanoid creatures would usually possess intelligence, and enemies like that were the most dangerous for the human race. Baiana continued to charge forth, repelling any snakehead creatures that got too close. After repelling them for 7 or 8 times, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something and began to leap into the air, using her power to help her step up towards the skies. The usage of her psychic abilities was extremely broad, with powerful potential. Although she only had an initial Type 4 Divine Warrior strength, using her power she was even stronger than most other peak Type 4 Divine Warriors. The snakehead creatures came underneath her, looking at her with cold eyes. Good. What a good target. Bai Yi, send me outside of the ship. Zhang looked at Baiana rising up higher with the support of her ability and spoke to Bai Yi in excitement. Right this way. One of the alloy doors opened up, revealing a mobile platform. Zhang stepped right in. The mobile platform then shot towards the exterior of the floating fortress through a series of tunnels. The ship had many functions and features but required the mainframe computer to display its full potential. Without it, the ship was only at best 30% of its normal capacity. When he reached the exterior, Zhang quickly pulled out his electromagnetic gun and took aim at Baiana. His gaze locked on her, his killing intent caused her to feel a sense of dread. She turned to discover Zhang aiming at her, and she instantly felt a chill in her heart. She quickly channeled her power to support herself up by another 6 meters. Zhang's cold gaze was fixed on Baiana as he pulled the trigger, and the electromagnetic beam fired straight for her. This female demon tried her best to avoid by moving up and down, but her usage of the psychic abilities could not compare to her own speed on the ground. After dodging 3 of the shots forcefully, one of them managed to blast her right shoulder into oblivion. She was sent hurtling towards the ground by that beam. Another beam that burst through her head, blasting it apart, killing her instantly. Congratulations, you've gained plus 40 vitality and plus 1 skill point. With Baiana's death, her life force flowed into Zhang through the God and Devil imprint, enhancing him once again. With that sudden increase of 40 vitality, his wound on his chest began to heal even faster. Since Baiana was killed, the snakehead creatures quickly rushed over to her corpse and tore it apart, gobbling her up. At the same time, their eyes were filled with a vicious animosity as they stared at Zhang while eating. Zhang stared right back for a while before commanding, "Go back." The mobile platform then brought Zhang back into the room where the mainframe was held. Those snakehead creatures shrieked out in some strange noise before making their way towards Sitolius. The large horde of mutant snakes soon came into Sitolius's view, as they fought to reach him faster. Right now, all around Sitolius laid the destroyed RH-2S and scattered machine parts. Initially there had been over 90 RH-2S combating him, now there was barely a dozen left. Mutant beasts? A bunch of lowly creatures dare attack me? What trash! Sitolius stared at the newcomers and laughed coldly. He turned his body around and pounced towards the horde of snakes and snake creatures. The moment he charged through their midst, the bone whip in his flew out like a raging dragon, the huge, strange snakes torn instantly rupturing at the point of contact. As the blood mist sprayed, Sitolius walked through it, looking like a demon right out of hell. Huadu was also tangling with the mutant snakes by the side as a Type 4 divine warrior. Dealing with those mutant snakes was not as casual as Sitolius, but it was not a problem for him. As long as he neared one, he would then conjure a huge blade of air to slice the head of the mutant snakes. As Sitolius was slaughtering the mutant snakes, the snakehead creatures suddenly charged out from the horde. At that instant, two of them surrounded Huadu. Huadu had just killed off one of the giant mutant snakes, and his heart had just relaxed at that point when one of the snakehead creatures opened its jaws to bite him. Huadu retreated just a little too late, and his hands were caught in the teeth of the snakehead creature. The other snakehead creature opened its mouth and quickly latched onto Huadu's upper body, and with a loud crunch, his entire top half was bitten off and swallowed. After killing Huadu in a second, the 8 snakehead creatures pounced towards Sitolius. Peak Type 4? All you bastards actually have Peak Type 4 combat ability. Sitolius stared hatefully at those monsters, and the bone whip in his hand lashed out, sending them flying back. If it were just one of them, he could kill it easily. Facing 2 or 8 was not a problem even. However, once the numbers exceeded 10, then his confidence in dealing with them all would start to decrease. If there were more than 20, he would even have to retreat. Lowly? I say you flesh-eaters are the lowly ones. Our snake race will be the masters of this world from now on. Those flesh-eaters there, our snake race is currently in need of talent. Join us and fight for us. I can still let you live. Otherwise there will only be death for you guys. From the horde of snakes, an icy cold voice sounded out. The snakes parted, forming a path, and from a distance, the numerous snakehead creatures stood with respect in 2 lines. Atop the crown of an enormous golden snake, sat a man and woman with human-like features. They had long snake tails, their bodies covered with a layer of silver scales. The pair were extremely good-looking, however, their golden eyes were slits that would send a chill down anyone's spine when looked at. The person who spoke was precisely the beautiful snake woman. Sitolius glanced at them and snorted coldly, "Preposterous. Just 2 measly Type 5 snakes want to become the masters of the world? This time we have barely sent out a small portion of our Saint clan. If we were to go all out, wiping out your pathetic race is as easy as flipping our hands. I advise you to give up and surrender. Hand over 20 Type 4 nuclei and we can forget about this. Otherwise, in a month's time your race will be extinct." In this world, the Saint clan was truly the hegemony, with no other powers the slightest bit of threat to them. This led to the arrogance in Sitolius's words. While Sitolius was not a match for the both of the Type 5 snake race experts, based on the might of the Saint clan, it was not impossible to crush the snake race. The snake woman pointed at Sitolius and coldly commanded, "Very good. I want to see how you can do that. Kill him, Mangadala." The handsome snake man flashed forward, darting like a specter. "Do you want to kill me? Go try evolving another 1,000 years. Lowly beast." Sitolius laughed coldly and with a tap of his feet, he retreated explosively at the speed of sound. He could tell the difference in strength between both sides. He would not sit here idly waiting for his death. As long as he got away alive, it would be enough. Although the mission this time cost him huge losses with his Type 5 Divine Warrior status, it would be settled with an explanation. Chapter 764, Destroying Sitolius. The beautiful snake woman seated on the majestic seat laughed coldly. "You want to flee? Not so easy. Today will definitely be the day you die. If I want to run, other than a Type 6 expert, no one can stop me." Sitolius burst forth with a Mach 2 speed, seemingly unstoppable. Even the Type 5 Divine Warrior Mangadala from the snake race could not match his speed. All of a sudden, from one corner, a sexy figure flashed past, appearing in front of Sitolius and sent a palm towards him. Sitolius was currently at his maximum limit, and he had no way of dodging. He could only send a fist of his own to meet the attack. With a powerful boom, both fists met with a resounding shockwave. The force sent Sitolius flying back a dozen meters, his blood rushing while his heart filled with shock. There were 2 forms of evolution for the Saint clan. One was to evolve a special ability like Duanmusheng and Baiana. The other favored the simplicity of bodily enhancements, focusing on their strength, agility and the evolution of their body. Both evolutions had their advantages, allowing different forms of combat. Abilities augmented tactics, while body enhancements could crush any opposition with sheer might. Sitolius's speed could surpass twice that of the sound barrier, and his strength was more than enough to lift an entire house. Even if his body was sliced in two, he could recover quickly. He was not afraid of most agility-based enemies, nor would he be tied down by the majority of the spirit-based attacks. A single fist of his could crush a tank. And yet, even with his perverse constitution, he was actually sent flying. This caused him to be shocked. Taking a look at the person, his eyes went wide as he blurted out, "How is it you? Weren't you over there?" The woman who sent Sitolius flying was precisely that beautiful and alluring snake woman who had just been at her seat seconds ago. The snake woman had a trail of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was evident that this clash with Sitolius also caused her some injuries. Mangudala also took the opportunity to dash towards Sitolius, slashing viciously at him. "A bunch of trash, let me show you the difference between the Saint clan and you trash." Sitolius laughed coldly and sent a powerful punch towards Mangudala's claws. The snake man's slit eyes flashed coldly, and his body twisted strangely, his claws going around Sitolius's fist before piercing his body. After that, he began to coil his entire body into a long strip, coiling furiously around Sitolius. In that short exchange, without any time to defend, Sitolius was at a disadvantage already. His heart was filled with shock and he hurried to exert his strength to push Mangudala away. He pushed forcefully, separating Mangudala slowly away from his body. However, there were still some sounds from the contact of their bodies. Had Sitolius's body been weaker, he would have already been crushed. Positively terrified by now, Sitolius began to channel his radiance of life to send Mangudala flying. The eyes of the snake woman flashed with a cold glint, as two golden beams shot out and landed on his head. When he was swept by the golden beam, the forehead of Sitolius started to turn to stone. Right at this time, his body emitted the bright radiance of life, blocking the golden beam, stopping the petrification effect. At the same time he was using the radiance of life to counter the golden beam, his body was still being tightened and sounds were emitting. Sitolius would not be afraid of either the alluring snake woman or Mangudala if they were alone. However, facing their joint attacks, he was thrown into a dangerous situation. With his veins bulging, Sitolius's eyes turned bloodshot. "Fuck. I need to give it my all." All of a sudden, a bright, piercing electromagnetic beam shot down from the sky, piercing Sitolius's head, blasting it apart. Both the snake woman and Mangudala leaped back in shock from the sudden attack, lifting their heads together, only to discover Zhang in the airship above, having become the oriole behind their mantis stalking the cicada. Having killed Sitolius, the massive life force of the Type 5 Divine Warrior entered Zhang's body through the God and Devil imprint. As the enormous amount of life force entered Zhang's body, it flowed in the shape of a mystical rune, strengthening his body immensely. At the same time as the energy flowed throughout his body, it gathered all the life force nested inside him, purifying them. As all the life force energy gathered together within his sea of knowledge, it began to form into a gold nucleus the size of a rice grain. When the gold nucleus formed, within his sea of notification, all the runes of his skills and abilities began to fly and orbit around the gold nucleus like satellites. Gold lines shot out from the nucleus, connecting to the runes, linking all of them together. The moment the runes were linked together, Zhang was suddenly enlightened on the origins, the cultivation techniques as well as a much deeper understanding of every single ability, reaching a new level. Congratulations on forming a God-Devil nucleus. You've gained plus 30 in all attributes. Congratulations on gaining 10 skill points. Congratulations, your lifespan has increased to 300 years. Congratulations, all your skills below the second order tier has gained a +1 enhancement. Congratulations, your strength has now reached the equivalent of an initial stage Type 4 Divine Warrior. A flurry of information began to resound in Zhang's mind. After killing Sitolius, absorbing his life force through the God and Devil imprint, he managed to form a God-Devil nucleus in one fell swoop. Zhang's power had undergone a heaven-shaking change and he was finally a Type 4 Divine Warrior. Even his lifespan had broken through to reach 300 years. He quickly recovered from his excitement and did not hesitate in his choice. He quickly spent 3 skill points to push the Devil Flame to its 3rd order stage, spending another 5 to push the Dark Do Chi to its 3rd order stage as well, and the final 4 into his Body of Steel to reach the 2nd order stage. When the Body of Steel reached the 2nd order stage, even high-caliber bullets would not be able to pierce Yu Zhong anymore. If he channeled the 3rd order Dark Do Chi, he could even resist the bombardment from missiles. Once he was done, his gaze fixed upon the 2 snake people downstairs, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. Both parties below were Type 5 Divine Warriors. If he could kill them both, although he might not make the jump to a Type 5 Divine Warrior stage, it would definitely still bring him huge benefits. Very quickly he abandoned that line of thought. Although he had consolidated his foundations as an initial stage Type 4 Divine Warrior, he was still far off from taking on 2 Type 5 Divine Warriors. They could definitely annihilate him easily. How do you do? I'm Yu Zhong, the leader of the human resistance. Pleased to meet you guys. One of the helicopters flew down at the same time, his voice sounded from the helicopter. The beautiful snake woman snorted coldly, grabbing a huge boulder of a few tons and flung it towards the helicopter. Yu Zhong, if you want to talk to us, get down from the skies. The snake woman might have powerful strength, but she obviously had not trained in boulder throwing before. The huge rock soared about dozens of meters away from the helicopter, not even brushing the body of it. Yu Zhong chuckled, my apologies, I still think that it's better for both of us to communicate like this. I'm afraid that if I were to be on land, your partner will tear me apart. There were 2 Type 5 Divine Warriors below. The moment he landed, his life would no longer be in his hands. If the snake woman was not in a good mood, he would be eaten in a second. Umph. The alluring snake woman snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Yu Zhong coldly. If it were not for the fact that she could not fly, she would have pounced on him and tear him into pieces. Bayasna uttered coldly, I'm Bayasna, the 5th princess of the glorious snake race. Say what you have to say. Yu Zhong laughed, Your Highness Bayasna, the flesh-eaters of this world have too much power. In their saint city, it's rumored that there's a Type 6 Divine Warrior. He's someone that neither of us can handle. I propose to form an alliance, joining forces to deal with them. What do you think? Bayasna laughed sarcastically as she looked at him condescendingly. Alliance? Join hands? Measly human, what qualifications do you have to join forces with us? Do you have any Type 5 Divine Warrior? You require the necessary strength to even propose an alliance. Why don't we do it like this, Yu Zhong? I admire you. Bring your people and become our slaves. I can confer you the title of Lord of the Human Race. In her eyes, Yu Zhong and his subordinates were too weak. They were even defeated by Sitolius. They simply had no bargaining chips to form an alliance. Yu Zhong's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. No. I'm not interested in your snake race. Your Highness, while our human race might be weak now, we have our strengths. This spaceship is something we invented. Your snake race might be strong, but without aerial troops, how are you going to deal with all of the Saint City's forces? If we were to join forces, we can assist you in dealing with the Saint Clan's aerial forces. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.